She summons me from the shadows, desperate and trembling, offering her soul for 1 year of borrowed time. I accept. But one taste of her fire, and I know she's mine.
Not for a year, for eternity.
Her enemies fall at my feet. Her body yields under my touch. I protect what's claimed, destroy what threatens, and bind her closer with every gasp she draws. She's no fragile flower. She's the storm I crave. And when the contract demands her life, I plan to rewrite the infernal laws themselves.
Challenge accepted, little one. I've brought the chains.
Stay tuned for possessive demons, soul-binding obsession, revenge that burns hot, and a hell lord who risks everything for the mortal who knelt and conquered him.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Illyra. Illy, come down for dinner. Father's voice carries up the narrow stairs, warm with the promise of shared evening conversation. I scrub the last traces of mortar dust from my hands in the wash basin, watching brown water swirl away down the drain. The kitchen holds the lingering scent of barley stew and fresh bread. Father sits at the head of our modest wooden table, his shoulders relaxed after the day's labour. Viola arranges serving bowls with practised precision, while Maricel examines her fingernails. I reach for the clay plates stacked on the shelf, setting them around the table in quick succession. The rim faces left, dear. Viola's correction arrives with a smile bright as polished silver. It helps the gravy flow properly. Father glances up from cutting bread. Viola's expression transforms into maternal warmth, as if she's been nothing but helpful. Of course. I adjust each plate, though the difference seems negligible. Maricel's laugh tinkles like breaking glass. At least the dress matches the dishware, both showing their age beautifully. The worn blue fabric of my work dress suddenly feels threadbare under her gaze. Her own gown, pale green with delicate embroidered flowers, makes mine look like a servant's cast-off. Marie! Father's voice carries a warning edge. Oh, I'm only teasing. Maricel waves her hand dismissively. Sisters can joke, can't we, Illyra? Though perhaps a little more effort wouldn't go amiss. Her smile never wavers, but her grey eyes glitter with something sharper than humour. Father frowns but returns to serving portions. The mine's had 3 cave-ins this week. Small ones, but it's making the foreman nervous. More inspections? I ask, settling into my chair. Worse. Word is the dark elf overseers want tighter control of the trade routes. They're talking about quotas, new restrictions on what materials we can sell independently. He shakes his head, as if we don't have enough. His hand jerks suddenly, sending his spoon clattering against the bowl. The tremor spreads up his arm before he doubles forward, coughing with violent force into his sleeve. Each hack tears through him like something clawing its way out. Velra reaches toward him. Edric? The coughing continues, harsh and wet, his broad shoulders shaking with each spasm. I'm on my feet before the next cough tears through him, chair scraping against stone as I rush to the water pitcher. My hands shake as I pull, droplets spattering the table. Father. I press the cup into his trembling fingers and steady his shoulders with my other hand. The tremors run deeper than I expected, vibrating through muscle and bone like something fundamental has come loose. Illyra, really. Velra's voice carries that particular tone, reserved for over-enthusiastic children. He's perfectly capable of managing a cough. Father takes a careful sip, his breathing still ragged. The water seems to help. The violent spasms ease into smaller, controlled exhales. Again? Viola's sharp gaze flicks between Father and me. Maricel continues examining her nails, as if illness were merely another tedious household chore. It's nothing serious. Father waves his free hand dismissively, though his voice comes out rough as grinding stone. Just the dust from the quarry gets in your lungs after a while. Edric, you should rest. Vylra moves around the table with practiced grace, her hand finding his elbow. The evening air will do you good upstairs. I haven't finished. The stew will keep. She guides him toward his feet with gentle insistence. You've been working too hard lately. Father rises slowly, each movement deliberate and careful. The broad shoulders that once seemed capable of holding up the world now curve inward, as if protecting something fragile within. Don't fuss over me, Illy. His smile holds traces of the warmth I remember from childhood, but exhaustion shadows the edges. I'll be fine by morning. He moves toward the narrow staircase leading to their bedroom. Each step requires conscious effort. His right hand grips the wooden railing with white knuckles, while his left braces against the wall. The man who used to bound up these stairs 2 at a time now pauses halfway, breathing heavily. When did his shoulders become so narrow? The work clothes that once stretched taut across his frame now hang loose, fabric pooling where muscle used to fill the space. His beard, more silver than brown now, can't hide the sharp angles of cheekbones that weren't there 6 months ago. Sweet dreams, darling. Vylra's voice drifts up from below, honey smooth. The bedroom door closes with a soft click.
Chapter 2. Azrathiel. The dying sun bleeds crimson across the volcanic peaks, casting long shadows that stretch toward the horizon like grasping fingers. I stand at the summit's edge, where obsidian glass meets empty air, the heat from dormant magma chambers rising through fissures in the stone. My ledger materializes beside me, a towering monolith of black stone, carved with contracts in burning script. Each line pulses with infernal fire, names and terms writhing across the surface like living things. The weight of 1,000 binding agreements presses against the evening air. I trace one finger down the ledger's face, searching for expiring terms. Most contracts burn steady amber, years remaining, payments current. But one flickers deep red near the base, its script wavering between visibility and ash. Elrin Warbowl, Dark Elf. Contract term, 7 years. Status, expired. Collect payment. The ember veins beneath my skin pulse brighter as I read the details. 7 years of protection from rival houses. 7 souls delivered punctually, until this year. My hand cuts through reality itself, tearing open a rift that bleeds shadow and sulfur. The volcanic peak dissolves around me as I step through into the Undercity's depths. The chamber materializes in gradual focus. Carved stone walls slick with moisture, the stench of unwashed bodies and desperation thick as fog. Chains rattle in distant corners, where Elrin keeps his inventory. Human merchandise cowering behind iron bars, their eyes reflecting torchlight like trapped animals. Lord Azrathiel. Elrin's voice carries forced confidence, though his pale hands tremble as he approaches. How unexpected. Surely we can discuss. The contract expired at sunset. My words echo off stone walls, each syllable precise as a blade's edge. Payment is due. Ah yes, about that. He gestures toward the cages lining the chamber's perimeter. Perhaps we might renegotiate the terms. I have 3 prime specimens here, young, healthy, worth far more than a single soul. The celestial markings across my shoulders begin to warm, faint light seeping through the fabric of my coat. You mistake me for a merchant, Elrin. Then tribute. Gold, jewels, rare minerals from the deep mines. His words tumble over each other in mounting desperation. Surely, the great Lord Azrathiel values. Covenant law does not permit renegotiation once the term ends. I step closer, and the temperature in the chamber drops by degrees. You knew this when you signed. But circumstances have changed. The soul markets have shifted. The trade routes. Excuses. The word cuts through his protests like winter wind. The law stands immutable, regardless of your convenience. His pale face grows ashen. Please, one more year. I can deliver 2 souls. 3 even. Only the signatory can fulfill the contract terms. I watch understanding dawn in his violet eyes, the terrible clarity that comes when all escape routes crumble. Your soul, Elrin. No substitutions. But that's barbaric. Surely there's precedent for... You signed the contract in blood. His pupils dilate as panic floods his system. For a heartbeat, he stands frozen, calculating odds that don't exist. Then survival instinct overrides reason. Elrin bolts toward the chamber's rear exit, his boot slipping on the damp stone. The caged humans shrink back as he crashes past their cells, some whimpering at the sudden movement. I don't pursue. Instead, I extend one hand and speak a single word in the old tongue. Shadows writhe up from the floor like living smoke, coiling around his ankles with serpentine grace. He stumbles, arms windmilling for balance, then crashes face first into the stone. The shadows spread upward, binding his wrists, his torso, until only his head remains free. Please. The word emerges as a strangled whisper. I have information. I approach with measured steps, each footfall echoing off the chamber walls. The celestial markings across my skin pulse brighter now, white-hot chains of binding light that contrast sharply with the surrounding darkness. The contract was clear. I kneel beside him, placing one palm flat against his forehead. You should have thought about what it was worth to you. Wait, The soul extraction begins with surgical delicacy. His essence unravels in threads of pale violet light, each strand drawn forth with careful control. No screaming. The process numbs mortal nerve endings while preserving consciousness until the final moment. His eyes remain aware as I gather the last wisps of his life force, compressing them into a sphere of condensed energy. The body beneath my hand settles into stillness, expression peaceful as sleep. Contract satisfied. I rise, brushing dust from my coat as the shadows dissipate. The caged humans huddle in absolute silence, some weeping quietly. Their chains will rust away within hours without Elrin's binding magic to maintain them. The rift tears open again, reality bending around my will as I step toward the infernal plane. But as the dimensional barrier thins, something else brushes my awareness, faint as moth wings against glass. A whisper. Mortal. Female. Grief and desperation twine together in desperate prayer, reaching across planes with surprising strength. I pause at the threshold, one foot in shadow, one in dying torchlight. Curious. I file the sensation away and step through, leaving the undercity stench behind.
Chapter 3. Illyria. The market basket weighs heavier than usual against my hip as I climb the worn stone steps to our door. Turnips, a small wheel of hard cheese, barley flour, the same modest provisions father sends me for each week. But tucked beneath the coarse cloth, wrapped in brown paper, lies my real purchase, dried elderflower and honey mint leaves. The herbalist promised they'd soothe the worst coughs. Father's been in bed since dawn, that terrible rattling sound echoing from his room every few minutes. Each cough seems to tear something loose inside his chest. I push through the front door, already planning how I'll steep the tea. Hot but not boiling, just long enough to release the oils. The sitting room stops me cold. A stranger occupies father's chair. Tall, unnervingly graceful, with skin the colour of ash and silver blonde hair tied precisely at his nape. His violet eyes assess me like I'm livestock at auction. Dark leathers and fine silks, mark him as under-city nobility, though his presence here makes no sense. 2 guards flank the doorway, silent, armoured shadows that make our modest room feel cramped. Valra rises from the settee, her smile stretched too wide. There she is. Lord Hethrin, this is Illyra. The stranger unfolds from father's chair with liquid grace, his gaze never leaving my face. I clutch the basket tighter. Who are you? The words escape before I can stop them. Why are you here? Where's my father? Illyra. Vaelra's voice carries warning wrapped in silk. Lord Hethrin has travelled a considerable distance to visit us. Brew some tea for our guests. But these leaves are for father. It doesn't matter. She gestures toward the kitchen alcove. We have company. The elderflower crinkles in its paper wrapping as I set the basket down. Father needs this tea. He's been coughing blood into his sleeves when he thinks no one notices. The special leaves? I try again. They're medicinal. For his cough. Illyra. Vaelra's tone sharpens. The tea. Now. I sigh, shoulders sagging as I move toward the kitchen. The guard's eyes track my movement, while their master settles back into father's chair, like he owns it. Remarkable, Lord Hethrin murmurs, though he speaks to Vaelra as if I'm not standing 3 feet away. Such quiet obedience. Most humans require encouragement. My hand's still on the tea kettle. The way he says humans makes my skin crawl, like we're a different species entirely. She's always been well behaved. Vaelra's laugh sounds brittle. A credit to her upbringing. I fill the kettle with water, trying to ignore how Lord Hethrin's violet gaze follows every movement. The elderflower leaves whisper against their paper as I unwrap them, their sweet scent rising like a prayer for father's relief. And her lineage. His voice carries the casual interest of someone appraising breeding stock. Both parents human, I assume. Naturally. Vaelra smooths her skirts, though her father's family has deep roots in the settlement. The kettle trembles in my grip. What does my bloodline matter to a dark elf lord? Steam rises from the teapot as I pour the amber liquid into our best cups. Chipped porcelain that once belonged to father's mother. The elderflower's sweet scent mingles with honey mint, creating the perfect remedy for father's cough. Instead, I'm serving it to strangers. Lord Hethrin. Vaelra's voice carries from the sitting room, pitched low but not quite whispered. I believe a union between our households would prove mutually beneficial. The teacup slips in my grip, porcelain clinking against the saucer. Union. I press myself against the doorframe, heart hammering. Your settlement faces increasing pressure from trade restrictions, Lord Hethrin replies, his tone conversational, as if discussing weather. Protection becomes more challenging to guarantee. Exactly. Vaelra leans forward, her voice gaining urgency. Illyra would make an excellent bride. She's young, healthy, obedient. And what assurances would such an arrangement provide? Trade privileges, safe passage for our goods, perhaps even expanded quotas. My knees nearly buckle. They're bartering me like a sack of grain. Heavy footsteps creak on the stairs. Father appears in the doorway, still in his nightclothes but standing straighter than I've seen him in weeks. His eyes take in the scene. The dark elf in his chair, the guards by his door, Vaelra's guilty expression. What's this about? His voice cuts through the room's tension like a blade. Vaelra's composure falters. Edric, you should be resting. I heard voices. His gaze fixes on Lord Hethrin, who rises with predatory grace. Strange voices in my home. Lord Hethrin's smile spreads thin as winter ice. Ah, the patriarch awakens. We were discussing your daughter's future. Were you? Father moves to stand between the dark elf and me, though I remain frozen in the kitchen doorway. And what future would that be? A prosperous one. Vylra interjects, desperation creeping into her tone. Lord Hethrin has made a generous offer. No, Father's voice brooks no argument. Absolutely not. Lord Hethrin's violet eyes gleam with amusement. How noble. Though I wonder, Master Dane, how long such nobility can protect your household. He gestures toward the modest room, the worn furniture, the threadbare curtains. Protection cannot be guaranteed forever. Circumstances change. The threat hangs in the air like smoke. Lord Hethrin collects his cloak with fluid movements, nodding to his guards. They file toward the door with military precision. As he passes the kitchen doorway, Lord Hethrin pauses. His shoulder brushes mine deliberately, close enough that I smell expensive oils and something darker, like metal left too long in rain. Consider my offer, Illyra, he murmurs, my name rolling off his tongue like a possession already claimed. I am not known for my patience. The door closes behind them with finality that makes my bones ache. Short-sighted fool! Vylra whirls on Father, her careful composure shattering. Do you have any idea what you've just thrown away? What you've cost us? Father sinks into his chair, the effort of standing so long finally catching up. I've cost us nothing we can't afford to lose. Nothing? Vylra's voice climbs toward hysteria. Protection, trade privileges, security for our future. A coughing fit cuts off Father's response. His whole body convulses as that terrible rattling sound tears from his chest. I rush to his side, abandoning the tea tray. Easy, I whisper, steadying his shoulders as the coughs subside. Here. I press the last cup of elderflower tea into his hands, the one I'd saved for him. He takes a careful sip, his breathing gradually evening out. My brave Illy, he murmurs, his weathered hand covering mine. You don't need to worry about being married off. You'll marry for love someday, just like I did. I offer a smile of encouragement. I know he loved my mother, though I never knew her. But when I think of him and Vylra, it becomes impossible to think that it's love that ties them together. But then again, what do I know of love?
Chapter 4. Azrathiel. The whisper strengthens, threading through the infernal plane like smoke given voice. Fear edges its desperation now, sharp, metallic, familiar. I pause in my review of pending contracts, golden script flickering against obsidian as the sound tugs at something deeper than curiosity. This isn't surprising. This is how it always begins. Some creature in Protheka teeters toward the edge of oblivion, their world crumbling faster than they can rebuild it. They clutch at shadows and half-remembered stories, seeking salvation in places their priests warn against. The desperation grows until it becomes a beacon, calling across realms to those who traffic in impossible solutions. They always become so desperate that they sign their life away in blood without a second thought. I close the ledger with deliberate precision. The contracts can wait. This whisper carries something different, a sweetness beneath the fear that intrigues me more than it should. Not the bitter resignation of the condemned, but something richer. Hope, perhaps, though that seems unlikely given the circumstances. I trace the thread across dimensions, following its source through layers of reality until it leads me to a small human settlement perched on the edge of void. Unremarkable structures huddle together against the mountain's shadow, their windows glowing amber in the gathering dusk. The whisper originates from a modest home just outside the main cluster. Stone walls, thatched roof, smoke curling from its chimney. I step into shadow near its foundation, wrapping darkness around myself until I become nothing more than another patch of evening gloom. Through the window I observe the source of that desperate call. A human woman moves about the kitchen with ease, her movements carrying a grace that seems at odds with her surroundings and the call that brought me here. She's preparing broth in a worn copper pot, steam rising in delicate spirals that catch the lamplight. Her sleeves are rolled back, revealing slender forearms as she stirs the mixture with careful attention. She hums while she works, a melody I don't recognize but find myself following despite its simplicity. The sound drifts through the quiet house like liquid silver, more melodic than anything I've heard in recent years. When she shifts to singing softly, the words too low to distinguish, the sweetness I detected in her desperation becomes clear. This creature possesses something rare among mortals, genuine contentment despite her circumstances. The house radiates peace, not the frantic energy of someone preparing to make infernal bargains. How could this thread have led me here? She adjusts her hair with an absent gesture, the thick black braid swinging over her shoulder to rest against the middle of her back. The movement sends the plaited strands swaying as she pours the broth into a ceramic bowl, testing its temperature with the tip of one finger. There, she murmurs to herself, satisfaction evident in her tone. That should help. She lifts the bowl with both hands and turns toward the stairs, her footsteps light on the wooden floor. The desperate whisper I followed grows stronger as she climbs, each step carrying her closer to whatever crisis has torn a hole between our worlds. She enters a dimly lit room where a human man lies propped against threadbare pillows, his breathing shallow and labored. The desperate whisper that drew me here suddenly crystallizes into perfect clarity. Her desperation isn't for herself. It's for this dying creature who watches her approach with eyes that still hold warmth despite the fever burning behind them. Father, I made you some soup. You need to eat something. The word father settles the mystery. Through infernal sight, I perceive what mortal eyes cannot. The slow corruption spreading through his organs like ink through water. His liver struggles against toxins it cannot process. His kidneys filter blood that grows thicker each day, and his heart labors against a burden that increases with each beat. This man is dying, slowly, and with considerable suffering. She sets the bowl on the small table beside his bed and perches on the mattress edge, her movements careful not to jostle him. Steam rises from the broth, carrying scents of herbs and what little nutrition she can coax from their meager stores. I'm not hungry, Illy. His voice rasps like dried leaves. Save it for yourself. You haven't eaten since yesterday morning. She dips the spoon and blows across its surface. Just a little. Please. I watch her adjust his blankets with infinite patience, tucking the worn fabric around his shoulders when he shivers. When perspiration beads across his forehead, she reaches for a cloth and wipes it away with the tenderness of someone who has performed this ritual countless times. The devotion in her movement speaks of deep bonds forged through years of shared hardship. She doesn't flinch from his illness or show frustration at his stubbornness. Instead, she coaxes him to take small sips of broth between gentle words of encouragement. There, she murmurs, when he manages half the bowl. That's better. He catches her hand as she reaches for the cloth again. You're a good daughter, Illy. Better than I deserve. Don't say that. Her fingers tighten around his. You're going to get better. The fever will break soon. But I can see what she refuses to acknowledge. Death creeps closer with each passing hour. Soon she will exhaust all mortal options. Soon desperation will drive her to seek solutions beyond the veil of her world. Covenant law would allow it, certainly. For a price. There's always a price. I settle deeper into shadow and wait.
Chapter 5. Illyra. Maricel's scream tears through the house like shattered glass, sharp enough to crack the morning quiet and send my heart hammering against my ribs. The sound carries something beyond surprise, raw terror that makes my blood turn to ice water. I bolt upright from where I dozed in the kitchen chair, the blanket sliding to the floor as my bare feet hit the cold stone. The scream came from upstairs, from Father's room. I take the steps 3 at a time, my nightgown tangling around my legs as I race toward the sound of Maricel's sobbing. The door stands open, morning light streaming through the window to illuminate the bed where Father lies perfectly still, too still. "Father?" My voice cracks as I rush to his side. His face holds the waxy pallor of old parchment, his lips tinged blue beneath his greying beard. I press my palm against his chest, searching for the rise and fall of breath that doesn't come. "Father, wake up." My hands shake as I grip his shoulders, giving him a gentle shake that produces no response. His skin feels cold beneath the thin fabric of his nightshirt, cold in a way that makes my stomach lurch with understanding I refuse to accept. "Please, you have to wake up." I lean closer, my voice rising with desperation. "We were going to fix the roof today, remember? You promised to show me how to lay the stones properly." His eyes remain closed, peaceful in a way that should comfort me, but only deepens the hollow ache spreading through my chest. I shake him harder, my voice breaking as tears blur my vision. "Don't do this. Please don't leave me here alone. Father, Father, please." Footsteps thunder up the stairs behind me, and Viola appears in the doorway. She takes one look at the scene, at Father's motionless form, at my hands pressed desperately against his chest, and her composed mask shatters completely. "No!" The word erupts from her throat like a physical blow. She shoves me aside with surprising strength, sending me stumbling backward as she throws herself toward the bed. "My Edric!" Her voice climbs to a wail that seems to shake the very walls. She collapses beside him, her carefully maintained composure dissolving into raw anguish as she clutches at his still form. The sound that pours from her throat carries years of grief compressed into a single, endless cry. It echoes through the small room and spills out the open window, loud enough to wake the entire settlement. Somewhere in the distance, I hear doors opening and concerned voices calling out, but all I can focus on is the sight of Viola's shoulders shaking as she presses her face against Father's chest. "You can't leave me," she sobs into his nightshirt. "Not now. Not when we finally had something good." The 3 of us remain frozen in our grief until Valra's sobs transform into something sharper, more urgent. She lifts her head from Father's chest, her tear-streaked face twisting with sudden fury as her gaze lands on me. "What are you doing, stupid girl?" Her voice cracks, raw from crying, but edged with desperation. "Get help. Call the healer, the elders." The words hit like a slap to the face. I stumble backward, my legs unsteady as the weight of her command penetrates the fog of my grief. Yes, of course." My voice comes out as barely a whisper. "The healer." I turn and flee from the room, my bare feet slapping against the cold stone stairs as I race toward the door. The morning air bites at my skin through the thin nightgown, but I barely notice as I burst into the settlement's main square. "Help!" The word tears from my throat, raw and desperate. "Please, someone help us!" The few early risers in the square turn toward my voice, their expressions shifting from mild curiosity to alarm as they take in my appearance. Wild-haired, tear-stained, trembling in my nightclothes. "My father," I sob, the words tumbling over each other. "Something's wrong. He won't wake up. Please, he needs help." Old Henrik, the settlement's closest thing to a healer, drops the bundle of herbs he'd been sorting and rushes toward me. Elder Caspian appears from the council hall, his weathered face creased with concern. "Calm yourself, child." Henrik's voice carries the steady authority of someone accustomed to crisis. "Take us to him." I lead them back through the narrow streets, my heart hammering against my ribs as hope wars with the terrible certainty growing in my chest. Behind us, I hear the murmur of other voices as word spreads through the settlement. When we reach the house, I notice a familiar figure standing in the shadows near the stone wall. Bram Hethrin leans against the corner with practiced casualness, his violet eyes tracking our movements with the detached interest of someone watching a mildly entertaining performance. He makes no move to approach or offer assistance, simply observes, as if filing away details for later use. Henrik and Caspian follow me upstairs, where Vylra still kneels beside the bed. She's composed herself enough to wipe her tears, though her hands shake as she smooths father's hair back from his forehead. "Please," she whispers to Henrik as he approaches the bed. "Please tell me there's something you can do." Henrik places gentle fingers against father's throat, checking for a pulse we all know he won't find. His examination is thorough, but brief, lifting eyelids, pressing an ear to father's chest, testing the temperature of his skin. "I'm sorry." Henrik's voice is weighed down by too many similar pronouncements. "He's been gone for some time. There's nothing to be done." The words settle over the room like a shroud. Vylra's composure cracks again, a fresh sob escaping her throat, while Maricel presses herself against the far wall as if trying to disappear entirely. "We'll need to prepare him for the rites." Elder Caspian's voice cuts through our grief with practiced efficiency. "I'll send for the burial cloths and arrange for the body to be moved." Within the hour, neighbours arrive with solemn faces and gentle hands. They wrap father in clean linen and carry him from the house on a simple wooden bier. I watch from the doorway as they bear him toward the settlement's burial ground, my legs too weak to follow. "Come inside." Vylra's voice has changed. Harder now, stripped of the raw emotion that marked her earlier grief. "We have matters to discuss." I turn to find her standing in the main room, her spine straight and her hands clasped before her. The transformation is startling. Where grief had shattered her composure just hours ago, something colder and more calculating has taken its place. "The burial will cost us," she continues, her tone brisk and practical, "and without your father's income, we'll need to make arrangements quickly." The floor seems to shift beneath my feet, as if the solid stone has transformed into something unstable and treacherous. Father's body isn't even cold in the ground, and already the life I knew is crumbling around me.
Chapter 6. Azrathiel. The mortal thread that has whispered at the edges of my consciousness for days suddenly blazes white-hot with grief so pure it burns through the infernal plains like molten silver. The intensity staggers me, not the grief itself, but its crystalline quality. Most mortal sorrow carries the muddy taint of self-pity or rage. This cuts clean as a blade forged in starfire. I step through shadow into the settlement's narrow streets, arriving just as 4 humans emerge from the modest stone dwelling. They carry a simple wooden bier between them, a linen-wrapped form secured with rope. The man I observed dying slowly over these past weeks now makes his final journey, borne on shoulders that strain under grief rather than weight. From my position in the shadows cast by the neighboring wall, I watch the procession pass. The girl, Illyra, stands frozen in the doorway like a statue carved from pale marble. Her face holds the hollow expression of someone whose world has tilted beyond recognition. Behind her, the older woman maintains rigid composure, though her knuckles shine white where she grips the doorframe. The thread of grief pulls taut between Illyra and the departing bier, vibrating with the frequency of absolute loss. I have witnessed countless deaths across millennia, but this mortal's anguish resonates with something deeper than ordinary sorrow. It's filled with injustice, not merely the random cruelty of mortality, but deliberate malice disguised as natural order. Once the burial party disappears around the corner, I slip through shadow into the house itself. The room where Edric died still holds the lingering scent of death, that peculiar sweetness that clings to mortal flesh as the soul departs. But beneath it, my infernal senses detect something else entirely. I examine the simple wooden table beside the bed where a clay pitcher sits alongside a wooden cup. Both appear innocent enough to mortal eyes, but the residual traces of alchemical compounds paint a different story entirely. I lean closer, inhaling deeply through nostrils that can parse molecular structures with precision no mortal instrument could match. Thornbane extract, distilled and concentrated. The bitter compound derived from the purple-flowered vines that grow wild in the northern forests. Clever choice. The symptoms mirror a dozen common ailments, from lung rot to heart weakness. A few drops in his evening water, night after night, would produce exactly the slow decline I observed. The dosage was precise, calculated to extend suffering while maintaining the illusion of natural decline. Too much would trigger immediate suspicion. Too little would allow recovery. This required knowledge of both alchemy and human physiology, not skills typically possessed by grieving stepdaughters. I run one finger along the pitcher's rim, tasting the residue with senses that can detect poison in concentrations measured in parts per million. The Thornbane carries a secondary signature, a preservative that extends its potency. Professional work, purchased rather than brewed in some kitchen cauldron. Inheritance disputes, I murmur to the empty room, my voice barely a whisper of shadow and smoke. How tediously predictable. The pattern emerges with brutal clarity. A widowed woman remarries a man with property and a daughter. The daughter represents an obstacle to complete control of assets. Remove the father, claim guardianship, arrange a profitable marriage. The mathematics of human greed, calculated in drops of poison and measured in months of suffering. Below, voices drift upward through the floorboards, the widow's tone sharp with sudden authority, the daughter's responses growing smaller with each exchange. The transformation has already begun. Grief makes mortals malleable, and this woman clearly understands how to exploit that vulnerability. I straighten, brushing invisible dust from my coat as I consider the implications. The girl's thread of grief continues to burn against my consciousness, but now it carries undertones of something else, a growing awareness that her world has shifted beyond mere loss into active threat. The covenant laws that bind my existence are clear on matters of justice and retribution. Contracts may be offered to those who seek redress for wrongs committed. The price varies according to the service requested, but the law itself remains inviolate. If she calls, I will answer. The thread of grief that binds me to this place suddenly flares with fresh intensity, pulsing like an infected wound. Through the stone walls, I sense the household's atmosphere thickening with tension, voices rising in the room below, sharp exchanges that carry the unmistakable cadence of predator and prey. The widow's tone cuts through the floorboards with newfound authority. With your father gone. The girl's responses grow quieter, more hesitant. Each word seems to cost her something vital, as though speech itself has become a luxury she can no longer afford. The thread pulses again, stronger now, edged with something beyond mere grief. Desperation bleeds through the connection, raw and immediate. Yet she does not call my name. The formal invocation remains unspoken, though I sense it gathering force like storm clouds on a distant horizon. Still, something compels me to follow the source. The pull defies my usual detachment, drawing me through shadow as surely as iron follows lodestone. I slip from the house unseen, tracking the girl as she stumbles through the back door into the fading afternoon light. Her feet carry her with the blind purpose of the deeply wounded, up the rocky slope behind the modest dwelling, past scraggly thorn bushes and weathered stone outcroppings. She climbs without looking back, her movements mechanical yet urgent, as though fleeing something that pursues her through the very air she breathes. I follow at a distance, maintaining my position in the spaces between shadows where mortal eyes cannot reach. The hillside rises steep and unforgiving, but she ascends with the determination of someone who has nothing left to lose. At the crest, she stops. The wind whips her dark hair across her face as she stares up at the sky, arms hanging limp at her sides like broken wings. For a moment, she stands perfectly still, a figure carved from stone and sorrow against the darkening heavens. Then she opens her mouth and releases a sound that tears through the infernal plains like a blade forged from pure anguish. The wail erupts from her throat with such force that it seems to rip something fundamental from her very soul. It carries no words, no coherent plea, only the distilled essence of loss so profound it transcends language itself. The sound claws its way skyward, a primal scream that speaks of injustice and abandonment and the crushing weight of a world suddenly emptied of meaning. I feel it strike me like a hooked blade being lodged in my gut and tugging it apart. The emotion hits my chest with unexpected force, awakening something I had thought long dormant. In all my centuries of collecting mortal debts, I have never heard grief expressed with such devastating purity. She collapses to her knees, the scream fragmenting into broken sobs that shake her entire frame. Her hands claw at the rocky ground as though trying to anchor herself to something solid in a world that has become nothing but shifting sand. The invocation hovers at the edge of her consciousness. I sense it building like pressure behind a dam, waiting for the moment when desperation finally overcomes the last vestiges of hope. The sight of her crumpled form, silhouetted against the dying light, strikes something uncomfortably close to my core. The raw vulnerability of her grief awakens an unfamiliar ache in my chest, a sensation I cannot name and dare not examine too closely. I withdraw into deeper shadow, retreating to await the call that must surely come.
Chapter 7. Illyra. The settlement's pyre stands at the edge of our small community, like a stone altar built for gods who have long since abandoned us. Elder Corvin constructed it from river stones and clay mortar, creating a platform that rises waist-high above the packed earth. The wood, oak and pine gathered from the forest beyond the mines, has been stacked with the precision of someone who has performed this ritual too many times. Father's coffin rests atop the carefully arranged logs, looking impossibly small against the darkening sky. The simple pine box that Jorik the carpenter fashioned in a single afternoon seems inadequate to contain a man who once filled rooms with his laughter, who could coax stubborn mules into cooperation and convince quarrelling neighbours to share a drink. Illyra. Elder Corvin's weathered hand touches my shoulder. It's time. The torch feels heavier than it should, the oil-soaked cloth wrapped around its head flickering in the evening breeze. My fingers close around the rough wooden handle, and I notice how steady my hands appear despite the tremor that runs through my entire body. "He would want you to do this, child," Corvin murmurs, his voice carrying the gentleness reserved for the freshly bereaved. I step forward, the gathered settlement residents parting to create a clear path to the pyre. Their faces blur together, neighbours who shared harvest dinners, who borrowed tools and repaid kindness, who knew father as more than just another struggling miner. Mrs. Thorne clutches her shawl tighter. Young Willem shuffles his feet and stares at the ground. The torch trembles as I extend it toward the base of the pyre. The flame catches immediately, racing along the oil-soaked kindling with eager hunger. Orange light dances across the stone platform, casting shifting shadows that make the coffin appear to move. How can this be happening? 3 days ago, he sat at our kitchen table, complaining about the mine foreman's new quotas. He wiped soup from his beard and promised to help me repair the loose shutter on the east wall. Now he lies silent in a box that will turn to ash before midnight. Edric was a good man. Corvin's voice carries across the gathering. He worked honest labour, raised his daughter with care, and treated his neighbours with respect. May his spirit find peace in whatever realm awaits beyond this one. The flames climb higher, their heat warming my face and hands. I should step back. The fire will spread quickly now, but my feet remain planted in the packed earth. My eyes refuse to leave the coffin even as smoke begins to curl around its edges. Widow Dane. The voice slides through the evening air like silk over steel, unmistakably refined despite its quiet volume. Please accept my deepest condolences for your loss. I don't turn around. I can't. But I hear Vaelra's quick intake of breath, followed by the rustle of fabric as she adjusts her mourning shawl. Lord Hethrin. Her voice carries a tremor that could be grief or something else entirely. Your presence honours my husband's memory. Edric was respected among the trade liaisons. His word carried weight in mining negotiations. The flames reach the coffin's base now, licking at the pine boards with increasing intensity. The wood begins to blacken and crack, releasing the sharp scent of burning resin into the night air. In these difficult times, Bram continues, his tone carrying the careful modulation of someone accustomed to public speaking, it's important that his family knows they retain the support of their allies. Your kindness means more than you know. Vielra's response comes too quickly, too eagerly. The future feels uncertain without Edric's guidance. I want to turn around, to see the expression on her face, but the fire holds me captive. The flames have reached the coffin's lid now, and I can hear the wood beginning to splinter and pop. Inside that box lies the man who taught me to read, who showed me how to identify edible mushrooms in the forest, who sang off-key lullabies when nightmares woke me as a child. How does a lifetime of memories fit inside such a small space? How does a heart that beat for 53 years simply stop, leaving nothing but silence and ash? The settlement will need strong leadership moving forward. Bram's voice continues, smooth as polished stone. I'm prepared to offer whatever assistance proves necessary. Your generosity overwhelms me, Lord Hethrin. Velra's words carry across the crackling flames. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Well, I'm sure you'll find a way, the dark elf tradesman says. The coffin lid splits down the middle with a sharp crack that makes several mourners flinch. Orange light spills through the gap, illuminating the gathering with hellish radiance. The heat intensifies, forcing the crowd to step back, but I remain frozen in place. This morning he was still my father. Tonight he becomes smoke and memory. The embers of father's pyre still glow beyond our kitchen window when Vielra sets down her teacup with deliberate precision. The porcelain clinks against the wooden table, a sound that cuts through the evening's heavy silence like a blade. The marriage discussions will resume tomorrow. Her voice carries the flat certainty of someone announcing the weather. Lord Hethrin expects a formal response within the week. I stop stirring honey into my own cup, the spoon frozen halfway through its rotation. Father's been dead for 6 hours. Which is precisely why we cannot afford sentiment. She smooths her black mourning dress, every gesture controlled. Your father's idealism died with him, Illyra. We live in the world as it is, not as we wish it were. He said no. His last coherent words were about protecting me from that arrangement. Your father had the luxury of principles because he believed his strength would shield us. Vielra's fingers trace the rim of her cup. That shield is ash now. We're 3 women alone in a settlement that exists only because dark elf trade agreements permit it. I set down my spoon and meet her gaze directly. Then we'll find another way. What other way? Her laugh carries no humour. Shall we pack our belongings and march into the wilderness? Set up camp in the forest and hope the wolves prove more merciful than poverty? We could move to the eastern settlements. Mother Kellyan mentioned charity. Vielra's voice sharpens. Sleeping in her barn, eating scraps, working her fields for bed and board. Is that the dignity your father died protecting? The honey in my tea has crystallized into golden threads that refuse to dissolve no matter how vigorously I stir. Outside, the wind carries the last wisps of smoke from the pyre, threading them through our shutters like ghostly fingers. Without Lord Hethrin's protection, we lose the house within a month. Vielra continues, her tone growing more practical with each word. The trade agreements specify that mining families require male heads of household or formal alliance connections, no exceptions. That's law, Illyra, dark elf law, which supersedes human sentiment in every settlement from here to the ends of Protheka. She reaches into her apron pocket and withdraws a rolled parchment tied with violet ribbon. This arrived an hour after the funeral ended. The document feels heavier than paper should, its surface smooth beneath my fingertips. The ribbon slides away easily, revealing script written in precise, flowing lines. Formal engagement documentation, complete with Lord Hethrin's personal seal pressed into dark wax. He moves quickly, I murmur, scanning the elaborate language that transforms my life into a series of contractual obligations. Efficient men succeed in this world. Vylra's voice softens slightly. Your father was kind, Illyra. Gentle. Those qualities made him a good husband and father, but they won't keep us fed or housed. The parchment crinkles as my grip tightens. Property transfers, household management expectations. A clause about relocating to Lord Hethrin's personal estate within 6 months of the ceremony. Each line reduces my future to neat legal terminology. The wedding negotiations begin tomorrow morning. Vylra rises from her chair, smoothing her skirts with practiced efficiency. I suggest you prepare yourself accordingly. The kitchen falls silent except for the soft hiss of dying embers in our hearth. The engagement contract lies spread across the table between my hands, its formal language blurring as tears I refuse to shed cloud my vision. Father's chair sits empty across from me, pushed back at the exact angle he left it this morning, when he kissed my forehead and promised to help with the shutters after his shift ended. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 8. Azrathiel. The thread burns white-hot against my consciousness, no longer the faint whisper of grief, but a blazing invocation that cuts through the infernal plane. The mortal's desperation has crystallized into something far more dangerous, direct appeal to powers beyond her understanding. I feel the exact moment her knees hit the wooden floor of her chamber. The impact reverberates through our connection, followed by the salt-sharp taste of tears she refuses to shed aloud. Her voice rises in the ancient cadences of prayer, words her father taught her from half-remembered scripture. Blessed gods of this mortal realm, if you hear the pleas of someone like me. Her whisper is one of someone who has exhausted all earthly options. I need your help. Please. The celestial channels remain as silent as they have for the past 3 centuries. No golden light descends through her shuttered window. No divine messenger materializes to offer comfort or guidance. The gods, if they exist at all, have turned their faces away from this small human settlement and its struggles. They don't bother with creatures so beneath them. And why would they consider answering when my mere presence should deter them? Please, Illyra whispers. Anyone. I step through the wall of her chamber like smoke given form, shadow wrapping around me until I stand fully corporeal in the space between her bed and the window. My veins, like cracked molten lava, shimmer with controlled luminescence, casting faint orange light across the rough-hewn stone walls. She recoils, her prayer cutting off mid-syllable, but no scream tears from her throat. Instead, her dark eyes widen as they take in my appearance. The burnished obsidian of my skin, the gold flecks swimming in my irises, the celestial chain markings that glow like heated metal across my shoulders. The gods do not answer. My voice carries the authority of someone who has presided over countless judicial proceedings. But I do. Her hands press against the floorboards, supporting her weight as she stares up at me. Fear radiates from her in waves, but beneath it lies something more intriguing, a stubborn core of resolve that refuses to bend even in the face of an infernal lord's presence. What are you? I am Azrathiel. I incline my head with the precise courtesy owed to a potential contractor. You called for intervention. I am here to provide it. I called for divine protection. Her voice steadies as she speaks, though her knuckles remain white where they grip the floor. Not whatever you are. Divine protection requires divine interest, which your situation clearly lacks. I gesture toward the engagement contract that lies crumpled on her small writing desk. Infernal assistance, however, operates under different parameters entirely. She follows my gaze to the parchment, her jaw tightening as she takes in the formal seals and legal terminology that reduce her future to a series of binding obligations. You read the contract. The chain markings along my ribs pulse brighter as I speak. Your stepmother moves efficiently. The wedding negotiations commence at dawn, with or without your consent. So you came here to gloat. Fire sparks in her dark eyes. To watch another mortal trapped by circumstances beyond their control. I came here to offer a choice. I step closer, my presence filling the small chamber. An agreement. I help you. You pay me. She shakes her head, tears welling in those dark eyes but refusing to spill over. Her hands clench into fists against her worn skirts. I have no money. I have nothing. The sound that escapes me carries centuries of amusement at mortal misconceptions. Currency? The luminescent cracks of red and orange burn brighter as I lean forward. What use would I have for your copper coins or silver trinkets? From the shadows at my feet, parchment materializes. Not the crude paper of her engagement contract, but something that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The document unfurls between us, revealing script that shifts between languages as she watches. 1 year. I gesture to the elegant terms written in flowing infernal script. You accept my intervention in your current circumstances. I collect payment when the term expires. What payment? Her voice sharpens, intelligence cutting through fear. To be determined upon collection. The chain markings across my shoulders pulse in steady rhythm. Covenant enforcement ensures I cannot exceed the value of services rendered. Balance must be maintained. She studies the contract, her eyes tracking over clauses that rearrange themselves to accommodate her limited literacy. The infernal magic translates intent rather than mere words. This could be anything. Her fingers hover over the parchment without touching it. She rocks back on her heels, calculation flickering behind those watchful eyes. I can practically hear her mind working, weighing certain subjugation against unknown obligation. The engagement contract crackles from her desk, its mundane ink somehow more threatening than infernal script. What happens if I refuse? You're on your own, as alone as you were when you prayed to your gods. I let the words settle between us like stones dropped into still water. Her breath hitches. She chews her bottom lip. And if I accept? You choose your own path. I extend my hand toward her, palm up, the celestial chains across my knuckles glowing like molten gold in the darkness.
Chapter 9. Illyra. The candlelight flickers against the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that make this entire encounter feel like something pulled from fever dreams. I blink hard, expecting the figure to dissolve into smoke and leave me alone with my crumpled engagement contract and mounting desperation. He remains solid, real, impossibly present in my small chamber, If I had ever bothered to imagine demons, which I hadn't, because why would a girl waste time on such thoughts? I would have conjured something monstrous. Twisted limbs and rotting flesh, perhaps. Claws dripping with blood and eyes like burning coals. The being before me bears no resemblance to those childish imaginings. He stands taller than any man in our settlement, his frame carrying an elegance that speaks of centuries spent in positions of authority. His skin catches the candlelight like polished obsidian, dark and smooth, with veins of ember-bright light pulsing just beneath the surface. Those veins trace patterns along his arms and disappear beneath the shadows that cling to him like expensive fabric. His hair falls in dark waves past his shoulders, and when he tilts his head, gold flecks swim through irises that hold depths I cannot fathom. Markings wind across his shoulders and ribs. Not tattoos, but something that glows with its own inner light, like chains forged from starfire. Beautiful doesn't begin to cover it. Terrifying, yes, but in the way that storms are terrifying, magnificent and dangerous, and impossible to ignore. What will you take? The words burst from me before I can stop them. When this year ends, what exactly do you collect? His expression remains perfectly composed, those gold-flecked eyes studying me with the patience of someone accustomed to mortals asking the wrong questions. That determination comes at collection time. That's not an answer. I push myself up from my knees, refusing to remain prostrate before him. You want me to sign a contract without knowing the price? You want me to solve your problems without knowing the cost? His voice carries no mockery, just statement of fact. Both positions involve calculated risk. My hands shake as I gesture toward the engagement contract on my desk. Can you stop it? The wedding? Yes. The simple confidence in that single word makes my breath catch. No hesitation, no qualification, just certainty that cuts through the suffocating weight of inevitability that has pressed down on me since Bram's arrival. How? Something that might be amusement flickers across his features. In whatever manner you prefer, I could ensure Bram Hethrin loses interest in this particular alliance. I could arrange for him to face more pressing concerns elsewhere. I could make Vaelra reconsider her position on the necessity of this union. You could make him disappear. The words slip out before I can censor them. I could. He inclines his head with the same courtesy he might show when discussing the weather. I extend my hand without ceremony, palm up. The gesture feels both reckless and inevitable, like stepping off a cliff when the ground behind you has already crumbled away. Then we have an accord. The blade materializes from shadow itself, thin, wickedly sharp, gleaming with that same ember light that pulses beneath his skin. It slices across my palm before I can even register the motion. The shriek tears from my throat. Fire races along my lifeline, deeper than I expected, and blood wells immediately. Rich red drops spatter onto the stone floor. What are you? Mortal contracts require mortal essence. He watches as I cradle my bleeding hand against my chest. Ink fades. Blood endures. The air shimmers, and suddenly a book hovers between us. Not floating exactly. It hangs suspended as if held by invisible hands, its covers bound in what looks like midnight itself. When it falls open, pages flutter on their own, turning with deliberate purpose until they settle on a spread covered in script that writhes and shifts even as I watch. Sign. I stare at the blank space at the bottom of the right-hand page. The script above it pulses with the same ember glow as his markings, beautiful and incomprehensible. My blood drips steadily from my palm, each drop hitting the floor with a sound like distant thunder. I can't read this. You don't need to read it. You need to sign it. The pragmatism in his voice steadies me somehow. I press my bleeding palm against the page, leaving a clear handprint in the designated space. The moment my blood touches the parchment, the entire book ignites. Not burns, ignites. Flames race across every visible page, but the book remains solid, untouched by the fire that consumes its contents. The script flares brilliant gold, then white, then something beyond colour that sears itself into my vision. Infernal writing blazes across the air surrounding Azrathiel and I. Characters I've never seen before spiral around the ceiling, cascade down the stone blocks, pool around our feet like liquid light. The markings pulse in rhythm with something deep in my chest, my heartbeat, perhaps, or something more fundamental. Power crashes into me like a physical blow. It floods through the cut in my palm, races up my arm, spreads through my entire body until every nerve ending sings with electric potential. The air itself tastes different now, charged, alive, pregnant with possibilities I never imagined. When the flashing script fades, the book vanishes. The silence that follows feels weighted, expectant. I flex my fingers, watching silver light dance between them like captured starlight. My palm has already stopped bleeding, though a thin scar remains, a permanent reminder of what I've just committed to. Prove it. He tilts his head, waiting. Prove you can make any difference at all. Show me this wasn't just elaborate theatre designed to trick desperate girls into signing their lives away. A slow, arrogant smirk crosses his features that sends a shiver down my spine. What have I done?
Chapter 10. Azrathiel. The celestial chains that bind me flare white-hot the moment her blood touches the parchment. I felt this sensation countless times, the snap of covenant law settling into place, the weight of obligation pressing against my shoulders like iron shackles. This time feels different. The chains blaze brighter than they should, then settle into something that pulses with warmth rather than the usual cold burn of enforcement. The connection between us thrums with an energy I don't recognize. Not the standard tether of contract magic, but something deeper, more permanent. I file the anomaly away for later examination. The girl watches me with those storm-gray eyes, waiting for proof of my capabilities. She wants demonstration, not promises. I give my word. I step fully into her chamber, noting how she doesn't flinch this time. Adaptation. Interesting. Explain the obstacles requiring removal. She sets down her pen and turns to face me. The candlelight catches the silver scar across her palm, our bond made manifest. The house Bram Hethrin represents holds trade agreements with our settlement. Without his protection, we lose access to the main supply routes. No supplies mean starvation before winter ends. And he's made it clear that protection depends on this marriage. Refuse him, and he withdraws his support entirely. Her voice carries no emotion, just factual assessment. My stepmother believes survival trumps personal preference. I study the contract on her desk. Standard dark elf territorial expansion disguised as matrimony. Bram gains a foothold in human settlement politics while acquiring an attractive possession. The girl's family gains temporary security at the cost of permanent subjugation. Your father opposed this arrangement. Something flickers across her features. Grief, quickly suppressed. Yes. Yet he died conveniently before final negotiations. Her hand still on the desk surface. The color drains from her face. What is that supposed to mean? I'm saying his death removed the primary obstacle to this union. Bram no longer needed to convince a protective father, only a desperate stepmother facing winter without trade protection. She rises abruptly, pacing to the narrow window. Velra wouldn't... She loved him. Love and pragmatism often conflict. You can prove this? I don't disclose anything about toxins. Not yet. It's not certain. I watch her shoulders tense. But it can be looked into. She turns back to me, and I see the moment understanding crystallizes. So even if you're right, it doesn't matter. The wedding proceeds regardless. Unless alternative obstacles present themselves. Such as? Bram's political position depends on maintaining stable trade relationships. Disruption of those relationships would necessitate his immediate attention elsewhere. I step closer, noting how she doesn't retreat. Or his superiors might question the wisdom of expansion that draws unwanted scrutiny. You could arrange that? I excel at creating complications for those who mistake cruelty for strength. Her laughter catches me off guard, bright and unexpected in the shadowed room. The sound carries genuine amusement rather than hysteria or fear. That's rich, coming from a demon, lecturing me about cruelty. I cross my arms, noting how the gesture makes the celestial chains across my chest pulse faintly. I'm a demon, not a dark elf. There's a distinction. Which is? Dark elves inflict suffering for entertainment. I enforce contracts. The difference matters, though I doubt she'll appreciate the nuance. But I can be a monster when circumstances require it. Her smile vanishes. She wraps her arms around herself, and I watch the shiver run through her frame. Not from cold, but from recognition of what I am beneath the controlled exterior. The silence stretches between us, until curiosity wins over caution. What is it like, being a demon? The question strikes me as oddly personal. Most mortals want to know about power, about the infernal realms, about punishment and damnation. She asks about existence itself. No companions, no alliances, only contracts. She tilts her head, studying my face in the candlelight. Have you ever been chosen willingly? Not summoned for a bargain, but wanted? The word hangs in the air like incense. Wanted. Not needed. Not bargained for. Not commanded through ritual and desperation. Simply wanted. I observe her in the candlelight, cataloging details with the same precision I apply to contract terms. She's thin. Dangerously so. The kind of sharp-edged hunger that comes from years of eating last and least, of giving up portions when supplies run low. Her collarbone cuts stark lines beneath the worn fabric of her dress, and her wrists look fragile enough to snap between my fingers. But beneath the deprivation, something else emerges. Something that makes me pause in my assessment. Her face carries an unconventional architecture, too angular for classical beauty, too sharp for softness. High cheekbones slice dramatic shadows across hollow cheeks. Her nose sits slightly crooked, as if broken once and healed imperfectly. The storm-gray eyes dominate her features, framed by dark lashes that seem too heavy for such a delicate face. Her hair falls in waves past her shoulders, deep brown shot through with copper threads that catch the light when she moves. She's attempted to tame it into a simple braid, but rebellious strands escape to frame her face in gentle chaos. The dress she wears tells its own story, once decent, now patched and re-hemmed multiple times. The fabric has faded from what might have been deep blue to a tired gray-green. She's altered it to fit her smaller frame, but the proportions remain slightly wrong, hanging loose in places where curves should fill the space. Her hands draw my attention most. Long fingers, elegant despite the calluses and fresh cuts from household work. The silver scar across her palm gleams like moonlight against her skin, our bond made visible. She gestures when she speaks, quick movements that suggest an active mind behind the careful composure. No. The admission comes easier than expected. I don't exist to be chosen. I exist to deliver covenant enforcement. Her expression shifts, something fierce flickering behind those storm-gray eyes. She crosses her arms in mirror of my stance, chin lifting in defiance. Well, if you only exist for the purpose of contracts, then I suppose I only exist for the purpose of wedding and bearing children. Her voice carries sharp edges now, cutting through the careful politeness she's maintained all evening. And I refuse to believe either are true. The challenge in her tone surprises me. Most mortals accept their designated roles without question. Peasants remain peasants, nobles remain nobles. Daughters become wives and mothers in endless cycles of predetermined fate. This one rejects the premise entirely.
Chapter 11. Illyria. I wake to pale morning light filtering through the shutters, my body stiff from sleeping on the floor beside my bed. The events of last night rush back, shadow and flame, burning script across my walls, the weight of power settling into my bones like winter cold. I lift my palm to the light. The silver scar gleams against my skin, proof that I didn't dream any of it. The mark pulses faintly, as if responding to my attention. Azrathiel. The name carries weight now, bound to me through blood and covenant law. I wonder if he'll truly be able to stop this wedding, or if I've simply traded one form of captivity for another. The floorboards creak beneath Vaelra's footsteps in the hallway below, followed by the clatter of pots in the kitchen. I dress quickly in yesterday's clothes and braid my hair with practiced efficiency. Whatever happens next, I need to appear normal, compliant, at least until Azrathiel makes his move. I descend the narrow stairs, noting how the house feels different now. Smaller somehow, as if the walls can no longer contain what I've become. Finally, Vaelra doesn't look up from where she's measuring flour into a wooden bowl. The fire's nearly dead and we're out of eggs again. Hurry up with breakfast, there's much to discuss. I stoke the coals back to life and set water to boil for porridge. The mundane tasks feel strange after last night's otherworldly encounter. My hands move through familiar motions while my mind churns with possibilities. Illyria. Vaelra's voice carries a note of satisfaction I haven't heard since father died. Lord Hethrin has sent formal notice to the Settlement Council. The engagement is now official. The wooden spoon slips from my fingers, clattering against the pot's rim. I see. I retrieve the spoon and continue stirring. How efficient of him. Indeed, which means wedding preparations begin immediately. She sets down her measuring cup and fixes me with her calculating stare. The ceremony will be held within the fortnight. Lord Hethrin prefers not to delay once decisions are made. Of course he does. I force my expression to remain neutral while my pulse quickens. A fortnight. Azrathiel has 14 days to deliver on his promise. Maricel appears in the doorway, already dressed in her best blue wool despite the early hour. Her hair falls in perfect waves around her shoulders, and her cheeks carry the flush of excitement. Mother says I'm to help coordinate the festivities. She perches on the edge of a chair, like a cat claiming territory. It'll be such an honour to assist with your transformation. Transformation? Well, you can hardly attend your own wedding looking like a scullery maid. Her laugh tinkles through the kitchen. Lord Hethrin will want you properly presented, clean, dressed appropriately, trained in basic etiquette. I continue stirring porridge while fury builds in my chest. Trained? Don't take offence. You've simply never had the opportunity to learn proper comportment. Maricel examines her nails with studied casualness. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll adapt quickly to life as a kept pet. The words DG into my gut. I set the pot aside before I do something reckless with boiling water. Is that what you think I'll become? It's what you are becoming. She tilts her head, grey eyes bright with malice. An ornament for Lord Hethrin's collection. Really, it's more than most humans in our position could hope for. Vaelra nods approvingly. Maricel understands the realities of our situation. This arrangement secures protection for the family. I hear he's already requested shipments for the wedding, and for us. And what happens when Lord Hethrin grows bored of his ornament? Maricel shrugs. Then you'll have served your purpose, but perhaps if you're very good, very obedient, you'll retain his interest longer than most. The silver scar across my palm flares with sudden heat. Perhaps if Maricel knows so much about it, she should be the one to marry him. But no, not Vielra's perfect daughter. They're just going to throw the spare out in hopes that it brings them the short-lived comfort Bram is offering. All at my own expense. That night, I wait until the house falls silent before retreating to my room. The floorboards settle with familiar creaks, and somewhere in the distance, a night bird calls across the settlement. I sit on the edge of my bed, palm turned upward, watching the silver scar pulse faintly in the moonlight. Azrathiel. I whisper his name like a prayer, though I'm not certain how summoning works through infernal contracts. Shadow pools in the corner where the walls meet, thickening until his form emerges from the darkness. Tonight he appears more solid than before, his obsidian skin catching stray moonbeams. The cracks of red etched into his flesh glow softly, and those gold-flecked eyes fix on me with predatory focus. The wedding preparations have begun. I keep my voice low, though Vielra and Maricel sleep on the other side of the house. They're moving faster than expected. A fortnight. He steps closer, and the temperature in the room drops several degrees. Specify your requirements. I've spent the day considering this. Bram needs trade approvals for the ceremony, fabrics, ceremonial items, probably food for the celebration. Without those shipments, the wedding can't proceed as planned. Interference targets. The trade council that grants shipping permissions, the caravan routes, whatever bureaucracy he depends on. I stand, meeting his gaze directly. Make it look like normal delays, weather, paperwork, anything that won't point back to your intervention. Azrathiel nods once, a sharp gesture that speaks of centuries commanding lesser beings. Understood. He turns toward the window, then pauses. Your step-family suspects nothing? They think I'm resigned to my fate. The words taste bitter. Maricel spent the afternoon explaining how I'll be trained like a pet for Lord Hethrin's entertainment. Something flickers across his features, too quick to interpret, but those red marks on his skin flare brighter for a moment. She finds amusement in your suffering. She finds security in my sacrifice. I wrap my arms around myself against the sudden chill. They both do. Azrathiel's expression remains impassive, but those celestial chain markings along his shoulders pulse once with white light. The delays will begin tomorrow. He dissolves back into shadow, leaving me alone with the scent of sulphur and the promise of interference. 3 days pass before the effects become obvious. Vielra paces the kitchen like a caged animal, her usual composure cracking at the edges. She's already reread Bram's latest message twice, her knuckles white where they grip the parchment. The shipping manifests a delayed pending review. She looks up from the letter with barely contained frustration. Apparently, there's been some confusion with the Trade Council's approval process. Maricel frowns from where she's mending one of my old dresses, presumably for the ceremony. What sort of confusion? Administrative oversight, according to Lord Hethrin's correspondence. 3 separate caravans have been stalled outside the settlement for inspection. The council claims they're missing proper documentation. I continue kneading bread dough, keeping my expression carefully neutral. Perhaps it's just coincidence. The council has been stricter since the mine incidents. Coincidence. Vielra's laugh carries no humour. Lord Hethrin specifically arranged these shipments. His trade agreements are always in perfect order. Well, surely it will resolve itself soon, Maricel says, though uncertainty creeps into her voice. These things usually do. Vielra sets the letter aside with sharp movements. It had better. The ceremony cannot proceed without proper materials, and Lord Hethrin grows impatient with delays. Through the window, I glimpse figures moving near the settlement's main gate. Bram's people, most likely, dealing with whatever bureaucratic tangle Azrathiel has woven around their carefully laid plans. The bread dough yields beneath my hands, and I allow myself the smallest smile.
Chapter 12. Azrathiel. The shadow routes beneath the settlement weave like arteries through stone and soil. I slip between them with practiced ease, tracing the paths Bram's caravans must follow to reach their destination. 3 wagons loaded with ceremonial silks and imported delicacies sit stalled at the main checkpoint, their drivers growing restless as settlement guards scrutinize documentation that appeared flawless yesterday. I extend my influence through the shadows, threading darkness between the wagon wheels and into the storage compartments. The silk bolts destined for Illyra's wedding dress find themselves mysteriously rerouted to a caravan heading south toward the mining districts. Wine casks meant for the ceremony celebration develop hairline cracks that will render them worthless within hours. Ceremonial candles melt into shapeless wax despite the cool morning air. The drivers curse and argue among themselves, but damage from shadow manipulation leaves no traceable evidence. Goods simply deteriorate. Routes simply change direction. Papers simply develop inconsistencies that demand additional review. I withdraw from the wagons and turn my attention to more delicate interference. Elder Caspian sits in his study reviewing trade ledgers by candlelight, his weathered fingers tracing columns of numbers. I materialize in the shadows behind his chair, invisible but close enough to whisper directly into his thoughts. The dark elves grow bold. First marriage contracts, now extended trade delays. What comes next? Occupation. He sets down his quill and rubs his temples, my suggestion settling into his mind like a seed in fertile soil. They promise protection. But protection from what? From themselves? Caspian stands abruptly and moves to his window, staring out at the settlement's main square, where Bram's people have gathered near the stalled caravans. His expression darkens as he watches the dark elf guards speak in their own tongue, excluding the human drivers from their conversation. Interesting timing, he murmurs to himself. All these delays coinciding with Lord Hethrin's wedding arrangements to the Dane girl. I shift to Elder Marwick's cottage across the settlement, finding him preparing for the morning's council session. His mind proves equally receptive to carefully planted doubts. Marriage contracts that favor only one party. Trade agreements that bind human labor to dark elf profit. Where does cooperation end and subjugation begin? Marwick's jaw tightens as he considers the implications. He reaches for a leather-bound book of settlement law and begins flipping through pages with increasing urgency, searching for precedents that might protect their autonomy. By dawn, both elders have reached similar conclusions independently, or so they believe. The public trade meeting convenes in the settlement's largest building, a converted grain warehouse with rough wooden benches arranged in rows. Bram arrives precisely on time, his pale features composed, but his violet eyes carrying the sharp edge of controlled irritation. He's dressed in his finest dark leathers today, the rich fabric a deliberate contrast to the simple homespun clothing worn by the human settlers. I position myself in the shadows near the rafters, invisible but close enough to observe every micro-expression that crosses his aristocratic features. Elder Caspian calls the meeting to order, his voice carrying newfound authority. Lord Hethrin, we've received reports of significant delays affecting your ceremonial shipments. Indeed. Bram's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Delays that seem remarkably coincidental given their timing. Elder Marwick leans forward from his position at the council table. Perhaps you could clarify the nature of these trade agreements for the settlement's benefit. Some of our citizens have expressed concerns. The temperature in the room seems to drop several degrees. Bram's fingers tap once against his thigh, the only outward sign of his growing displeasure. Concerns regarding what, precisely? The long-term implications of increased dark elf involvement in settlement affairs. Caspian's voice remains steady, though I catch the slight tremor in his hands. Marriage contracts, extended trade partnerships, protection agreements. Where does cooperation end and dependency begin? Bram's violet eyes narrow to slits. Are you questioning the legitimacy of my house's arrangements with this settlement? We're questioning the wisdom of binding ourselves too closely to any single outside power, Marwick replies, particularly when that power's representatives seem displeased by standard administrative processes. A muscle twitches in Bram's jaw. His carefully maintained facade of benevolent authority begins to crack, revealing the predatory nature beneath. Standard processes that mysteriously develop complications precisely when they affect my interests. The room falls silent, except for the creak of wooden benches as settlers shift uncomfortably. Bram's gaze sweeps across the assembled humans with undisguised contempt, no longer bothering to mask his true opinion of their worth. Perhaps, he says, his voice silk over steel, this settlement requires a reminder of exactly who provides its protection from the less civilized elements of the Undercity. The humans shrink back in their seats like scolded children, eyes downcast and shoulders hunched. Pathetic creatures. Even their boldest elders crumble at the first hint of real consequence. I've done what I can. Planted the seeds of doubt, delayed the shipments, forced Bram to reveal his true nature. But fearful creatures can only accomplish so much before their courage abandons them entirely. I withdraw from the warehouse rafters and let the shadows carry me back to Illyra's home, where more subtle cruelties await my attention. Inside, Vylra fusses over wedding preparations with manic determination, as if maintaining the illusion of control might somehow manifest actual power. Maricel lounges in the main room, picking at a plate of dried fruit while Illyra scrubs the stone floor on her hands and knees. Careful around the hearth, Maricel says, not bothering to lift her feet as Illyra works around them. We can't have scorch marks marring the floor when Lord Hethrin comes to collect his bride. Illyra's jaw tightens, but she continues scrubbing without response. Though I suppose it hardly matters. Maricel examines her fingernails with affected boredom. Dark elves prefer their pets broken in already. Saves them the trouble of training proper submission. The cleaning rag stills in Illyra's grip for just a moment before resuming its methodical circles across the stone. I materialize in the shadows behind Maricel's chair, invisible but close enough to feel the petty malice radiating from her, like heat from a forge. Her next words carry the particular venom reserved for those who know they've found their target's weakness. Father always said you had potential, but potential means nothing without proper guidance. At least Lord Hethrin will ensure you fulfill your purpose, even if that purpose involves crawling. The water glass in Maricel's hand fractures. She glances down just as the glass splits completely, sending water cascading into her lap and shards tumbling to the floor. What? She springs to her feet with a shriek that could shatter windows. Look what you've done! Illyra stares at the broken glass scattered across the stones she just finished cleaning. I didn't touch. Don't lie to me! Maricel hurls the remaining glass fragments to the floor where they explode into glittering dust. Clumsy, worthless. You can't even clean properly without destroying things. Mari, what's all this noise? Vylra appears in the doorway, taking in the scene with practiced efficiency. Illyra broke my glass, and then tried to deny it. Maricel's voice carries just the right note of wounded innocence. She's becoming increasingly careless as the wedding approaches. Perhaps the stress of her upcoming duties is affecting her competence. Vylra's gaze settles on Illyra, who kneels among the glass shards with her cleaning rag still clutched in white-knuckled fingers. Clean this mess immediately, and be more careful. We can't afford to replace good glassware every time you have an accident. Illyra nods wordlessly and begins collecting the larger pieces, her movements precise despite the tremor in her hands. A thin line of blood appears where one shard bites into her palm, but she doesn't pause or complain. I watch her gather every fragment with methodical patience, even as Maricel steps deliberately close to her work area, forcing her to navigate around silk slippers that could easily move aside. When the floor gleams spotless once more, Illyra rises and retreats to her room without a word. The door closes with barely a whisper. I follow through shadow and find her curled on her narrow bed, knees drawn to her chest and face turned toward the wall. She doesn't cry. Hasn't cried since her father's funeral, I realize. Instead, she lies perfectly still, breathing measured and controlled like someone practicing the art of disappearing entirely. I should leave. The evening's work is complete, my interference executed, her commands fulfilled. Yet I remain in the shadows near her window, studying the rigid set of her shoulders and the careful way she holds herself even in apparent rest. The bond pulses between us, that thread of desperation still present, but threaded now with something else. Something that tastes of honey and steel, sweetness wrapped around an unbreakable core. It draws me closer despite every instinct that demands distance. This becomes a pattern. Each night I appear without summons, lingering longer than duty requires. I tell myself it's curiosity, this mortal who signed an infernal contract with steady hands and clear eyes, who endures daily humiliation without breaking. But curiosity doesn't explain why I no longer vanish the moment her commands are complete.
Chapter 13. Illyra. The seamstress arrives with Velra at mid-morning, her arms laden with bolts of fabric that whisper against each other like secrets. She's a thin woman with prematurely grey hair and fingers stained permanently with dye, the kind of tradesperson who makes her living serving those with more coin than she'll ever see. "Stand here," Velra directs, positioning me in the centre of the main room where light streams through the single window. "Arms out." I comply, but when the seamstress approaches with her measuring tape, I shift my weight just as she reaches for my waist. The movement forces her to start again. "Hold still, dear." Her voice carries the practiced patience of someone accustomed to difficult clients. "This will go much faster if you cooperate." I nod and remain motionless until she begins measuring my bust line. Then I adjust my posture slightly, not enough to be openly defiant, but sufficient to force her to remeasure. Twice. "Perhaps she could remove her outer dress," the seamstress suggests to Velra, frustration creeping into her tone. The extra fabric makes accurate measurements challenging. "Of course." Vielra's smile sharpens. "Illyra, help Mistress Cordwin with whatever she requires." I unlace my worn brown dress with deliberate slowness, each eyelet taking longer than necessary. When the seamstress moves to measure my shoulders, I turn slightly to examine something fascinating on the wall behind her. "My apologies." I return to position. "I thought I heard something." Mistress Cordwin's mouth presses into a thin line. She wraps the tape around my waist again, and I inhale deeply just as she's recording the measurement. "Dark elves prefer compliant brides," she mutters, rewinding her tape with sharp movements. "Obedience is considered the highest virtue in their marriage contracts." "How fortunate that Illyra possesses such natural grace," Vielra replies, though her eyes narrow as I shift again when the seamstress attempts to measure my hip circumference. The front door opens without ceremony. Bram steps inside as if he owns the threshold, his violet gaze taking in the scene with predatory interest. He wears midnight blue silk today, the fabric so fine it seems impossible. "Lord Hethrin," Velra dips into a curtsy. "We weren't expecting—" "I thought to observe the preparations." His attention fixes on me standing in my chemise, while the seamstress fumbles with her measuring tape. "Please continue." The air in the room grows thick with tension. Mistress Cordwin's hands tremble slightly as she attempts to complete her work under Bram's scrutiny. I remain perfectly still now, no longer needing to feign cooperation. His presence accomplishes what my small rebellions could not. It makes everyone uncomfortable. Bram circles me slowly, his movements fluid as water, each step deliberate, calculated to remind everyone present exactly who holds power in this room. The seamstress freezes when he passes behind her, tape measure forgotten in her grip. "Excellent bone structure," he murmurs, as if discussing livestock at market. "Good proportions, decent features to pass to our children." He completes his circuit and stops directly in front of me. Without warning, his pale fingers lift my chin, tilting my face toward the light. His touch carries the chill of deep caves, and I catch the scent of expensive oils and something darker beneath, like copper pennies left in rain. I don't flinch, don't pull away or lower my eyes in submission. I meet his violet gaze directly, letting him see whatever he wishes to find there. His fingers remain beneath my chin for several heartbeats longer than necessary, testing my composure. "Remarkable," he says finally, releasing me. Most humans cannot maintain eye contact for more than a few seconds. Survival instinct, I'm told. "Perhaps I lack proper survival instincts," I reply evenly. His smile spreads slowly across his aristocratic features, revealing teeth too sharp for human comfort. How refreshing! The door closes behind Bram with a soft click that sounds unnaturally final. Mistress Cordwin hastily packs her measuring tape and fabric samples, her movements sharp with barely contained nervousness. He never should have come in. I pull my dress back over my head, fingers working the laces with controlled precision. And you never should have let him see me without my outer dress. Velra's composure cracks like thin ice. It doesn't matter what he sees now. You'll belong to him soon enough. The words linger in the air between us, brutal in their simplicity. Mistress Cordwin pauses in her packing, clearly uncomfortable witnessing this family discord. The fitting is done. I smooth my skirts and walk toward the stairs without another glance at either woman. Behind me, Velra's voice rises. "Illyra, we're not finished discussing—" I climb the steps, 2 at a time, leaving her words to echo in the empty space below. Darkness settles over the settlement like a familiar blanket, and with it comes the familiar chill that announces Azrathiel's presence. He materializes from the shadows beside my window, his gold-flecked eyes reflecting the moonlight streaming through the glass. "You summon me?" "Not exactly." I turn from where I've been sitting on my narrow bed. "But I need to tell you something." His attention sharpens, and I find myself studying the way starlight catches on his obsidian skin. The ember veins beneath the surface pulse faintly, like a heartbeat made visible. Bram came during the dress fitting today, watched me while I was barely dressed. The words taste bitter. Touched my face, spoke about me like I was livestock he'd already purchased. Something shifts in Azrathiel's expression. The gold flecks in his eyes dim until they're almost black, and the celestial chain markings across his shoulders begin to glow with a heat I can feel from across the room. "He touched you." It's not a question. The temperature around him drops several degrees, and frost begins forming on the window glass behind him. "Yes." I wrap my arms around myself, though I'm not sure if it's from the cold or from the memory of Bram's fingers beneath my chin. "He was evaluating his investment." Azrathiel says nothing for a long moment. The silence is fat, filled with the sound of ice crystallizing on glass and the distant crackle of power barely held in check. "This displeases me." His voice carries the weight of judicial pronouncement. "I didn't summon you to retaliate," I say carefully. "I just needed someone to know what happened. Without my father, I have no one. And I know you're only here out of obligation, but I suppose that's better than nothing." He nods once, a sharp movement that somehow conveys both understanding and dismissal. Then he's gone, leaving only the scent of smoke and the slowly melting frost on my window. Word reaches us by midday. Bram's personal guard, a massive dark elf who served his house for decades, collapsed during morning patrol. High fever, violent tremors, speaking in tongues that make no linguistic sense. The settlement's healer can find no cause, no injury, no poison, no disease she recognizes. Just a healthy warrior reduced to babbling incoherence overnight. I watch Vylra pace our main room, wringing her hands as she processes this development. Bram's protection depends on his strength, and his strength flows through the loyalty of his guards. But I know better. I know exactly what happened, and more importantly, I know I never ordered it. Azrathiel acted without my command. The contract binds him to my will, yet he chose vengeance on my behalf without instruction. The realization settles in my chest like a stone dropping into still water, sending ripples through everything I thought I understood about our arrangement. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Azrathiel. The wine shipment arrives 3 hours before Bram's carefully orchestrated political dinner. I watch from shadow as his servants unload cask after cask of what should be finest undercity vintage. Liquid diplomacy meant to loosen tongues and secure agreements. Instead, they discover fermented vinegar. I'd corrupted the entire shipment during transport, turning aged wine into something that could strip paint from stone. The servants' faces contort in disgust as they sample each cask, their expressions growing more panicked with every sour taste. Lord Hethrin will not be pleased, one mutters, dumping another ruined bottle into the dirt. Bram emerges from the settlement council hall, where tables have been arranged for his grand feast. The silver-blonde hair catches torchlight as he strides toward the disaster, violet eyes already calculating damage control. What exactly am I looking at? His lead servant, a nervous human named Gareth, wrings his hands. The wine, my lord. Every bottle. It's gone bad. Gone bad? Bram's voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Undercity wine doesn't simply go bad, Gareth. These bottles were sealed with preservation enchantments. I settle deeper into shadow, watching him taste the ruined vintage himself. His aristocratic features twist in revulsion, and he spits the liquid onto the ground with enough force to splatter his fine silk boots. This is sabotage. The accusation hangs in the evening air like smoke. Settlement leaders begin gathering, drawn by the commotion. Elder Marwick approaches first, his weathered face creased with concern that doesn't quite hide his curiosity. Lord Hethrin, is there some difficulty? A minor setback, Bram replies through gritted teeth. Nothing that cannot be resolved. But I can see the calculation behind his eyes. The careful political dinner now reduced to serving whatever local ale the settlement can scrape together. His opportunity to impress with exotic luxury has evaporated like morning mist. More elders arrive. Elder Caspian, and even the settlement's priest and their old healer. They cluster around the ruined wine casks, murmuring among themselves with the kind of suppressed excitement that comes from witnessing someone else's misfortune. "Perhaps we could postpone?" Elder Marwick suggests with false sympathy. "Allow time to source replacement refreshments?" "Unnecessary." Bram's smile could freeze blood. We proceed as planned. I watch him salvage what dignity he can, directing servants to clear away the evidence while maintaining his facade of control. But the damage spreads beyond ruined wine. His carefully constructed image of infallible dark elf superiority has developed visible cracks. Then Alira arrives. Vielra escorts her from their house, dressed in what must be her finest gown, a deep blue fabric that transforms her dark eyes into something luminous. Her thick black hair has been braided with small silver threads that catch the torchlight, and someone has dusted her warm tan skin with powder that makes her freckles disappear. She looks like a prize being delivered for inspection. But there's something different in the way she carries herself. Her spine stays straight despite Vielra's grip on her arm. Her chin lifts as she surveys the chaos surrounding Bram's failed wine presentation. When her gaze meets his across the courtyard, she doesn't lower her eyes in submission. The scent reaches me even through shadow. That particular sweetness that clings to her skin like morning honey. Warm and complex, with undertones of strength that most would miss. It makes my chest tighten in ways that have nothing to do with infernal magic. She stands there watching Bram's embarrassment unfold, and I can see the satisfaction she tries to hide. The slight curve at the corner of her mouth, the way her shoulders settle into confident lines despite being displayed like merchandise. My hand moves toward the shadow's edge without conscious thought, fingers aching to touch that warm skin dusted with barely visible freckles, to trace the line of her jaw where Bram's cold fingers had lingered, to feel the pulse at her throat that beats steady and strong while lesser mortals would tremble. I force myself to stillness, perfectly invisible, perfectly controlled, but I cannot stop watching her. "The evening proceeds regardless," Bram announces to the gathered crowd, though his voice carries an edge that wasn't there an hour ago. Minor inconveniences do not derail progress. Elder Marwick nods politely, but I catch the glance he exchanges with Elder Thorn. The kind of look that says powerful dark elves shouldn't suffer minor inconveniences with such frequency. Alira steps forward as Vielra releases her arm, moving with fluid grace toward the council hall. She passes close enough to Bram that he could reach out and claim possession, but she doesn't pause or acknowledge him beyond basic courtesy. "Lord Hethrin." Her voice carries just the right note of respect without subservience. He watches her with those predatory violet eyes. But something has shifted. The wine disaster has shaken his confidence, and her composure highlights his loss of control rather than her compliance. She's supposed to be the prize that demonstrates his influence over the settlement. Instead, she stands poised and self-possessed while his carefully laid plans crumble around him. The irony tastes sweeter than any Undercity vintage. 3 days pass without new contracts crossing my ledger. The infernal courts generate dozens of desperate pleas daily. Mortals seeking power, revenge, resurrection. But I find myself dismissing them with barely a glance. The burning script fades unread, while I trace mortal threads that all lead back to the same small settlement. To her. Tonight I step through shadow carrying something I've never brought to a contract holder before. The Undercity's fruit markets overflow with exotic delicacies, blood oranges that pulse with their own heartbeat, crystallized pears that chime like bells when bitten. But I selected simpler fare, apples with skin like polished garnets, grapes that burst sweet and clean on the tongue, a single peach whose flesh yields like silk. I have no logical explanation for the compulsion, only that when I observed her eating thin gruel for the 3rd consecutive meal, something twisted in my chest that had nothing to do with contract obligations. I manifest from the wall's shadow, and she doesn't startle anymore. She sits at her small wooden desk, mending yet another tear in Maricel's dress by candlelight. Her fingers move with practiced efficiency, but I notice how she pauses occasionally to flex them, fighting the stiffness that comes from too much work and too little nourishment. "You've returned." She sets down her needle, dark eyes finding mine across the cramped space. "No new disasters to orchestrate?" Bram's political dinner recovered adequately. I move toward her bed, placing the fruit across the worn quilt with more care than such simple offerings deserve. Though his reputation for infallibility continues to develop interesting cracks. Her gaze drops to the display, and her mouth falls open. Actually falls open, lips parting on a soft intake of breath that makes my veins glow warmer. "Is that fruit?" The word feels strangely inadequate. "Fresh." She rises slowly, approaching the bed as if the colorful array might vanish at sudden movement. Her fingers hover over the peach's downy surface without quite touching. "I've never—" She stops, swallows. "We get dried fruit sometimes. At winter festivals. But fresh." The revelation hits me like a physical blow. 21 years of existence, and she's never tasted fruit at peak ripeness. Never experienced the burst of juice that comes from biting into something picked hours rather than months ago. "Try the peach first." The command emerges rougher than intended. She lifts it with reverent fingers, turning the golden orb to catch candlelight. When she bites into it, juice runs down her chin in a thin stream that she catches with the back of her hand. The sound she makes, half sigh, half moan, sends heat racing through my veins like molten copper. "This is—" She takes another bite, larger this time, less careful. "How is anything this perfect real?" I watch her devour the peach with an intensity that should concern me. The way her throat moves when she swallows, how her eyes drift closed to better savor each bite. The soft pink tongue that darts out to catch escaped juice at the corner of her mouth. Something warm and unfamiliar settles in my chest. Satisfaction, but deeper than contract fulfillment. Richer than the simple pleasure of successful manipulation. She reaches for the grapes next, popping 3 into her mouth at once. The burst of sweetness makes her laugh, a genuine sound of delight that I've never heard from her before. It transforms her face completely, erasing the careful composure she wears like armor. "Why?" She looks up at me between bites, juice-stained fingers already reaching for an apple. "You didn't have to bring this." The question hangs in the air like incense. Why indeed? Contract demons don't provide gifts beyond their binding obligations. We fulfill terms, collect payment, move to the next transaction. We certainly don't concern ourselves with our contractors' nutritional deficiencies. "You're too thin." The admission escapes. Her eyebrows lift. "And that matters to you because—" I have no answer that makes sense. None that align with centuries of carefully maintained infernal protocol. So I remain silent, watching her work through the apple with methodical precision, eating even the core. When she finally slows down, having sampled everything at least once, she curls up on the bed surrounded by the remaining fruit. The threadbare blanket she pulls around her shoulders wouldn't provide warmth to a corpse. A voice in my mind, the rational part that still remembers being Lord of the Covenant Courts, asks why I should care about her comfort. Her health. Whether she sleeps warm or cold, well-fed or hungry. But that voice grows fainter as her scent fills the small room. Honey and determination, with new undertones of contentment that make my hands itch to touch her skin. She falls asleep clutching a half-eaten apple, dark lashes fanned against cheeks that finally show some color. I watch the steady rise and fall of her breathing until the candle burns low, then conjure a thick woolen cloak from shadow. The fabric whispers as I lay it over her sleeping form, replacing the inadequate blanket with something that will actually keep her warm. My fingers brush her forehead as I adjust the cloak's hood, and her skin feels like heated silk beneath my touch. She sighs in her sleep, unconsciously leaning into the contact. I should leave, return to the infernal courts, and review pending contracts like a proper demon. Instead, I settle into the room's single chair and watch her sleep.
Chapter 15. Illyra. The invitations arrive in a leather satchel carried by one of Bram's guards. Thick parchment sealed with dark purple wax, embossed with the Hethrin house sigil. 43 of them, stacked like death sentences on the kitchen table. I stand in the doorway and watch Vielra's fingers trace the embossing with something close to reverence. Look at the quality. She holds one up to catch the light. He's sparing no expense. My stomach turns. Each invitation represents another witness to my forced captivity, another person who'll remember the day I became property. These go out tomorrow. Vielra sorts them into piles. Local settlement leaders, distant trade contacts, minor dark elf houses. The ceremony is set for less than 2 weeks hence. That gives us barely enough time to... No! The word drops into the room. Vielra's head snaps up. What did you say? I said no. My hands clench at my sides. I won't marry him. You don't have a choice. She stands, smoothing her skirts with practiced precision. Word has already spread through 4 territories. The announcements went out days ago. Do you understand what refusal means now? Public disgrace. For this entire household, we'd lose everything. Days ago. She sent announcements before even showing me the invitations, before giving me any chance to... The realization is gut-wrenching. This was deliberate, calculated. She's been maneuvering me into a corner where escape becomes impossible. You planned this. My voice comes out flat, dead. You wanted me trapped. I want us to survive. But her eyes won't quite meet mine. Your father left us nothing. No trade agreements, no protection, no... Don't! The word cracks like a whip. Don't you dare use him as an excuse. Something cold and serpentine coils in my gut. The way Vielra looks away, how quickly she moved on after his death, the convenient timing of his illness. Did she? I can't finish the thought, not out loud, not without proof. But the suspicion roots deep, sending tendrils of doubt through every memory of the past months. The invitations go out tomorrow, Vielra repeats, voice hardening. You will attend the final dress fitting on 6th day, and you will smile. Maricel drifts in from the sitting room, examining her nails with affected boredom. At least you'll eat well for a few months, before he gets bored and trades you to someone with fewer standards. The casual cruelty breaks something in my chest. Tell me, Mari. I turn to face her fully. When you look in the mirror, do you see what you've become? Or do you just practice that sneer until it feels natural? Her mouth falls open. Actual shock flashes across her face. She's not used to me fighting back. The silence stretches, sharpens. Finally, she spins and stalks from the room without another word. I climb the stairs slower than necessary, letting my fingers trail against the worn stone wall. Each step brings me closer to my room, and the anticipation curling in my chest feels dangerously close to hope. He'll be there. He always is now. The thought warms something inside me that shouldn't exist. This is a contract, a transaction. He appears because I commanded delays and disruptions, because his bound service requires proximity to fulfill my orders. The fruit last night was just practical, keeping me functional. Nothing more. Except it wasn't bread or water. It was starfruit and pomegranate, things I've only seen at market stalls I could never afford. The juice had run down my chin, and he'd watched with those gold-flecked eyes, like my pleasure meant something. Stop it. Growing attached will only bring disappointment. He's here for a job. When the year expires, he'll collect whatever price the contract demands and disappear back into shadow, like he was never real at all. I push open my door. He's already there. Azrathiel stands beside the window, backlit by moonlight that catches the glowing red of skin. The chains covering his skin pulse faintly. Dimmer than when we first met, I realise. As if our bond is somehow wearing them down. I sensed you were coming. His voice rumbles low, matter of fact. Relief floods through me so sharply it's almost painful. The invitations arrived. Velra sent out announcements days ago without telling me. She's locked me into a public spectacle. Then I will destroy him. No hesitation, no question. Bram Hethrin will suffer an accident, tragic, irreversible. No, I shake my head, sinking onto the edge of my bed. Killing him makes me look guilty, makes this household look dangerous. I need the marriage undone publicly, in a way that doesn't destroy my reputation. This village was my father's home. I want it to stay mine. He studies me for a long moment. Gold flickers in those impossible eyes. As you command. He turns toward the wall. I'll return tomorrow. Wait. He stops. My hands twist in my lap. I sleep better when you're in the room. The confession hangs between us, vulnerable and raw. Azrathiel turns back slowly. Something shifts in his expression. Something I can't name. Then I stay. I need to change. The words come out shakier than intended. Turn around. Azrathiel pivots without argument, facing the window with his hands clasped behind his back. The moonlight silhouettes his frame, tall, impossibly still. I unlace my dress with fumbling fingers, hyper-aware of every rustle of fabric in the quiet room. The worn material slides down my shoulders, pools at my feet. Cool air prickles across my skin. Stop thinking about it. He's not even looking. I reach for my nightgown, pulling the soft linen up over my hips, my waist. The fabric catches slightly and I tug it higher, working it over my breasts. And catch sight of the window. The glass reflects everything. The dim room. My bed. Me, half naked, illuminated by candlelight. And Azrathiel's eyes in the reflection, gold-flecked and locked directly on me. My face ignites. Hey! A low, dark chuckle rumbles from his chest. Not mocking, something richer, more satisfied. I scramble to yank the nightgown down, nearly tripping over my discarded dress in my haste. The linen twists around my arms, and I wrestle with it desperately, mortification burning through every nerve. You said you were supposed to... I turned around. His voice carries too much amusement. As commanded. My legs tangle in the bedsheet as I dive onto the mattress, burrowing under the blanket and pulling it up to my chin. The fabric does nothing to cool the scorching heat in my cheeks. That's cheating, I hiss into the pillow. I fulfilled the letter of your instruction precisely. He still faces the window, shoulders relaxed. You should be more specific with demons, Illyra. The way he says my name, low and deliberate, sends an entirely different kind of warmth curling through my stomach. I squeeze my eyes shut and pray for the earth to open up and swallow me whole. I hate you. No, you don't. The certainty in those 3 words makes my breath catch. I can leave, he offers again, still with a hint of amusement in his voice. Silence settles. My heartbeat gradually slows from its frantic gallop. The embarrassment begins to fade into something softer, stranger. Almost like... I peek out from under the blanket. Stay, please. Azrathiel has moved to the far corner, settling into the shadows like he belongs there. His eyes catch the candlelight, watching, always watching, but not threatening, not cruel, just present. He nods, and I feel my body relax, sinking into the old mattress. I pull the new cloak, which only could have been left by him last night, up to my cheeks and fall asleep with the scent of Azrathiel wrapped around me.
Chapter 16. Azrathiel. The Undercity reeks of desperation and rotting ambition. I step through shadow into a narrow alcove where 3 dark elves huddle over a table of trade ledgers. House Virenth, minor, dispensable. The eldest jerks his head up, violet eyes widening. Lord! You currently support Bram Hethrin's textile routes. I don't waste breath on pleasantries. Withdraw your backing. Tonight. We have contracts. I materialize the signed documents between my fingers and let infernal fire consume them to ash. Had. Past tense. The second elf rises with practiced fluidity, his hand sliding toward the ornate hilt of a concealed blade tucked beneath his midnight blue vest. The movement is swift, calculated, the sort of motion that speaks of training in the shadowed academies where dark elves learn to kill with artistry. I pin him to the crumbling stone wall with shadow alone, tendrils of darkness wrapping around his throat and limbs like living restraints. His polished boots dangle 6 inches off the mold-stained floor, violet eyes bulging as he claws at the shadows constricting his windpipe. The air around him thickens to syrup, each desperate attempt to draw breath becoming a futile struggle against the infernal power I've woven into the very atmosphere. Withdraw your support from Hethrin's operations, I repeat, my voice carrying the weight of judicial decree, each word echoing off the damp walls of this forgotten corner of the Undercity. Or I collect the blood debt your house still owes from the famine contracts of 7 winters past. The eldest's face drains of what little color his ashen complexion possessed, his ledger-stained fingers trembling as comprehension dawns. Those debts were settled through the grain tributes. We paid in full. Review your ledgers more carefully. I release the choking elf with a gesture, and he crumples to the filth-covered floor like a discarded puppet, gasping and retching as air floods back into his starved lungs. You'll find that interest has compounded considerably under infernal law. The terms were quite generous at the time. They agree within minutes. Predictable. When I return to Illyra's home hours later, Bram's voice carries through the walls. Sharp, acidic. I slip through shadow into the corner of the living room. Bram paces the cramped living space like a caged predator stalking invisible prey. His pale hands clench so tightly the knuckles have gone bone white against his ash-toned skin. The fine, dark leathers he wears, tailored to perfection and worth more than this entire hovel, whisper with each agitated turn he makes across the worn stone floor. His luminous violet eyes hold a dangerous glitter, the kind that promises violence to anyone foolish enough to cross him. House Virenth withdrew their support without notice, he snarls, each word dripping with barely contained fury. The silver-blonde hair at his nape has come partially loose from its binding, lending him a wild, unhinged appearance that makes the small room feel even more suffocating. Do you comprehend what their defection means for the wedding arrangements, the trade agreements, the entire political structure I've spent months constructing? Vielra hovers near the meager fireplace like a moth drawn to flame, her carefully composed facade cracking under the weight of his rage. Her hands twist together in an endless cycle of anxiety, the silver streaks in her dark hair catching the dim light as she bows her head in supplication. But surely the core agreement still stands. You'll still... Her voice wavers, hope and desperation warring in every syllable. Maricel and I will be provided for once you and Illyra are wed. The terms we discussed. Provided for? Bram whirls on her with the fluid grace of a striking serpent, his eyes now blazing with an incandescent fury that makes the air itself seem to crackle. You dare demand reassurance from me? You dare question your superior when my own position has been compromised by these political machinations? The threat in his voice is unmistakable. Cold, calculated, and absolutely lethal. Velra shrinks back against the stone mantle, her face draining of color. Illyra stands motionless near the doorway, like a statue carved from living shadow, her dark eyes fixed on the unfolding scene with an intensity that speaks of careful observation. She watches every gesture, catalogues every word, her silence more eloquent than any protest could be. Bram crosses the space between them in 3 predatory strides, his movements fluid and purposeful. Without warning, he seizes Illyra's slender arm in his pale grip, his fingers digging into the soft flesh hard enough to leave bruises that will bloom purple-black within the hour. Summon me. My hands curl into fists. Call my name, Illyra. Give the command. I'm doing you a favor, Bram hisses into her face. I could take her right now, drag her to my estate tonight and be done with this charade. She belongs to me already. The wedding is just ceremony. I'm being generous by offering you and your daughter anything in return. The stakes of shimmering ember along my skin glow white-hot. Celestial chains bite into my shoulders, and I welcome the pain, because it's the only thing keeping me from tearing his throat out without permission. Please. But Illyra doesn't flinch. She stands perfectly still, dark eyes locked on Bram's face with an expression I've never seen before. Not fear, not submission, something colder, sharper, calculating. Then I suppose, she says quietly, we should be grateful. Bram releases her with a satisfied smirk, and I realize she's waiting for something specific, some moment I can't yet see. So I wait with her. She doesn't wait for Velra's permission or Bram's dismissal. She simply turns and walks out the door. I follow through shadow, staying just beyond mortal sight as she climbs the familiar path behind the house. The afternoon sun casts everything in amber and gold. Too bright, too warm for creatures like me. But I don't retreat. When she settles on the hilltop overlooking the settlement, I let the shadows peel away. You were watching me. Not an accusation, just fact. I don't answer. Don't need to. She stands there, profile silhouetted against dying light. The wind catches loose strands of black hair that escaped her braid, whipping them across her face. She doesn't brush them away. Her shoulders carry tension like armor now, rigid, defensive. But her hands hang loose at her sides, fingers unclenched. The bruises on her left arm are already darkening from pale pink to yellow. 4 distinct finger marks. His finger marks. My jaw tightens. How often are you here without me knowing? Often. The word hangs between us. She doesn't flinch, doesn't turn. Just keeps staring out across the settlement, where smoke rises from evening fires, and dark elf patrols move like sharks through water. Does it bother you? I step closer, stopping beside her. She barely reaches my chest. Small, mortal, fragile, breakable. She shakes her head. My shadow swallows hers completely. He touched you. My veins swell with heat, burning like fresh boiling magma. You didn't call for me. Finally, she looks up. Dark eyes meet mine, silver sheened now in certain light, proof of our binding. You weren't far. I could sense it. Impossible. Only I should feel the thread between us. Only contract holders carry that awareness. Something in this deal has shifted. Twisted into territory covenant law never anticipated. But the thought dissolves beneath something hotter, sharper. Bram's fingers digging into flesh that isn't his to mark. Illyra, I murmur gruffly. Her eyelids flutter as she looks up at me like an innocent doe before its predator. Yes, Azrathiel. Who is permitted to touch you? My voice drops lower, dangerous. Her breath catches. No one. The word comes out breathy, faltering. Something possessive coils tight in my chest, primal and absolute. Mine. The thought blazes through me before I can cage it.
Chapter 17. Illyra. The door crashes against the frame hard enough to rattle the hinges. I storm inside, chest heaving, fury crackling beneath my skin like lightning trapped in a jar. Azrathiel lounges across my bed, like he owns the damn thing. One arm draped behind his head, obsidian skin glowing faintly in the dimming light. Gold-flecked eyes track my movement with infuriating calm. "Did you see?" I snap, whirling on him. "You were there, weren't you? I know you were there." His expression doesn't shift, doesn't need to. The answer's in the way those ember veins pulse beneath his skin. "Of course you were." I pace across the narrow space, boots scuffing against worn floorboards. "You're always there now, watching, lurking." He waits. I hate that he waits. Hate that he doesn't interrupt or correct or dismiss me like everyone else does. If he did, this would all be easier. That entire farce today. My hands fly up, gesturing wildly, dragged all the way to his estate. And I use that term generously because calling that crumbling port hovel an estate is an insult to actual estates. But no, Bram couldn't possibly be bothered to come here. I had to be carted out there like livestock being transported to market. Azrathiel shifts slightly, sitting up just enough to rest his forearms on his knees. The movement draws my eye, too fluid, too predatory. And then, my voice pitches higher. Then he insists on watching the fitting himself, circling around me like I'm some prize mare, while that terrified seamstress tried to pin fabric with her hands shaking. He wouldn't stop looking at me, Azrathiel, his eyes crawling over every inch like he already owned me. The air temperature drops. I barely notice. And that comment he made. Disgust curls through me in waves, hot and nauseating. "Did you hear it?" I heard. His voice cuts through my tirade. Low, controlled, lethal. "You'll kneel so well." I spit the words out like poison. As if I would ever... My hands clench into fists. I will never kneel for him. Never. I don't care what contract Vylra signs, or what pressure he applies. That creature doesn't deserve... Illyra. I stop pacing. Turn. Azrathiel watches me with eyes that burn. "Next time?" His voice drops lower, something dark threading through it. "Summon me. Do not wait until you're trembling with rage in your own room." I swallow hard. This could be over in an instant. He leans forward slightly, the motion deliberate, controlled. One command, one gesture. You could watch me end it all. My heart hammers against my ribs. The air thickens between us, charged, heavy, pressing against my skin like a physical weight. Heat floods my cheeks despite the chill radiating from him. He sits at the edge of my bed now, elbows braced on his knees, hands dangling loose between them. Everything about his posture reads relaxed, casual. But the pulsing chains, like physical manifestations of his binding to his contract, flare bright enough to leave after-images. "You can't." My voice comes out rougher than intended. "Not yet." Azrathiel holds my gaze. Doesn't blink. Doesn't look away. I grow tired of his continued breathing. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my chest. Almost makes me smile. Almost. I shake my head, reaching up to tuck loose strands of hair behind my ear. The timing needs to be perfect. If you strike now, Vylra will claim I orchestrated his death. She'll spin it to the settlement council, have me exiled or worse. I need to stay here. This is my father's home. Mine by right. He rises in one smooth motion, crosses the space between us faster than I can track, stands closer than he ever has before. Close enough that I feel the heat rolling off him despite the shadows clinging to his frame. Close enough to see the gold flecks in his eyes catch the lamplight. Every moment we wait, his jaw tightens, is another moment I watch you suffer. My breath catches, but this time I do smile, small, grim. I'm strong, Azrathiel. I tilt my chin up to meet his eyes properly. I can handle suffering. His tension hovers in the space between us for a heartbeat. 2. Then he steps back, breaking the charged silence with movement that feels almost reluctant. Perhaps, he gestures toward my desk, this might improve your evening. I blink, turn. A small wooden box sits where I'd thrown my cloak earlier. Carved dark wood, intricate patterns winding across the lid. I hadn't noticed it through the haze of fury when I'd stormed in. My fingers brush the latch. The lid opens with a soft click. Inside, nestled against midnight blue silk, rests a single flower. A moonbeam lily. The gasp tears from my throat unbidden. I lift the delicate bloom with trembling hands, petals like spun glass, edges glowing soft silver white in the lamplight. The stem pulses faintly with luminescence, as if holding captured starlight beneath translucent skin. Azrathiel's voice drifts over my shoulder, warmer than before. It blooms only in the night, only when the sun has set. I turn the flower carefully, watching light dance across the petals. Understanding clicks into place. Only when you come to see me. Yes. My chest tightens. It's the most beautiful flower I've ever seen. He moves closer again, back into that dangerous space where the air feels thin and my pulse thunders in my ears. Something you have in common, then. The words roll low and deliberate. A rare beauty, only in bloom under the right conditions. Heat floods my face. My lips part as I draw breath, suddenly aware of how shallow each inhale has become. The flower trembles slightly in my grip. And what are the right conditions? I force myself to meet his eyes. For a flower like me? Azrathiel reaches up. Time slows, crystallizes. I think he might touch my face, trace the curve of my jaw, press his palm against my cheek the way I've started dreaming about in those quiet hours before dawn when he's left, and the room feels emptier than it should. But he doesn't. Instead, his fingers catch a loose strand of hair that's escaped my braid. He twirls it slowly around his finger, the gesture intimate and possessive all at once. The backs of his knuckles brush my temple. Barely contact, barely anything at all. It burns anyway. I think you may be discovering that for yourself.
Chapter 18. Azrathiel. I fold myself into shadow and trail Bram to the stone hall where he meets with fellow low-level elven merchants from surrounding settlements. The conversation drones. Trade routes, tribute percentages, political posturing dressed in polite language. I perch in the rafters, unseen, watching his pale fingers drum against the table. Then the talk shifts. The wedding! One merchant leans forward, his eyes gleaming with the kind of calculating interest that comes from sensing opportunity. Securing the Dane household strengthens your position considerably with the regional council. The family has been here for generations. 3, maybe 4. They're very well respected among the humans. Deep roots, established connections. Another merchant nods approvingly. Smart politics, Hethrin. Marriage alliances with the settled families always pay dividends in the long term. Bram waves dismissively, his pale fingers cutting through the air with casual arrogance. The girl is manageable, already trained to keep her head down, mind her place. No spirit to break. Saves me the effort. Manageable. The word settles like molten poison in my chest, spreading outward through every vein. My hands curl into fists so tight the knuckles crack, shadows rippling darker around my frame like living smoke. The temperature in the rafters drops several degrees. She's not hideous to look at, Bram continues, reaching for his wine with the lazy confidence of a predator discussing prey. His voice carries that particular tone of ownership, as if he's already cataloging her worth in terms of utility and aesthetics. Quiet, obedient enough. Perfect breeding stock, really. He pauses to sip, savoring both wine and anticipation. I'll probably screw her like a dog most nights, bent over, face down. Much easier when I don't have to see her expression. These human females get so emotional about it. Laughter echoes through the hall. The merchants nod as if he's made some clever observation about livestock quality. The celestial chains across my shoulders flare white-hot. I could drop from the rafters now. Tear his throat out before he draws another breath. Watch the light drain from those cold violet eyes while his blood pools across expensive silks. The contract thrums a warning. Timing. Illyra's voice whispers through memory. I need to stay here. This is my father's home. My jaw clenches so hard something pops. I force myself still. Watching. Waiting. The meeting drags on. Eventually, the merchants depart, leaving Bram to retire to his borrowed chambers in the settlement's guest hall. I follow. He strips down to loose sleeping clothes, slides between fine sheets, settles into comfort he hasn't earned. I lean close, just beyond the veil between planes, and whisper. Infernal words that carry no meaning but plant seeds of unease. Dreams twist. His breathing quickens, uneven, restless. Sweat beads across his forehead. It's petty satisfaction, inadequate, but it's all covenant law permits. For now. Then, soft as silk, sharp as a blade, her voice cuts through the night. Azrathiel! I step through shadow and materialize in her room. She sits upright in bed, wrapped in the cloak I'd brought her nights ago. Moonlight spills through the window, catching on dark hair loose around her shoulders, and on the bruises circling her wrist. Deep yellow, almost brown fingerprints. 4 distinct marks where Bram's grip had closed too tight. Something primitive and violent surges through me. Where were you? The question carries an edge I haven't heard from her before. Not quite accusation, but close enough to raise my eyebrows. There's something different in her posture tonight. A tension that speaks of time spent waiting, watching the shadows for movement that never came. I chuckle, pushing off from where I'd been leaning against the stone wall. The sound echoes softly in the small room. Don't pout at me, Flower. Yet the pouting persists, if anything growing more pronounced. My gaze inevitably snags on that lower lip, pushed forward in what appears to be genuine displeasure rather than any calculated attempt at manipulation. It's endearing, in a way that catches me off guard. This small show of petulance from someone who spent weeks bending to every harsh word and unreasonable demand. You weren't here, she says, and there's something raw beneath the complaint. Something that sounds almost like hurt. Her voice carries a weight I'm still learning to interpret, full of an attitude that's only grown sharper, more defined since we bound the contract. As if our agreement gave her permission to actually want things, to expect them. I was working, Flower, I say, letting an amused edge thread through my voice, even as I study her face in the moonlight. The way her jaw sets, stubborn. The way her eyes refuse to drop from mine, despite the clear challenge in her tone. She crosses her arms over her chest, still pouting, still holding that defiant line of her mouth that makes something warm curl in my chest. But the gesture only serves to highlight the evidence of Bram's attention. The bruises stand out darker against her skin in this light, a brutal constellation of fingerprints that makes my hands clench at my sides. The sight of them cuts through any amusement I might have found in her display of temper. Would a gift make it better? A shrug, deliberately unimpressed. I materialized 2 boxes on the bed beside her, despite her studied nonchalance, Her hands move fast. She pulls the lid off the first box, then stops completely. Fabric spills across her lap. Deep wine red, simple cut, but fine weave. No lace or frills. Nothing that speaks of ownership or decoration. Just quality. The second dress beneath it runs darker, midnight blue threaded with subtle silver. The jewelry box opens next. A pendant on delicate chain. Earrings that catch moonlight without screaming wealth. Her fingers hover over everything without touching. She swallows. My father worked so hard to provide, but I've never owned anything this beautiful. The words settle heavy in the quiet. I watch her trace the pendant's edge with one fingertip, reverent, like it might vanish if she grips too hard. Something cracks open beneath my ribs. They're yours, I say. No conditions. She looks up, those dark eyes searching my face for the trick. There isn't one. Her throat works. She sets the boxes carefully aside, then shifts over on the narrow bed, creating space. Stay. Not a command. A request. I should leave. The contract doesn't require my presence through the night. She's made no formal summons. Instead, I settle against the wall beside her bed, close enough to reach if she needs me. She pulls the cloak tighter around her shoulders, my cloak, and lies back down facing me. Thank you, she whispers. Sleep, Illyra. Her eyes drift shut. Breathing evens out slowly. I remain through the night without being asked. The bruises on her wrist darken further as hours pass. And I make mental note of exactly how Bram Hethrin will answer for each one.
Chapter 19. Illyra. My fingers shake slightly as I fasten the pendant's clasp. The cracked mirror reflects someone I barely recognized. Not the angles of my face, those remain familiar, but the shape beneath. Hips that curve instead of jut. Breasts that fill the bodice of this dress instead of hanging loose beneath fabric. My ribs no longer press against skin like ladder rungs. I turn slightly, watching firelight catch on wine-red fabric. All Azrathiel's doing, the gifts. The food he brings without prompting, fresh bread, soft cheese, fruit that doesn't bruise. The strange, unexpected peace that settles over me when shadow coalesces into his form at nightfall. I press my palm flat against my stomach, feeling the subtle difference. 1 year, that's what the contract stipulates. My reflection stares back with questions I can't answer. What happens when the term expires? When he collects payment and our binding dissolves? Will he simply step back through shadow and never return? The thought carves something hollow beneath my breastbone. Illyra! Vaelra's voice cracks up through the floorboards. Kitchen, now! I tie my hair back quickly, fingers finding the familiar rhythm of braiding even as my mind stays fixed on the mirror. On borrowed time and debts unpaid. But for now, the dress fits. The pendant rests cool against my throat. I head downstairs. The kitchen smells of this morning's ash and stale bread. Vaelra stands beside the table, dressed and composed despite the evening hour. She doesn't look up when I enter, just gestures sharply toward the tea kettle. Water, fire, dinner. I move to obey, reaching for the kettle. The wedding date cannot be delayed further. My hand freezes on the iron handle. Vaelra continues as if discussing weather patterns. Settlement leaders have already confirmed attendance. Bram's family arrives in 3 days. She finally meets my eyes, expression smooth and immovable. You'll be married before the weekends. The kettle's weight suddenly feels immense. That's not enough time. Time for what? Her voice sharpens. More dramatics, more excuses. She crosses her arms. This is happening, Illyra. Make peace with it. The missing shipment is no longer an issue, and Bram is eager enough to get this over with. You should hope he doesn't change his mind. I fill the kettle in silence, but my fingers find the pendant at my throat, and I think of shadow coalescing in moonlight. 3 days. Maricel drifts into the kitchen wearing a new silk dressing gown, another purchase made with funds my father left behind. 3 days, she echoes, sliding onto the bench with exaggerated leisure. Barely time to teach you proper obedience. I measure tea leaves carefully, keeping my movements controlled. Though I suppose dark elves prefer breaking in their pets personally. She examines her nails. Bram certainly seems eager to start training. The kettle trembles in my grip. Vylra sets down her cup with deliberate precision. Maricel raises a valid point. You've developed unfortunate habits recently. Her gaze rakes over me. Speaking out of turn, questioning authority. Where exactly did this defiance come from? I pour hot water over leaves, watching them steep. Perhaps she thinks someone will rescue her, Maricel suggests sweetly. Some fantasy she's built in that simple head. She leans forward, but father's gone. No one's coming to save you now. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. My father. Mine, not hers. The dress will need a few final alterations, Vylra continues, ignoring the tension coiling through my shoulders. And you'll practice the ceremonial phrases tonight, in Undercommon, so you don't embarrass us fumbling through vows. She'll embarrass us regardless. Maricel picks at the bread I haven't yet sliced. Have you seen how she walks? Like a field worker. Bram will have to break her posture first. Maricel. What? It's true. She shrugs. Though I suppose once he relocates her to his estate, it won't reflect on us anymore. The pendant burns against my throat. Vylra rises, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her skirts. 3 days, Illyra. Use them wisely. Learn compliance, or learn it the harder way. She pauses in the doorway. Bram visits this afternoon to finalise arrangements. Wear something presentable. Not that. She gestures dismissively at the wine-red dress. Maricel giggles. Where did you even get that? It's far too fine for... Enough talk. Vylra's voice cuts sharp. Get dressed properly and fix your hair. You look like you've been rolling in hay. They leave together, voices fading up the stairs. I stand alone in the kitchen. 3 days. My fingers find the pendant again, tracing its delicate chain. Azratil. I don't speak his name aloud, but I feel the summons pulse through our connection like a heartbeat. Are you there? I whisper into empty air. Shadow coalesces like smoke gathering density. I feel him before I see him, heat radiating against my spine, his presence solid and unmistakable behind me. The warmth spreads down, pooling low in my belly and between my thighs in a sensation that makes my breath catch. I'm here, flower, he murmurs, voice like gravel scraped over velvet. I shudder involuntarily. Azrathil, His fingers sweep my braid forward over my shoulder, running down its length with deliberate slowness. Knuckles brush against fabric covering my spine, not touching, yet the sensation sears through layers of cloth and skin. Say the word. His breath stirs loose strands at my temple. Command me, Illyra, and I will dispose of all 3 of them. The offer settles heavy in the space between us. Vylra's calculating cruelty, Maricel's vicious taunts, Bram's possessive circling. I could end it all with a single order, watch them dissolve into ash and shadow, their plans crumbling with them. But then, the contract would be satisfied, his obligations fulfilled. He would leave. I turn slowly, forcing myself to meet those gold-flecked eyes. My heart pounds so painfully that I feel it may explode. I don't want you to leave. The words emerge barely above a whisper, admission and confession tangled together. Something shifts in his expression. The cracks of red fractured across his midnight black skin flare brighter. He leans down, close enough that I feel each word against my lips. Then what do you want instead? My breath stutters. Every nerve ending ignites. I've never touched him, not once, but I've wanted to, want to. My fingers stretch out slowly, trembling with hesitation, and want, and something unnamed that burns hotter than either. I press my palm flat against his chest. Electric current slams through me from crown to sole. His skin radiates heat through the shadowed fabric. Beneath my touch, his heart beats, steady, ancient, impossibly real. The celestial chains marking his shoulders pulse with faint light, responding to contact. I gasp but don't pull away. Neither does he. His hand covers mine, pressing it firmer against him. "Careful, flower," he murmurs, darkness threading through his tone. My eyes meet his again. I think I'm done being careful.
Chapter 20. Azrathiel. Her palm burns against my chest like a brand. Lightning fractures through centuries of careful control. Every nerve ending ignites. The celestial chains binding me flare white-hot across my shoulders, responding to her touch, her choice, with something close to recognition. I've existed for millennia, negotiated countless contracts, walked through realms mortal and infernal without flinching. None of it prepared me for this. For her. My thoughts scatter like ash in a windstorm. I want more. Need it with an urgency that borders on madness. One hand keeps hers trapped against me, while the other reaches up slowly, deliberately. My fingers trace the delicate line of her throat, feeling her pulse hammer wildly beneath the skin. The pendant rests warm between us. My mark, my claim. Bram will never touch you again. The words emerge rougher than intended, edged with possession I no longer bother masking. Her breath catches. Those dark eyes spark with challenge rather than fear. Are you jealous? The question lingers, daring me to deny what we both already know. I lean closer, letting my thumb sweep along her jaw. Violently. Her lips part. Heat floods her cheeks. The fragile restraint I've maintained shatters. I grab her waist and pull her flush against me, capturing her mouth in a kiss that contains nothing gentle or courteous. She gasps against my lips, and I swallow the sound, drinking it down like sacrament. Her hands fist in the shadowed fabric at my shoulders, clinging rather than pushing away. When I finally break for air, she's trembling and flushed and beautifully undone. You're touching me now, she breathes, lips swollen. Something possessive and primal coils tight in my chest. I cup her face between both palms, forcing her to meet my gaze. The gold flecks in my eyes burn molten. No one but me, Illyra. My voice drops to something barely human. Only I can touch you. Only I can have you. Her fingers tighten on my shoulders. Say it. She swallows hard, pulse racing beneath my thumbs. Only you can touch me. The words slam through me like covenant law sealing fate. Mine. She's mine. I kiss her again, slower this time, thorough and claiming, branding the truth into her mouth until she understands exactly what she's become to me. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, It's unforgettable. Chapter 21. Illyra. I wake before dawn, body aching in places I didn't know could ache. But it's not pain, it's awareness. The ghost of Azrathiel's hands lingers on my skin like a brand. I sit up slowly, stretching, and catch my reflection in the cracked mirror across the room. My eyes look different, brighter. The faint silver sheen catches the early light. I braid my hair tighter than usual, weaving the strands with precision until not a single lock falls loose. The pendant Azrathiel gave me settles cold against my collarbone. I fasten it carefully, letting it rest visible above my neckline. When I stand, my shoulders pull back on their own. Downstairs, the air shifts the moment I enter. Vaelra glances up from her seat at the table, her sharp eyes narrowing as she takes me in. She doesn't speak immediately, just watches, studying my silence like it's a puzzle she can't solve. Maricel leans back in her chair, arms crossed. You're smiling to yourself. I hadn't realised I was. I don't stop. Vaelra sets down her cup with a deliberate clink. You shouldn't have slept so long. We've been waiting for breakfast for an hour. My gaze drifts to the kitchen, then lands on the table where they sit. The same table where Azrathiel knelt between my legs and unravelled me completely. Heat flushes through me, but I don't look away. I meet Vaelra's eyes instead. You know, I'm not going to be here much longer. My voice comes out calm, steady. You should really take this time to learn how to cook for yourselves, or ask for my help. Vaelra's mouth opens, closes. Her face goes pale, then red. Maricel straightens abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. What did you just say to us? I tilt my head slightly, considering her. I'm just trying to look out for you. Vaelra scoffs, but the sound lacks conviction. Her fingers drum against the table, a nervous tell she doesn't seem to realise she has. You're being ridiculous. I shrug, watching the steam begin to curl from the kettle's spout. Maybe. But you're the ones who wanted to ship me off to Bram's estate, remember? Once I'm gone, you'll have to manage everything yourselves. I glance over my shoulder, letting my gaze settle on Vaelra. Especially with how you've been upsetting him lately. Asking for too much. Making demands when you should be grateful. Her jaw tightens. I'm just asking for what I'm due after putting up with you all this time. The laugh that escapes me is short, sharp. I turn fully now, leaning against the counter with the pendant catching the light. Putting up with me doing the chores, the cleaning and the cooking, all while securing your future with this marriage, you mean? Silence. I let it stretch, watching Vaelra's composure fracture at the edges. Without me, I continue, voice soft but precise, you'd have nothing to offer Bram at all. No clean house, no well-kept household, just you and your daughter, neither of whom have lifted a finger since you married my father. Maricel surges to her feet, chair screeching across the stone floor. Who do you think you are all of a sudden? I turn back to the kettle, rolling my eyes as I pour the water into the teapot. The motion feels almost meditative, controlled, deliberate. Everything I wasn't allowed to be before. You ungrateful... Maricel! Vaelra snaps. Maricel snaps her mouth shut, but her eyes burn with suspicion. Vaelra straightens in her chair, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her skirt. Bram has requested a larger ceremony than originally planned. Her tone shifts, adopting that carefully modulated register she uses when discussing strategy. Public, well-attended. He wants to ensure our standing within the settlement is solidified. I pour tea into 2 cups, watching the amber liquid swirl. Bram does enjoy spectacle. The words come out flat, unbothered. Vaelra's fingers still against the table. This is important, Illyra, for all of us. I'm sure it is. Maricel leans forward, eyes narrowing to slits. "You're hiding something." I turn slowly, teapot still in hand, and meet her stare head-on. The silence between us stretches taut as a bowstring. Her jaw works like she's chewing on accusations she doesn't dare voice. I say nothing. Her hands curl into fists on the tabletop. I set the teapot down with deliberate care, then wipe my hands on my apron. I'm going to the market. I untie the strings and drape the fabric over the back of a chair. We need bread, cheese, maybe some vegetables if the traders came through. Velra blinks. "The market?" "Yes." I retrieve the woven basket from its hook near the door, checking it for loose threads out of habit. "You should try cooking something while I'm gone. It'll be good practice." Maricel's chair scrapes again as she half rises. "Practice for what?" I don't answer, just lift the basket onto my arm and pull the door open, letting morning light spill across the threshold. "Illyra!" The door closes behind me before Velra can finish. The dirt path crunches beneath my boots, familiar and grounding. Cool air kisses my face, carrying the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. I breathe it in deep, letting it fill my lungs completely before releasing it in a slow exhale. My shoulders drop. Tension I hadn't realized I was holding bleeds away with each step. The pendant shifts against my skin, a gentle reminder. The sky stretches wide and clear above me, pale blue edging toward gold, where the sun climbs higher. Birds call from the scraggly trees lining the settlement's edge. Somewhere nearby, a door slams. Children's laughter echoes from between houses. Everything feels different now, sharper, more mine. Maybe everything will be all right.
Chapter 22. Azrathiel. I watch her from the shadows between market stalls, unable to suppress the low chuckle that rumbles through my chest. The way she walked out of that house, head high, shoulders back, not a backward glance, stirs something primal in me. That defiance, that quiet, devastating strength she's been sharpening like a blade. Gods below, I want to lift those skirts and bury my face between her thighs until she forgets her own name again. She's changing, filling out from the nightly gifts of food I've been bringing. The hollow beneath her cheekbones has softened. Her movements carry weight now, purpose instead of hesitation. Even the way she carries that woven basket speaks of ownership rather than servitude. I did that. My contract, my protection, my touch. Mine. She stops at a cloth merchant's stall, fingers trailing over folded linen. The vendor, an older human woman with kind eyes, smiles and offers her a discount. Illyra shakes her head politely, counting coins from a small purse. Pride swells unexpectedly. She hasn't asked me for currency, though I'd give it freely. She's making do with what little she has while Velra and that worthless daughter hoard the household funds. Illyra moves to the vegetable cart next, selecting 3 carrots and a handful of greens. Nothing extravagant. Nothing frivolous. I lean against the stone pillar supporting a canopy, arms crossed, content to simply observe her navigate this mundane human ritual. The morning light catches the silver sheen in her irises when she turns her head. My mark, visible to anyone with eyes to see it, though none here would recognize. Movement. Cold violet eyes across the square. Bram. Every muscle in my frame goes rigid. The market sounds fade to white noise as fury ignites behind my sternum like a forge stoked too hot. That pathetic excuse for nobility stands near the central fountain, draped in dark leathers that cost more than most of these humans will see in a lifetime. His silver blonde hair gleams in the sunlight. Those predatory eyes lock onto Illyra like a hunter spotting wounded prey. No, like a collector spotting a butterfly to pin behind glass. My hands curl into fists, ember veins flaring beneath my skin. The celestial chains binding my shoulders pulse with warning heat, but I ignore them. Illyra remains oblivious, examining tomatoes with careful attention. She has no idea he's here. No idea he's moving. Bram starts across the square, movements unnervingly graceful, that thin smile already curving his lips. Every instinct screams at me to materialize between them, to wrap shadows around his throat and squeeze until those violet eyes go dark. But the contract, the timing, her explicit orders to wait for the perfect moment. My jaw clenches hard enough to ache. He's 20 paces away now. 15. Illyra sets down a tomato and reaches for her coin purse. 10 paces. I step closer to the edge of shadow, ready to break every rule if he dares touch her. "Hello, Illyra." She jumps, coin purse nearly slipping from her fingers as she spins around. That peaceful expression, the one I put there yesterday with my mouth between her thighs, morphs into something guarded. Impenetrable walls slamming into place. Smart girl. "Lord Hethrin." Her voice carries none of the warmth she reserves for me. Bram's smile widens, violet eyes gleaming with possessive satisfaction. "I've seen you around this market for many years. Did you know that? Always wanted to bring you home." I scoff from the shadows, the sound swallowed by market noise. The dumb bastard probably thinks his years of stalking counts as some grand romantic gesture. That watching her, cataloging her movements, fantasizing about ownership somehow flatters rather than revolts. "I'm surprised you have time for market visits." Illyra shifts the basket against her hip, angling herself away from him subtly. "Surely trade negotiations keep you occupied." "Well." He steps closer, that predatory grace making my skin crawl. I can't resist the view. His gaze climbs the length of her body, throat to chest to hips, lingering with deliberate assessment. Rage detonates white-hot behind my ribs. I manifest directly behind her, shadows condensing into solid form that only she can sense. Her spine goes rigid the instant my presence registers. "Mine," I whisper against her ear, low enough that only she hears. Her words stutter mid-sentence. The weather has been..." I touch her hip first, fingers splaying possessively across the curve. Then higher, tracing her waist, counting each individual rib through the fabric. My palm flattens against her spine. She shivers. Full body tremor that makes heat pool low in my gut. Bram keeps talking, oblivious. Something about ceremony preparations and appropriate conduct for dark elf households. "Excuse yourself from the conversation," I murmur, lips brushing the shell of her ear. Illyra straightens immediately, cutting through whatever drivel he's spouting. "I need to get this food back home before it spoils." "Of course." Bram's smile turns sharp. "Soon enough we'll be going home to the same place. No more rushing around markets alone." She doesn't answer, just turns and walks away with measured steps, basket held tight against her body. I watch her retreat, satisfaction curling through my chest like smoke. "Good girl." The words drift after her on shadow wind only she can hear. "I'll see you tonight." The house settles into quiet as I step through the veil between planes, shadow form condensing into flesh. Her room materializes around me, simple stone walls, threadbare rug, the lingering scent of lavender. Illyra lies curled on her side, dark hair spilling across the pillow. One hand clutches the moonbeam lily I'd brought her, fingers wrapped delicately around the crystalline stem. She's still dressed, hasn't even bothered to change into night clothes. Exhausted. A low chuckle escapes me as I crouch beside the bed. "Long day, Flower." She doesn't stir. Deep asleep, breathing steady and slow. I ease the lily from her grasp carefully, setting it back in the open gift box on the small table. Her fingers curl into the empty space where it was, seeking. I pull the blankets up to her shoulders, tucking them around her frame with more gentleness than I knew I possessed. "I'm not sure what you've managed to do to me, Illyra Dane." The confession whispers into the darkness. "But I can't stay away from you." Illyra shifts, rolling toward me slightly. Her lips part on a sleepy murmur. Azrath. The chains flare white-hot across my shoulders. Pain lances through me, sharp, burning celestial bindings pulsing in rhythm with her voice. But beneath the agony runs something else, something that feels dangerously like belonging. I brush the strands of hair that have fallen across her closed eyes, tucking them behind her ear. "I'm here," I murmur against her temple. "Rest well, delicate flower." Her breathing evens out again, tension melting from her features. I sink onto the floor beside the bed, back against the wall, studying her sleeping face. Bram's violet eyes flash through my memory, the way he looked at her like inventory, like something to acquire and display. Killing him would be simple, satisfying. I could rip his soul from that arrogant body and leave the corpse arranged in the settlement square as warning. Let every creature in this territory understand what happens to those who touch what belongs to me. My fingers curl against my thighs, but she hasn't given the order. She wants him undone publicly, wants to remain here in her father's house without suspicion or retribution. I exhale slowly, banking the murderous rage. Patience, discipline, covenant law. Dawn creeps closer. I should leave, return to the infernal courts, and attend to other contracts. Instead, I remain exactly where I am, watching moonlight shift across her face, unable to move.
Chapter 23. Illyra. The knock rattles through the house around midday, sharp, authoritative, belonging to someone who doesn't wait for permission. Bram sweeps inside before Velra even reaches the door. The announcements have been posted for a week. He doesn't greet anyone, just states facts like he's reading inventory. Time to show the settlement a united front. My stomach twists. Velra straightens immediately, smoothing her skirts. "Of course, Maricel and I should join you. Make it clear this is a union, not just a transaction. Strengthen your connection with our kind and yours." "But it is a transaction." The words slip out before I can stop them. 3 heads turn toward me in unison. Velra's smile doesn't reach her eyes. "Illyra, go put on something appropriate." Bram's gaze slides over me, assessing. "Yes, something that shows you understand your position." Maricel smirks from behind her mother's shoulder. No one acknowledges what I actually said. I turn and climb the stairs, jaw tight, fingers curling into fists against my thighs. In my room, I yank open the wardrobe and reach past the wedding dress hanging like a shroud. My hand closes on dark blue fabric instead. One of the dresses Azrathiel brought me. Simple but well made, the kind of thing a merchant's daughter might wear. Not ostentatious enough to draw questions, but far nicer than anything I owned before. I dress quickly, braiding my hair with more care than usual. The silver pendant settles cold against my collarbone. Azrathiel. I close my eyes briefly, reaching for the connection between us. Just his name, silent in my mind, more plea than summons. No answer comes. He's probably watching from shadow anyway. Downstairs, Velra circles me once, adjusting my collar and smoothing invisible wrinkles. "Better. Remember to smile. And stand close to Bram," Maricel adds sweetly. "People need to see you're willing." Bram offers his arm like he's already claimed ownership. I take it because refusal would cause a scene Velra can't afford. The 4 of us step outside into harsh daylight, beginning our slow procession through the settlement. Neighbours pause mid-conversation to stare. Children whisper behind their hands. Bram's grip tightens on my arm. "Wave," he murmurs against my ear. "Show them you're grateful." I bite back a scoff, forcing my expression neutral as we continue through the settlement. We stop every few metres. Bram exchanges pleasantries with merchants, nods at labourers, plays the benevolent overseer with practised ease. Each time, his hand remains possessive on my arm. A cluster of younger girls watches from beside the well. Their eyes track me with something that makes my chest ache. Awe, envy. One whispers to another, giggling behind her hand while staring at Bram's fine clothes and controlled elegance. They shouldn't want this. They shouldn't look at me like I've achieved something worth celebrating. Like being sold off to some ancient elven man who sees them as decorative livestock is an aspiration. They should want independence. Real partnerships built on choice, not necessity. The kind of love my parents had before my mother died. Bram stops again, this time speaking with an elder about trade quotas. I stand silent, smiling when expected, nodding when prompted. But beneath the performance, certainty anchors me. This marriage isn't happening. Azrathiel will help me dismantle it piece by piece until public opinion shifts and Bram loses interest or leverage. And if somehow everything fails, if the contract isn't enough, I can order Azrathiel to kill him outright and disappear somewhere new. The thought steadies my breathing. Except, starting over means abandoning what my parents built, what every human family here fought to secure. Life in Protheka isn't kind to our kind. We're outnumbered, controlled, vulnerable to dark elf whims. What exists in this settlement is rare. Hard won. My father worked himself into an early grave to maintain it. I won't throw that away unless there's no other option. Here, at least, I have a foundation, a house with my name still attached to it. Neighbours who remember my family with respect. If I can outlast Vaelra and Maricel, if I can make Bram leave without burning every bridge behind him, I'll still have something. Somewhere new is unpredictable, unknown. Here I have a shot. Bram's grip shifts, drawing me closer as we approach another cluster of onlookers. "Smile wider," he whispers. I do. But I picture Azrathiel's ember-veined hands instead, steady, possessive in an entirely different way. Soon, Bram stops in the market square, where a pair of merchants lean against stacked crates, discussing shipment delays. He releases my arm just long enough to gesture broadly at the settlement around us. "The ceremony will be held here," he announces, voice carrying. "Open air, public witness, a proper union between our peoples." The merchants nod respectfully, offering congratulations that sound rehearsed. Bram continues, detailing arrangements, imported wine, musicians from the Undercity, seating for settlement leaders and dark elf dignitaries alike. Each word drips with self-satisfaction. I stand silent, hands folded. Movement catches my peripheral vision. Maricel sidles closer, that saccharine smile plastered across her face, the one she wears when Vaelra's watching, but venom's already on her tongue. Trying to impress someone, her gaze drops to the pendant resting against my collarbone, then flicks to my carefully woven braids. New jewellery, fancy hairstyle. You think dressing up makes you less pathetic? I turn my head slowly, meeting her eyes. Wealth changes one's taste. I'll have plenty soon. Her smile fractures. You'll always be inferior. Doesn't matter what you wear or who you marry. You're just livestock with delusions. I hold her gaze, unbothered. And you'll be living in this house long after I leave. Enjoy that. Her face flushes, mouth opening for another strike. "Illyra!" Vaelra's tone cuts sharp across the space between us. She approaches with measured steps, expression neutral, but eyes warning. "Behave," she says quietly. "We're in public." I shrug, the motion easy. I am behaving. Vaelra's jaw tightens. I turn and walk away before she can respond, leaving Maricel fuming and Viola struggling to maintain composure. My steps carry me toward the edge of the square where fewer eyes follow. Bram's voice continues behind me, still boasting to the merchants about imported silks and ceremonial contracts. Let him talk. Let them all think this wedding's inevitable. The pendant pulses faintly warm against my skin. Or maybe I'm imagining it. Either way, the reminder steadies me. Soon, none of this performance will matter. Soon I'll dismantle every carefully laid plan Velra and Bram constructed without my consent, and I'll do it smiling.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 24. Azratil. I trail them through the market square like something feral barely leashed. Shadow clings to me, keeping mortals from noticing the infernal predator stalking their ridiculous promenade. I could claim I'm here for contract surveillance, monitoring threats, ensuring Illyra's safety, maintaining strategic advantage. All lies. This stopped being professional the moment she touched me. Now it's obsession. Raw and consuming, and utterly beyond my control. I watch her navigate the crowd with new confidence, shoulders back, chin lifted with a grace that speaks of power finally acknowledged. The pendant, my mark, my claim, rests against the hollow of her throat, where I traced that delicate skin with reverent fingers just nights ago. Her hair's woven tight today, in an intricate pattern that showcases the elegant curve of her neck, that vulnerable stretch of skin I've memorized in exquisite detail. She's stunning, not in some fragile, breakable way that men typically covet, not the wilting flower beauty that crumbles under pressure. No, this is something far more potent. She moves like sharp edges catching light, dangerous beauty wrapped in deceptively mortal softness. The kind of woman men would slaughter entire bloodlines to possess, would burn kingdoms to claim. The kind of woman who could bring an infernal lord to his knees with a single glance. Every step she takes draws eyes, merchants pausing mid-haggle, laborers stopping their work, even children turning to stare. They sense something different about her now, something that wasn't there before our contract sealed. Power recognizing power, even when they can't name what they're seeing. And I will slaughter for her. Bram's hand shifts on her arm, drawing her closer while he pontificates about ceremony arrangements. She doesn't resist, playing the compliant bride with practiced ease. But I see the truth beneath. The way her jaw tightens microscopically when he touches her. The subtle distance she maintains, even while pressed against his side. She hates this. Heat flares beneath my skin, ember veins pulsing brighter. The celestial chains binding my ribs burn white-hot for a breath before I force control back into place. Patience. She hasn't given the order yet. She's playing a longer game, dismantling Bram's credibility piece by careful piece so the settlement turns against the marriage naturally. Smart, strategic, but watching another male parade her through public streets like claimed property ignites something primal in me. Something that wants to tear him apart slowly, methodically, making sure he understands exactly whose woman he dared touch. Not because she commanded it, because I want to. I want his blood painting the market stones. Want his screams echoing through settlement halls. Want every witness to understand what happens when someone puts hands on what belongs to. I stop that thought before it completes. She doesn't belong to me. Not truly. We have a contract, an arrangement. She summoned me out of desperation, not devotion. But when she looked at me, when she admitted she didn't want me to leave, that wasn't contract obligation speaking. That was choice. Bram gestures grandly, describing imported wine and musicians. Illyra nods at appropriate intervals, expression neutral. Perfect performance. Except I know what she looks like when genuinely pleased. How her eyes soften. How her lips curve without calculation. How she breathes my name in the dark. Azrath. The memory tightens something dangerous in my chest. Maricel approaches, venom already dripping from her painted smile. I shift closer through shadow, close enough to hear their exchange. Trying to impress someone? Illyra's response comes cool and unbothered. Wealth changes one's taste. I'll have plenty soon. Pride surges through me. That's my flower. Maricel's face flushes with impotent rage, but before she can strike back, Vielra's warning cuts through. Behave! We're in public! Illyra shrugs, walks away. Confident, controlled, growing into power with every passing day. She's magnificent. Maricel's hatred radiates like sour perfume. Thick, cloying, impossible to miss. She watches Illyra with vicious calculation, jaw tight, fingers curled into fists beneath silk sleeves. This isn't simple jealousy anymore. This is something sharper, more dangerous. Her gaze follows Bram with new interest, studying him like strategy instead of desire. She intends something. Sabotage during the ceremony. Public humiliation designed to destroy Illyra's standing. Perhaps she'll seduce Bram herself, force a scandal that leaves Illyra discarded and vulnerable. Any outcome keeps Illyra trapped. My hands flex involuntarily, ember veins flaring hot beneath obsidian skin. The urge to simply end Maricel surges through me. Quick, clean, permanent solution. I stop myself. These thoughts, driven by the compulsive need to protect Illyra, are blinding me. I'm seeing things that aren't there. Maricel is just like her mother, pathetic and weak. Not like Illyra. And Illyra doesn't want murder. She wants victory. Control. The satisfaction of dismantling this wedding on her own terms while securing her father's house permanently. She wants choice. And I want her to choose me. Not out of desperation this time. Not because I'm the only option in her limited arsenal. I want her to look at me the way she did when she touched my chest. Curious, wanting, seeing me instead of just the contract. I want her to say my name again. Not as summons, as invitation. The realization settles heavy in my chest, uncomfortable and undeniable. This stopped being strategic weeks ago. Maybe it never was. My visits aren't tactical anymore. They're compulsive, necessary. I appear in her room before she calls. I shadow her movements during daylight, even when no threats emerge. I bring her gifts she never requests because seeing her smile matters more than maintaining professional distance. I'm obsessed. But the obsession didn't start when she touched me. It began the moment I stepped through her wall and saw her, grief-stricken, terrified, yet still defiant enough to demand answers before agreeing. When I caught that strangely sweet scent clinging to her skin, something ancient and rare that made my senses sharpen. When her dark eyes met mine without flinching, holding steady despite facing an infernal lord. There was no choice after that, only inevitability, as if fate itself bound us before any contract formed. I remain near her now even as sunlight streams through market stalls. Shadow-cloaked, invisible, unnecessary. Watching her breathe feels essential. Flower.
Chapter 25. Illyra. Bram drones on about imported centerpieces while I smile mechanically, watching Vaelra work the crowd several paces away. She gestures elegantly, describing silk banners and flower arrangements with practiced modesty. The small cluster of settlers leans in, enthralled by her generosity. The musicians alone cost a fortune, Vaelra sighs, hand pressed to her chest. But nothing is too much for dear Illyra. After all she's endured, losing her father so suddenly, I simply couldn't bear to see her suffer further. Mrs. Kalin clutches Vaelra's arm sympathetically. Such kindness, taking her in, caring for her, securing such a prominent match. I only do what any mother would. My jaw tightens. Mother. The word tastes like poison. She never cared, never protected. She orchestrated this entire nightmare to elevate herself, using my father's death as leverage and my body as currency. And now she parades around like some benevolent saviour while settlers praise her virtue. The bug needs squashing before it grows too comfortable. Azrathiel. The air shifts immediately. Subtle pressure change only I notice. Warmth bleeds through my awareness, familiar and possessive. Are you there? I'm here, Flower. His voice curls against my ear, invisible but unmistakable. The sound sends shivers down my spine despite the midday heat. I feel his satisfaction radiating through our connection, sharp anticipation thrumming beneath it. Bloodlust simmers just below the surface, eager and waiting. He wants permission to destroy, but I don't want corpses. Not yet. Just humiliation, just truth. Stop them from believing her lies. Something cold traces my collarbone, phantom touch that raises goosebumps across my skin. I swear I hear him chuckle, dark and pleased, the sound vibrating through my bones. As you wish. The sensation lingers even after his presence recedes slightly, spreading outward toward Vaelra's audience like smoke through cracks. I turn back to Bram, nodding at whatever he's saying about wine vintages, and wait. Patience. Let him work. Mrs. Kalin's expression shifts first, smile faltering, brow pinching in confusion. Although she trails off mid-agreement, head tilting slightly. I suppose the wedding is rather extravagant considering the household's recent loss. Mr. Doran nods slowly, stroking his beard. True. Most families observe mourning periods before celebrations. Vaelra's hand flutters dismissively. Grief doesn't pay debts. Speaking of debts, Mrs. Kalin interrupts gently, weren't there concerns about the house finances before Edric passed? I remember hearing something about unpaid mining shares. Vaelra stiffens. Minor misunderstandings, nothing. And the marriage discussions began awfully quickly after the funeral. Mr. Doran exchanges glances with his wife, almost as if arrangements were already underway. Colour drains from Vaelra's face. She opens her mouth twice without sound emerging, searching desperately for footing on suddenly unstable ground. The settlers watch her now with polite scepticism instead of warm admiration. No accusations, just questions. Perfect. We simply wanted security for the family. Security for which family? Mrs. Kalin asks quietly, considering the whole wedding seems to solidify the presence of dark elves here. Vaelra stammers something about duty and responsibility before abruptly smoothing her skirts, recovering a fraction of composure. Forgive me, but we really must finalise arrangements. So much left to coordinate. She turns sharply toward Bram, forcing brightness into her voice. Lord Hethrin, perhaps we should return home. Several details require immediate attention. Bram glances between the now distant settlers and Vielra's rigid posture, violet eyes narrowing slightly. He nods once. Of course. I lower my gaze demurely, hiding the satisfaction curling through my chest like smoke. Well done, Azrath. Warmth pulses through our connection, pleased, possessive, hungry for more. The house feels suffocating. Vielra spreads fabric samples across the table, while Maricel sorts seating charts. Bram sprawls in father's chair, my father's chair, reviewing trade agreements that double as dowry negotiations. I sit near the window, hands folded, tuning out discussions of flower arrangements and political alliances, until cold fingers close around my forearm. Bram's grip tightens possessively, drawing attention without pulling. Illyra will wear the silver collar during introductions. It complements dark elf customs. I don't flinch, don't pull away, just turn my head slowly until our eyes meet. His luminous violet gaze meets mine, and whatever he sees there makes his smile falter. I hold perfectly still, expression blank except for the promise burning behind my stare. Touch me again, please. Give me one more reason. The discussion wraps up with Bram's final pronouncements about acceptable behaviour and public appearances. He rises from my father's chair, brushing imaginary dust from his tailored leathers. Vielra escorts him to the door with excessive courtesy. The moment it closes behind him, she turns toward me. Illyra, prepare something light for... Excuse me. I stand smoothly, already moving toward the stairs. All this hard work securing your and Maricel's future has exhausted me. Her mouth opens in protest. I don't stop walking. Illyra, I'm sure Maricel can manage. I climb the steps without looking back, ignoring the sharp intake of breath below. My door clicks shut. Silence. I release the breath I've been holding for hours, shoulders sagging against weathered wood. Then I see him. Azratiel sprawls across my bed like he owns every inch of it. One knee bent, arms folded behind his head, gold-flecked eyes tracking my movement with predatory focus. The redness breaking up his obsidian skin pulses faintly in the dim light. I hate when he touches me. I shake my head, disgust curling through my stomach. The phantom sensation of Bram's cold fingers still lingers on my forearm. Azratiel snorts. Not as much as I do. The growl beneath his words sends warmth pooling low in my belly. I roll my eyes, but can't stop the smile tugging at my lips. Jealous again, Azrath? He doesn't answer. His gaze follows my movements as I sink into the chair at my desk, fingers working through my braids methodically. Each pin hits the wood with soft clinks. I catch his reflection in the small mirror, expression darker than usual, jaw tight, still watching, always watching. I sigh, this time deeper than before. Exhaustion bleeds through the cracks now that I'm alone with him. Safe. What would you like me to do next? His voice cuts through the quiet, ready, eager. I shake loose the final braid, running fingers through tangled waves. Nothing yet. Illyra. The timing has to be right. I meet his reflection's gaze. I still have a few days to think it over. He shifts upright slowly, celestial chain markings glowing faintly along his shoulders. Time is running out. I know. The wedding approaches. I know. The words come sharper than intended. Silence stretches between us. I turn in my chair, facing him fully. His expression remains unreadable, except for the tension coiled through his frame. Restrained violence waiting for direction. For permission. But what I want to give him permission for isn't written in any contract.
Chapter 26. Azrathiel. I watch her fingers work through the remaining tangles with practiced ease, thick waves cascading over her shoulder like dark water tumbling down stone. The simple motion mesmerizes me completely, each strand catching the warm lamplight only to release it again in ripples of amber and bronze, then catching it once more as her hand moves through the silken mass. There's something hypnotic about the rhythm she creates, the gentle tug and release as stubborn knots yield to her patient ministrations. The candlelight transforms her hair into liquid shadow, shot through with threads of gold where the flames dance highest. I find myself cataloging each movement, the slight tilt of her head as she encounters resistance, the way her lips part in concentration, the graceful arch of her wrist as she works the brush through particularly troublesome sections. My ember veins pulse steadier now, no longer racing with the frantic energy of before, but maintaining that low, constant burn that speaks of banked fires rather than extinguished ones. She seems utterly unaware of my scrutiny, lost in the simple ritual of preparing for sleep, and perhaps that unconscious ease is what captivates me most. She stands abruptly, smoothing wrinkles from her skirts. I should change into my nightgown. The fabric pools around her feet without ceremony. No hesitation, no false modesty. Just Illyra, standing before me in nothing but candlelight and confidence. My throat goes dry. Every curve, every freckle, every inch of warm tan skin demands attention I shouldn't give. The ember veins beneath my obsidian flesh pulse faster, responding to proximity and want. She doesn't flinch under my stare, doesn't cover herself or turn away. Could you fetch my nightgown? It's in the wardrobe. I rise slowly, movements deliberate to mask the hunger clawing through my chest. The simple white cotton feels impossibly soft between my fingers, innocent fabric that will touch her skin where I cannot. Yet, she accepts it without thanks, pulling the garment over her head with ease. The cotton settles against her body, outlining what it pretends to conceal. I memorize every detail, the way her hair spills over one shoulder, how the neckline frames her collarbone, the subtle silver sheen in her dark eyes when she looks at me directly. Come here. She steps forward without question, bare feet silent against wooden floors. When she stops within arm's reach, her gaze lifts openly. No walls, no pretense. Trust. Complete, devastating trust. The realization hits like a physical blow. She stands here, vulnerable and unguarded, because she believes I will protect her, because I will protect her. I must collect another contract before the wedding. Her expression doesn't change, but something flickers behind her eyes. Another one? A debt came due in the Eastern Territories. Covenant law requires personal collection within 3 days. How long? 1 night. I cup her face gently, thumbs tracing the delicate line of her cheekbones. Will you be all right? She leans into the touch, eyes drifting closed. I've managed worse. Not alone. Not anymore. Our foreheads rest together, breath mingling in the space between. Her lips part slightly, invitation and question combined. I could kiss her. Should kiss her. The wanting threatens to consume what little control remains. Instead, I memorize this moment. The weight of her trust, the warmth of her skin, the way she fits perfectly against me. Call for me if you need anything. Shadow rises around me like smoke, reluctant to separate us. Her image blurs as darkness claims the edges of my vision. Azrath? I pause, half dissolved. Come back. Always. The shadow swallows me whole. The coastal cavern reeks of brine and decay. Phosphorescent algae clings to wet stone walls, casting sickly green light across tidal pools that bubble with unnatural heat. Cythara coils in the deepest chamber, serpentine tail wrapped around a throne carved from black coral. Her scaled torso gleams emerald in the dim light, arms adorned with bangles that chime softly as she moves. Lord Azrathiel. She inclines her head with practiced grace. How unexpected. I step from shadow onto the slick stone floor. Your year has expired, priestess. Her laugh ripples like water over rocks. Surely we can discuss terms. I've acquired such treasure since our last meeting. She gestures toward alcoves filled with pearls the size of fists, crystallized sea foam that captures moonlight, weapons forged from Leviathan bone. Wealth enough to purchase kingdoms. Covenant law permits no renegotiation once the term expires, but these are rare beyond measure. As was your request, I conjure the obsidian ledger, pages flipping to her contract. Burning script illuminates her desperate plea from a year past, save her reef from celestial purification. You received exactly what you bargained for. Her fingers tighten on the coral armrests. My people still need protection. Extend the contract, and I'll triple the offering. The debt is due! Cythera's eyes narrow to slits. She strikes without warning, fangs extended, venom glistening like liquid emerald. Infernal flame erupts around her before she travels half the distance between us. The fire doesn't burn in the traditional sense. Instead, it binds, manifesting as chains of white-hot light that wrap around her serpentine form with deliberate precision. Each luminous link sears against her scaled flesh, leaving faint impressions where they touch, but causing no permanent damage. The Covenant magic seeks restraint, not destruction. She thrashes violently within the binding, her powerful tail lashing against the coral throne with enough force to crack its ancient surface. Her screams echo through the underwater cavern, curses spilling from her lips in the old tongue, words that predate human civilization, syllables that make the water itself recoil. Struggle makes this unpleasant for both of us, I observe, my voice carrying across the chamber with infernal authority. The binding responds to her resistance, tightening incrementally with each futile movement. Her coils are forced gradually into stillness, the chains of light constricting until she can barely draw breath. The emerald gleam of her scales dulls as the restraints press closer to her vital points. Terror begins to replace the fury in her serpentine eyes as understanding dawns with crystalline clarity. There will be no negotiation, no reprieve. The contract has reached its natural conclusion, and Covenant law admits no exceptions. Please, I place one hand against her forehead. The ritual begins with precision born of countless repetitions. Her essence flows like silver water, drawn through infernal channels into the contract's hungry void. Life dims from her eyes gradually, painlessly. The flame releases her empty shell to crumble into sea foam and scattered scales. Contract satisfied. I step back through shadow, leaving the cavern to reclaim its silence. The taste of fulfilled obligation should bring satisfaction. Order restored, balance maintained. Instead, I think of Illyra, sleeping in her narrow bed, trusting me to return. My contract with her carries the same inevitable conclusion. 1 year, then collection. The thought sits like ice in my chest.
Chapter 27. Illyra. The moonbeam lily spins between my fingers like captured starlight, its petals just beginning to unfurl as the last rays of sunlight fade beyond my window. Each delicate fold catches the dying light and transforms it into something ethereal. Silver threads that seem to pulse with their own gentle rhythm. The flower responds to twilight the way others respond to dawn, opening gradually as darkness claims the sky. Its luminescence grows stronger with each passing moment, casting soft shadows across my palms. The petals feel impossibly smooth, like silk that's been kissed by moonlight and blessed by something far beyond mortal understanding. I trace one petal's edge with the tip of my finger, marveling at how something so beautiful could exist in a world that feels increasingly harsh. The lily represents everything Azrathiel brings into my life: mystery, wonder, and a tenderness I never expected from a being forged in infernal flames. Illyra! Vaelra's voice cuts through the evening quiet like a blade through gossamer, sharp, impatient, demanding immediate attention without consideration for what might be interrupted. I close my eyes briefly, savouring one last moment of peace before the inevitable confrontation. The lily's glow dims slightly as I place it carefully back into its silk-lined box, nestling it among the other precious things Azrathiel has given me. My feet find the wooden stairs reluctantly, each step carrying me further from sanctuary and closer to whatever fresh manipulation awaits below. The house feels smaller tonight, walls pressing closer with each breath. Vaelra stands in the main room with arms crossed, her pale olive skin drawn tight across sharp cheekbones. Her dark hair has been pinned with particular severity, not a strand permitted to soften the harsh lines of her face. "Why are you dressed down already?" I glance at my simple nightgown, the white cotton that Azrathiel touched with such reverence just hours ago. "I wish to go to sleep." Her head shakes with the sharp precision of a woman accustomed to having her will obeyed without question. "Absolutely not. You need to rehearse your vows." There is a brief pause. "Vows? Don't use that tone with me." Vaelra's eyes narrow dangerously. "Tomorrow you pledge yourself before the entire settlement. You will not embarrass this family with stammering uncertainty." She straightens her shoulders, assuming the pose of someone delivering sacred scripture rather than scripted subjugation. "I, Illyra Dain, surrender my will to my husband's wisdom. I pledge my body to his desires, my voice to his commands, my future to his judgment. I renounce all claim to property, opinion, or independence, trusting in his guidance as a child trusts her father. My thoughts are his thoughts. My choices are his choices. I am his possession, willing and grateful." The words thicken the air like poison, each syllable designed to strip away every vestige of personhood I fought to maintain. A laugh bursts from my throat, sharp, incredulous, completely unbidden. The sound echoes off the stone walls like breaking glass. "You cannot be serious." Vaelra's spine straightens to steel. "Excuse me." Those words. I gesture dismissively at the air where her recitation still lingers like smoke. They're medieval, degrading. I won't speak them. "You will speak them because they are required." Her voice drops to the tone she reserves for final warnings. "Bram expects traditional vows." "Then perhaps Bram should marry someone traditional." The colour drains from her face, leaving only sharp angles and cold fury. "How dare you?" "How dare I what? Refuse to publicly declare myself livestock?" The words flow like water breaking through a dam. "Father never would have—" "Your father is dead!" The shout reverberates through the room. "Your father's wishes died with him. You live under my roof now by my grace, and you will honour the arrangements I make for your survival." I take a step closer, my voice steady despite the fire building in my chest. "I will not recite those words." "You ungrateful, selfish—" I turn toward the stairs, done with this conversation, done with her demands, done with pretending any of this serves anyone but her own ambitions. "Don't you walk away from me, Illyra Dain." Each stair carries me higher, away from her sputtering rage and empty threats. The wooden boards creak under my feet like old bones, but I climb steadily until I reach my room. The door closes behind me with satisfying finality. I lean against the solid wood, breathing deeply for the first time since this wretched conversation began. The moonbeam lily glows softly from its box, casting gentle light across the silks and jewellery Azrathiel has given me. Footsteps approach, lighter than Vaelra's, more hesitant. Maricel. The door handle turns without ceremony. She steps inside, grey eyes scanning the room with calculating precision. Her gaze lands immediately on the silk box, then travels to the fine dresses hanging carefully in the corner, the delicate jewellery scattered across my small table like captured stars. Well, well. Her voice carries dangerous amusement. Look what the mouse has been hoarding. I straighten, crossing my arms. Get out of my room. She moves closer to the table, fingers trailing across a silver bracelet set with tiny sapphires. Where did you steal these from? I didn't steal anything. Of course you did. She lifts the bracelet, examining it in the lamplight. Poor little Illyra couldn't possibly afford such finery. So you've been pilfering from Bram's estate, haven't you? Taking what was meant for your wedding trousseau and playing dress-up like a child. Heat floods my cheeks. Put that down. Or what? She dangles the bracelet mockingly. You'll tell Mother. She'll be fascinated to learn her stepdaughter is a common thief. Those aren't yours to touch. My voice cuts through the room like a blade, sharp enough to make her fingers pause on the bracelet's delicate chain. Everything in this house belongs to my mother now. Maricel's smile turns predatory, which means it belongs to me. Put it down, Maricel. Make me. The challenge hangs between us like drawn steel. She dangles the bracelet higher, watching my jaw tighten with obvious satisfaction. You know what I think? She moves to the silk box, fingers hovering over the moonbeam lily's glow. I think you've been whoring yourself out to some merchant, trading your body for pretty trinkets like the desperate little... Don't touch that! I lunge forward, but she's already lifting the flower from its silk nest, her grip careless and cruel around the delicate stem. What's so special about a stupid flower? Give it back. Or what? You'll cry? She laughs, a sound like breaking glass. Poor Illyra, always so... I shove her hard enough to send her stumbling backward. The lily flies from her grasp, petals scattering across the floor like fallen stars. You brat! Maricel regains her footing, grey eyes blazing with fury. How dare you put your hands on me? How dare you destroy my things? Your things? These stolen goods, you mean? I didn't steal anything. Liar! She grabs for the jewellery box, sending necklaces spilling across the wooden floor. You're nothing but a common thief. Get out of my room. It's not your room anymore. Nothing here is yours. We're both shouting now, voices carrying through the thin walls like war cries. I grab her wrist as she reaches for another piece, my grip tight enough to leave marks. Let go of me! Stop destroying my things! The door bursts open with enough force to rattle the hinges. Viola stands in the doorway, her face a mask of cold fury as she takes in the scene. Jewellery scattered across the floor, Maricel's tear-streaked face, my hands still gripping her daughter's wrist. What is the meaning of this? Maricel tears free from my grasp, pointing an accusing finger. She attacked me. Look what she's been hiding. Viola's gaze sweeps across the scattered treasures, the fine silks, the delicate jewellery, the moonbeam lily's broken petals glowing faintly in the lamplight. Her expression shifts from anger to something far more dangerous. Understanding. Where did you get these things, Illyra? The question is distrusting, ripples of accusation spreading in its wake. They were gifts. Gifts from whom? I lift my chin, meeting her cold stare without flinching. That's none of your concern. Her laugh is sharp as winter wind. None of my concern? You live under my roof, eat my food, and you tell me what happens here is none of my concern? These are mine. Nothing is yours. The words explode from her like cannon fire. You own nothing. You are nothing. A burden I've carried out of charity. Maricel wipes her eyes with theatrical precision. She stole them, Mother. From Bram's estate, probably. Look how fine they are. No honest girl could afford such things. I didn't steal anything. Velra steps closer, her voice dropping to dangerous quiet. Tell me, Illyra, what services do you provide in exchange for such generosity? Heat floods my cheeks. How dare you? How dare I what? Ask questions about the dirty woman living under my roof? The word hits like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. I stare at her, this woman who married my father for security, and now stands in his house calling his daughter a dirty woman. Get out! My voice comes steady despite the fire building in my chest. Both of you, get out of my room. Your room? Vielra's laugh turns brittle. Your room! She grabs my arm with fingers like iron bands, nails digging through the thin cotton of my nightgown. Come along, daughter dear. Time you learned exactly what you own in this house. Let go of me. Maricel, gather those stolen goods. We're taking them outside. Mother, what are you— Now! Maricel scrambles to collect the scattered jewellery while Vielra drags me toward the door. I dig my heels in, but her grip tightens until I can feel bruises forming under her fingers. Where are you taking me? Outside, where thieves belong. The front door opens onto cool night air that raises gooseflesh along my arms. Vielra hauls me past the threshold and into the small courtyard, Maricel following with an armload of my precious things. Put them down there. Vielra points to the hard-packed earth near the well. All of them. My jewellery hits the dirt with tiny chiming sounds, silver and sapphires mixing with dust and fallen leaves. The silk dresses follow, their fine fabric already picking up stains from the damp ground. There. Vielra releases my arm with a shove that sends me stumbling. That's where stolen goods belong, in the dirt where you found them. I didn't steal— Her hand cracks across my cheek, with enough force to snap my head sideways. Pain blooms bright and sharp, followed by the metallic taste of blood where my teeth cut the inside of my mouth. Liar. I touch my burning cheek, feeling the heat radiating from the strike. I'm not lying. No. She circles me like a predator, her voice deceptively calm. Then tell me who gave you these things. Give me a name. I meet her gaze without wavering. No. The second blow comes from the other direction, harder than the first. Stars burst behind my eyelids as I stagger, but manage to keep my feet. A name, Illyra. No. This time she uses her fist, catching me across the jaw with enough force to send me to my knees. The taste of copper floods my mouth as I spit blood onto the packed earth. You brought a woman's wages into my house. They weren't— Her boot catches me in the ribs, driving the air from my lungs in a sharp gasp. I curl forward, arms wrapping around my middle as pain lances through my side. Beg my forgiveness. The words reach me through the ringing in my ears. I lift my head, meeting her cold stare through the curtain of hair that's escaped my braid. No.
Chapter 28. Azrathiel. The familiar weight of shadow dissolves around me as I step through the wall, expecting to find Illyra waiting with that slight smile she reserves for my arrivals. Instead, I emerge into a room stripped bare as winter bone. Gone are the silk dresses that hung like captured moonlight in the corner. The jewelry box sits empty, its velvet lining exposed like an opened wound. Even the moonbeam lily, that perfect bloom I cultivated in the deepest caverns of the infernal realm, has vanished without trace. The temperature plummets. Frost begins forming along the window glass in delicate, deadly patterns. A soft sound reaches me from the bed, barely audible, like rain on distant stone. Illyra lies curled beneath a threadbare sheet, her shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs. Bruises bloom across her exposed back in shades of purple and red, finger-shaped marks that speak of violence delivered with deliberate cruelty. More bruises circle her upper arms, where someone gripped her hard enough to leave permanent reminders. What happened? She flinches violently at my voice, spinning to face me with wide, startled eyes still wet with tears. Fear flickers across her features before recognition settles, and guilt pierces through my rising fury at having frightened her when she's already been hurt. Azrathiel. My name breaks on a sob, releasing the flood she's been holding back. She curls inward, hiding her face against her knees as tears fall like rain after drought. The sound tears through me worse than any blade, worse than the celestial chains that bind my essence. I cross to her in 3 swift strides, gathering her trembling form against my chest. She fits perfectly in my arms, as if every line of my body was designed to shelter hers from harm. I'm here. The words rumble low in my chest as she presses her face against my shoulder. I'm here, Flower. Her tears soak through the dark fabric of my shirt while I hold her, one hand stroking the length of her unbound hair. Each shuddering breath she takes feeds the infernal fire building in my veins. Someone put their hands on her. Someone hurt what belongs to me. The room grows colder still, shadows deepening in the corners, like living things drawn to my rage. I force myself to breathe steadily, to keep my voice gentle despite the violence screaming through my thoughts. Tell me who did this! She shakes her head against my shoulder, fresh tears spilling over. They took everything. All of it. The lily you gave me. They destroyed it. My jaw clenches tight enough to crack stone. The moonbeam lily took centuries to cultivate, its petals infused with starlight from the first dawn. To destroy something so precious, so carefully crafted. They called me a thief. Her voice comes muffled against my shirt. Said I stole from Bram's estate. Valra dragged me outside and... Her words dissolve into another wave of sobs. I tighten my arms around her, pressing my lips to the crown of her head as scenarios flash through my mind, each one bloodier than the last. Vaelra's hands around Elira's throat. Maricel holding her down while her mother strikes. Bram arriving to find his bride marked and deciding to sample his property early. The shadows in the room writhe like serpents, responding to the fury building in my chest. Ice crystals spread across the walls in intricate, deadly patterns. Breathe with me, I murmur against her hair, though my own breathing threatens to ignite the air around us. Just breathe, Flower. She follows the rhythm of my breathing until her sobs quiet, until the trembling in her shoulders stills to match my steady heartbeat. The salt of her tears still dampens my shirt, but her breath comes even now, calm. Better? I murmur against her hair. She nods against my chest, not quite ready to pull away. I ease her back gently, studying the exhaustion etched in every line of her face. I'll be right back. Before she can respond, I step through shadow into the infernal plane. My private chambers stretch before me, obsidian walls lined with treasures accumulated over millennia of contracts. I move with purpose through the collection, selecting silk the color of midnight sky, woolen blankets soft as cloud down, a pillow stuffed with phoenix feathers that will never lose their warmth. The return journey takes mere heartbeats. I emerge in her room to find her still sitting exactly where I left her, staring at her empty hands. I begin arranging the silk across her narrow bed, smoothing each fold with careful precision. The wool follows, then the pillow positioned just so, a nest worthy of something precious. No. Her voice cuts through my work. I pause, one hand still adjusting the corner of a blanket. No. I don't deserve it. She shakes her head, dark hair falling around her face like a curtain. The words hit me wrong, sparking something volcanic in my chest. My eyes flash with infernal fire as I straighten to my full height. You deserve whatever I say you deserve. The words snap out sharper than intended, edged with the authority of someone who once commanded legions. nothing less, nothing more. And I say you deserve silk and comfort and every beautiful thing I can lay at your feet. Silence stretches between us like a held breath. She flinches slightly at my tone, and guilt follows swift on the heels of my anger. I force my voice gentler. Why didn't you summon me? Her shoulders curl inward again, making her seem smaller than ever. I was ashamed. The admission lands like a physical blow. Ashamed of needing help, of being hurt, of trusting me with gifts that others could destroy. Heat builds behind my ribs, where the celestial chains bind my essence. The markings along my shoulders begin to glow white-hot as fury threatens to consume rational thought entirely. Velra and Maricel. Both of them. Right now. I turn toward the wall, ready to step through shadow and paint their modest home red with justice. They hurt her. They made her feel shame for accepting what I freely gave. They destroyed something I created with my own hands, something that took centuries to perfect. They will burn for this. Slowly. Azrathiel. Wait. Her voice stops me mid-stride. I hear her scramble to her feet behind me, bare feet hitting the cold floor. Her fingers close around my wrist like a shackle stronger than any celestial binding. The touch burns through me, but not with fire, with something infinitely more dangerous. Not yet. And why not? The words emerge as a snarl, infernal power crackling in the air around us. Why should I not end them right here and now? They put their hands on you. They hurt you. They destroyed what was mine to give. The room grows colder with each word, frost spreading across the windows in intricate patterns that mirror my rage. Her breath mists in the sudden chill, but she doesn't release my wrist. Because, she whispers, and the single word carries more weight than any contract I've ever signed. I'm asking you not to. The fight drains out of me like water through cracked stone. Asking, not commanding, not invoking the contract that binds me to her will. Simply asking, as if my choice matters, as if she trusts me to make the right decision without magical compulsion. No one has ever asked me for anything. Orders, demands, bargains struck in desperation. Those I understand. But this quiet request, spoken without expectation of obedience. I sink to my knees before her, the motion as involuntary as breathing.
Chapter 29. Illyra. My breath catches in my throat at the sight of him kneeling before me. Even on his knees, Azrathiel's face reaches my chest, his broad shoulders spanning wider than my entire torso. The difference in our sizes strikes me anew, how someone so powerful, so commanding, can fold himself down to meet me at my level. Azrath. The nickname slips out unbidden, soft as a prayer. My fingers find the curve of his horn without conscious thought, tracing the ridged surface from base to tip. The bone feels warm beneath my touch, smoother than polished marble, yet somehow alive with thrumming energy. He leans into the contact like a cat seeking affection, those gold-flecked eyes drifting closed as a sound almost like a purr rumbles in his chest. Butterflies explode in my stomach at his response. This ancient, terrifying being melting under such a simple touch. I'm sorry, my flower. His voice is heavy with genuine remorse, each word carefully measured. I should have been here. I should have protected you. The apology feels wrong, sparking irritation in my chest. I step back abruptly, my hand falling away from his horn. It's not your fault that I'm weak, I mutter, wrapping my arms around myself. He surges to his feet with fluid grace, towering over me once more. The movement sends shadows dancing across the walls, his presence filling the small room like storm clouds gathering before lightning strikes. Weak? The word cracks like a whip, sharp with disbelief. You call yourself weak? I shrink back slightly at the intensity in his voice, but he follows, closing the distance between us with deliberate steps. You endured their cruelty without breaking. You refused to beg even while they beat you. You protected what matters to you through sheer force of will. His hands hover near my shoulders, not quite touching but close enough that I feel the heat radiating from his skin. That is not weakness, Illyra. That is strength beyond what most possess. I don't feel strong. The admission scrapes out of me like broken glass. In that house, with them, I feel so small, like I'm nothing, like Velra has always been right about me. The confession hangs between us, raw and vulnerable. I expect him to offer empty platitudes, meaningless reassurances that ring hollow in the face of reality. Instead, he cups my chin with infinite gentleness, tilting my face up until I meet his burning gaze. You are not small. 4 simple words, spoken with the authority of absolute conviction, as if he's stating an immutable law of the universe rather than offering comfort. You are not small, he repeats, his thumb brushing across my cheekbone. You are fierce and brilliant and brave enough to bind a demon to your will. You are everything they fear to become, someone who refuses to be broken by their petty cruelties. I stare into his eyes, searching for something I can't name. The gold flecks seem to pulse with inner fire, and in their depths I see not pity or condescension, but something fiercer, something that sees me as I want to be seen. Without thinking, I rise onto my toes, reaching for him. The distance stretches impossibly far. He's too tall, I'm too small, but he doesn't hesitate. His head dips down, closing the gap, and his lips capture mine with devastating gentleness. The kiss unfolds slowly, deliberately. His mouth moves against mine like he's memorizing the shape of my lips, the taste of my breath. Heat spreads through my chest, pooling low in my belly as his hands frame my face. Step by step, he guides me backward until my legs hit the edge of the bed. The new silks he conjured earlier catch me as I sink down, their softness a stark contrast to the rough wool I'm accustomed to. He follows, settling between my legs as they part instinctively to accommodate his larger frame. You faced them without flinching, he murmurs against my throat, his voice like honey poured over gravel. Even when they tried to break you. His fingers trace the curve of my thigh, bunching the fabric of my nightgown higher. The material whispers across my skin as he lifts it past my hip, my waist, until his palms cut my breasts through the thin cotton. Azrath. His name escapes as a gasp, uncertainty flooding my chest even as pleasure sparks beneath his touch. My back arches toward him without permission, seeking more contact. It's all right, he soothes, thumbs brushing across the peaks of my breasts. I want to show you something new, something beyond what we shared before. Heat rushes to my cheeks as understanding dawns. You want to screw me? The crude word feels foreign on my tongue, but it's the only one I know for what I think he's suggesting. His eyes narrow, pupils dilating as he studies my flushed face. How do you know that word? I've heard the stable boys talk. My voice comes out breathless, chest rising and falling rapidly beneath his hands. But I don't really know what it means. His expression softens at my innocence, a breathy chuckle escaping his lips. The sound sends warmth spiraling through my chest, rich and low, like distant thunder. That's one way to say it, yes. His thumb traces the curve of my lower lip with maddening slowness. Would you like to find out what it means? I search his eyes, those gold flecks dancing with heat and something deeper, something that makes my pulse quicken. The question hangs there, weighted with promise and possibility. My body already knows the answer even as my mind scrambles to catch up. I nod, the movement small but decisive.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
For a long moment we simply breathe, his body still pressed against mine, his weight a grounding comfort rather than a burden. Slowly he withdraws, leaving me feeling hollowed out and wonderfully empty. I don't think, don't hesitate. I wrap my arms around his neck and cling to him, pressing my face into the crook of his shoulder. The scent of him, smoke and something sweetly metallic, fills my lungs as I breathe him in. No shame remains, only this, the warmth of his skin against mine, the steady beat of his heart beneath my palm, the knowledge that something has fundamentally shifted between us. Was I good? I whisper tentatively. He brushes damp hair from my forehead with a gentleness that belies the roughness of moments before. His lips find my temple in a soft kiss, and for the first time, I understand what it means to be claimed fully. You are everything, he responds. I am his, in every way that matters.
Chapter 30. Azrathiel. Dawn breaks over the settlement, pale light filtering through the shutters, and I should return to the infernal realm. My obligations there stack like unread contracts, territorial disputes requiring adjudication, lesser demons testing boundaries in my absence. The celestial chains binding me pulse with faint irritation, a reminder that even bound demons have duties beyond mortal entanglements. I don't move. Instead, I dissolve into shadow, becoming one with the darkness that pools in the corners of her room. From this form, I can feel every shift in the air, every subtle change in temperature as morning warms the stone walls. More importantly, I can sense her, the steady rhythm of her breathing, the flutter of her pulse beneath skin I've claimed as mine. She stirs, stretching languidly across silk sheets I conjured for her comfort. The movement sends her scent drifting through the air. Jasmine, and something uniquely hers, now mixed with traces of me. My essence clings to her like invisible armor, marking her as claimed territory. The compulsion to remain near her defies every logical impulse. Contract demons don't linger. We fulfill obligations and withdraw, maintaining professional distance that prevents complications. Yet here I hover, drawn by forces I refuse to examine too closely. When she rises and pads barefoot to the wash basin, I flow along the wall, keeping pace without conscious thought. The simple act of watching her wash becomes mesmerizing. The way water droplets catch morning light on her skin, how she moves with newfound confidence even in this small ritual. She descends to the kitchen, and I follow through shadow paths that snake between floorboards and behind wooden beams. Every step she takes pulls me like a lodestone draws iron. The sensation should disturb me. Instead, it feels inevitable. Velra stands at the hearth, stirring porridge with mechanical precision. Her movements carry the brittle efficiency of someone maintaining normalcy through sheer force of will. She doesn't acknowledge Illyra's entrance beyond a curt nod toward the bread that needs slicing. Sleep well? The question drips with false sweetness. Well enough. Illyra's response holds no defensive edge, no tremor of uncertainty. She moves to the cutting board with fluid grace, her posture straighter than I've ever observed. I drift closer, shadows pooling near her feet like protective darkness. The urge to manifest fully and position myself between them requires active restraint, Footsteps on the stairs herald Maricel's approach. My essence coils tighter, every instinct screaming warnings as that particular threat enters the kitchen. Pale morning light catches the calculating gleam in her gray eyes as she surveys the scene. Someone's glowing this morning. Maricel's voice carries barbed curiosity, almost like you've discovered some secret. Thieving again? Without thinking, I shift closer to Illyra. Shadow tendrils stretch toward her, not quite touching but ready to intervene if necessary. The movement feels as natural as breathing, an unconscious need to place myself between her and potential harm. But Illyra doesn't flinch. Her shoulders remain squared, her breathing steady as she continues slicing bread with methodical precision. The blade moves in perfect rhythm, each cut clean and deliberate. Perhaps I have. Her response carries quiet amusement rather than defensiveness. The subtle challenge in her tone makes my essence thrum with approval. This is the woman who bound me to her will, who refused to break under pressure. Watching her stand her ground against petty cruelties fills me with fierce satisfaction. Maricel's eyes narrow, searching for weakness to exploit. I remain coiled in shadow near Illyra's feet, ready to strike if needed. But she doesn't require my intervention. It's all right. Her steady breathing seems to whisper to the darkness where I hide. I can manage this. And she can. The realization hits me with unexpected force. She doesn't need my protection in this moment. She chooses to let me stay close. But the choice itself demonstrates her strength rather than dependence. Still, I don't withdraw. The compulsion to remain keeps me tethered to her presence like gravity holds planets in orbit. Heavy boots on stone announce unwelcome visitors before the door even rattles under firm knocks. From my position pooled in kitchen shadows, I sense the approaching threat. Bram's particular brand of cold arrogance, preceded by 2 sets of lighter footsteps. Guards, judging by the measured cadence. Viola smooths her hair and hurries to answer, leaving Illyra frozen at the cutting board. Maricel perks up like a cat scenting fresh prey, gray eyes bright with anticipation. Lord Hethrin. Valra's voice carries forced warmth. We weren't expecting. Plans change. Bram's tone cuts through pleasantries. He sweeps into the kitchen without invitation, violet eyes scanning the room with proprietary satisfaction. His guards flank the doorway, silent sentinels in dark leather. My shadows coil tighter, every instinct screaming to manifest and tear his throat out. Instead, I force myself to remain hidden, observing as he circles the space like a predator marking territory. The ceremony moves to tomorrow evening. The announcement settles into silence. Viola blinks, composure cracking. Tomorrow? But the preparations are adequate. Bram's dismissive gesture encompasses the modest kitchen. Further delay invites complications. Some of your settlement's more vocal members have begun questioning the wisdom of this union. The barb hits its mark. Vaelra's face flushes, but she rallies quickly. The agreed payment comes when she belongs to me. His gaze shifts to Illyra, who continues slicing bread with mechanical precision. Not before. The casual cruelty in his voice ignites something murderous in my essence. Shadow tendrils surge toward his throat before I catch myself, forcing them back with iron will. The celestial chains binding me flare briefly, recognizing the struggle between contract obligations and protective instinct. Maricel steps closer to the drama, practically vibrating with excitement. Tomorrow seems rather sudden. Sudden prevents second thoughts. Bram's smile holds no warmth. Humans are prone to emotional complications when given too much time to consider. Illyra sets down her knife with deliberate care. The small sound echoes through tense silence as she wipes her hands on her apron, movements controlled and graceful. Without a word, she steps around Bram, careful not to brush against him, and walks toward the door. Where are you going? Velra's voice cracks with strain. Outside. Illyra doesn't pause or look back. The air in here has grown rather thick. The subtle insult makes Bram's eyes narrow, but she's already gone, leaving the scent of jasmine and quiet defiance in her wake. I flow after her through shadow paths that snake beneath door frames and around stone corners. The compulsion to follow her feels as natural as breathing, stronger than any contract obligation I've ever experienced. In the yard, she stops beneath the gnarled oak that shades the eastern corner. Sunlight filters through leaves, dappling her skin with shifting patterns of light and shadow. She tilts her face skyward, breathing deeply as if cleansing herself of the poison she just escaped. I manifest in the tree's shadow, stepping from darkness into partial visibility. The familiar weight of physical form settles around me like armor, bringing with it the sharp clarity of rage barely held in check. The rage burning in my veins threatens to spill over as I watch her stand beneath the oak's dappled shade. Every muscle in my borrowed form coils with the need to return to that kitchen and reduce Bram to ash. The chains etched into my skin flare with heat, responding to the violent turn of my thoughts. What do you want me to do? The question emerges rough, my voice carrying the weight of barely leashed fury. She turns to face me, and I see my own anger reflected in the silver-touched depths of her eyes. There is no more waiting. Her words fall like hammer blows, each syllable ringing with finality. Tomorrow, when they gather for the ceremony, you will appear at the wedding dais. I step closer, drawn by the steel in her voice. And then? Strike fear into everyone present. Declare the ceremony void. She lifts her chin, meeting my gaze without flinching. Make it clear that defiance will mean death. The command settles into my bones like molten metal finding its mold. Every fiber of my being thrums with anticipation at the thought of unleashing myself upon that gathering. Yet something in her expression gives me pause. Why do you not command me to slaughter Bram now? I study her face, searching for weakness or hesitation. I would do it without hesitation. One word from you, and his blood will water this earth. For a moment, something fragile flickers across her features. Grief, perhaps, or the ghost of a gentler world. When she speaks, her voice is laden with hard-won wisdom. Killing them all is not what my father would have wanted. The answer stops me cold. Not fear of consequences or concern for her safety, but loyalty to a dead man's memory. The complexity of her moral landscape fascinates and frustrates me in equal measure. Most who summon my kind seek simple solutions: death, destruction, the elimination of obstacles through violence. She seeks justice. I regard her in silence, cataloging the set of her shoulders, the unwavering steadiness of her breathing. This woman who bound me to her will continues to surprise me at every turn. Lesser mortals would demand blood for blood, vengeance served hot and immediate. She chooses precision over carnage. Very well. The acceptance flows from me without argument or negotiation. Her command becomes law, binding itself to my essence with threads of silver fire. It will be as you wish. I step closer, close enough to catch the jasmine scent that clings to her skin. Close enough to see the faint shimmer of power that dances in her eyes when she invokes her will. No one will touch you again. The promise emerges as both vow and threat, carrying the weight of every protective instinct she's awakened in me. Tomorrow I will give them theater. I will give them terror. I will remind them why mortals once whispered my name in darkened corners. But tonight, I dissolve back into shadow, already calculating the precise choreography of fear I'll orchestrate on that dais.
Chapter 31. Illyra. The invasion begins before dawn. They descend upon my room like locusts, 3 women I've never seen before carrying baskets of powders, oils, and instruments that gleam in the lamplight. Vaelra follows behind them, directing the assault with military precision. "Hair first," she commands, pointing to the eldest woman who immediately begins unpinning my simple braid. Then the face. The dress comes last. We cannot risk staining it. I sit motionless on the wooden stool they've positioned before the mirror, watching my reflection disappear beneath layers of artifice. The eldest woman, Marta, Vaelra calls her, works my hair with practiced efficiency, sectioning and curling until it resembles nothing I recognize. "Such lovely texture," Marta murmurs, winding a strand around heated iron. "Lord Hethrin will be pleased with the volume." The casual reference to Bram's preferences makes my stomach clench, but I keep my expression neutral. In the mirror, I watch steam rise from my hair as each curl takes shape. The second woman approaches with a palette of cosmetics that could stock a merchant's stall. Rouge, kohl, powders in shades from pearl to rose. She surveys my face like an artist contemplating a blank canvas. "The complexion needs brightening," she announces, dabbing white powder across my cheekbones. "Dark elves prefer their companions fair." "Not too much," Vaelra interjects sharply. "She should look enhanced, not painted." The powder sits heavy on my skin, each brush stroke erasing another piece of myself. When she moves to my eyes, outlining them in dark kohl that makes them appear larger, more doll-like, I focus on breathing steadily. This is temporary, I remind myself. By tonight, this charade ends. Maricel drifts into the room carrying a cup of tea, her grey eyes bright with anticipation. She's dressed in her finest gown, pale blue silk that complements her chestnut hair, clearly expecting to bask in reflected glory. "The dress will look better in Bram's chambers," she says, settling onto my bed to watch the proceedings. All this fuss for a few hours of ceremony. The casual cruelty in her voice doesn't surprise me anymore. I've learned to expect venom from that particular source. The third woman begins laying out undergarments, layers upon layers of silk and lace, designed to shape my body into something more pleasing to dark elf sensibilities. Corset, chemise, stockings that reach my thighs, shoes that pinch my feet into delicate points. "Arms up," Vaelra orders. I comply, feeling like a mannequin as they dress me piece by piece. The corset laces tight enough to restrict my breathing, pushing my breasts higher than nature intended. The chemise follows, then another layer of silk, then another. "Tighter," Vaelra instructs as Marta works the corset laces. She needs definition. Each pull of the strings compresses my ribs further. By the time they're satisfied, I can barely draw a full breath. The wedding gown itself hangs from a wooden frame, like a ghost waiting to possess me. Cream-coloured silk shot through with silver threads that catch the lamplight. It represents everything I'm supposed to become. Beautiful, expensive, owned. "Careful with the sleeves," Vaelra warns as they lift the dress over my head. The fabric cost more than most families see in a year. The weight of it settles around me like chains. Silk whispers against silk as they arrange the skirts, adjust the bodice, ensure every fold falls perfectly. When they step back to admire their work, I barely recognise the creature in the mirror. She looks like a doll crafted for a wealthy child's amusement. Porcelain skin, painted features, draped in finery that transforms her into decoration rather than person. The veil comes last, layers of gossamer that cascade from a silver circlet. It falls past my shoulders to pool on the floor behind me. When Vaelra places it on my head, the weight of the circlet presses against my skull like a crown of thorns. "Perfect," she breathes, stepping back to survey the finished product. "Lord Hethrin will be thoroughly pleased." In the mirror, the stranger wearing my face stares back with silver-touched eyes that hold secrets none of them suspect. They cart me to the settlement square like cargo bound for market. The wagon bounces over rutted stones, each jolt sending the silver circlet sliding against my skull. Vylra sits beside me, one hand gripping my arm to keep me upright, the other smoothing imaginary wrinkles from my skirts. "Remember," she hisses as we approach the crowd. "Smile when he takes your hand. Nod when the elder speaks. Do not embarrass us." The square teems with bodies, settlement folk dressed in their finest threadbare garments, scattered dark elves in leather and silk observing from the periphery like wolves evaluating sheep. Someone has erected a wooden dais at the centre, draped in cream cloth that matches my gown. And there, pacing before the makeshift altar, stands Bram. He turns as our wagon stops, those luminous violet eyes fixing on me with the intensity of a predator sighting prey. His ash-pale skin seems to reject the sunlight, lending him an otherworldly quality that makes my flesh crawl. "Let me see," he commands, approaching before I've fully stepped down. I stand motionless as he circles me, his gaze cataloguing every detail of my appearance. The way his eyes linger on the curve of my waist, the exposed line of my throat above the gown's neckline, makes my skin feel contaminated. "Acceptable," he pronounces finally, as if I'm livestock he's considering purchasing. "The dress suits you well enough." Well enough. As though I should feel grateful for his grudging approval. The crowd parts as I begin the walk toward the dais. Whispers follow in my wake, like autumn leaves stirred by wind. "Poor child, sold off like breeding stock. Better than starving, I suppose. She looks like a ghost already. Lucky girl securing such a match. Mark my words, she'll be dead within the year." Their voices blur together into meaningless noise. I scan the faces around me, searching shadows between buildings, looking for any sign of dark hair and gold-flecked eyes. My heart pounds against the constraining corset with each step that brings me closer to the altar. Where is he? The dais looms before me now, 3 wooden steps separating me from the platform where my future supposedly waits. I climb them slowly, silk rustling around my ankles, veil trailing behind like a funeral shroud. Bram stands beside the settlement elder, his pale hands clasped behind his back. When I reach the top, he extends one hand toward me, a gesture that appears courteous to the watching crowd, but means ownership. "My bride," he says, loud enough for all to hear. His fingers close around mine with possessive pressure. Up close, his ashen skin looks almost translucent, blue veins visible beneath the surface like cracks in marble. When he smiles, his teeth seem too sharp, too white. The elder clears his throat and begins speaking about unions and prosperity, but his words fade into background noise. All I can focus on is Bram's thumb stroking across my knuckles, a gesture meant to appear tender that feels like violation. His violet eyes study my face with hungry satisfaction, as though he's already picturing me kneeling in his chambers, stripped of will and voice. The corner of his mouth curves upward in anticipation of what he believes he's about to possess. My stomach churns with revulsion, but I keep my expression carefully blank. Any moment now, I tell myself. Any moment. But the shadows remain empty, and Bram's grip on my hand tightens like a shackle. Azrathiel.
Chapter 32. Azrathiel. I perch on the stone ledge of the settlement's highest building, shadows wrapping around me like familiar armor. The square spreads below in perfect miniature, a theater of human folly performing its final act. The crowd fills every available space. Settlement folk cluster in their patched wool and faded cotton, faces bright with the novelty of spectacle. Dark elf traders observe from the periphery like vultures evaluating carrion, their silk and leather a stark contrast to human poverty. Children dart between legs until their mothers snatch them back, whispering warnings about behavior. At the center of it all, the wooden dais rises like a sacrificial altar. The officiant, Elder Corwin, whose hands shake from age and nerves, unfurls a scroll that crackles in the morning breeze. His voice carries across the square with ceremonial gravity. We gather this day under the covenant of ancient law to witness the binding of two souls in matrimonial union. Ancient law. The irony tastes bitter. These mortals understand nothing of true covenant magic, yet they invoke its name like a protective charm. Bram stands with predatory confidence, violet eyes fixed on his prize. His ash-pale skin seems to drink the morning light, lending him an otherworldly quality that makes the human witnesses shift uncomfortably. When he speaks, his voice projects authority across the assembled crowd. I, Bram Hethrin of House Valdris, do claim this woman as bride and bondmate. I pledge protection of my name, security of my holdings, and guidance of my wisdom. Guidance, as though she requires instruction in how to exist. The crowd murmurs approval, or perhaps relief that their settlement has secured such advantageous terms. Several dark elf witnesses nod in satisfaction, already calculating trade benefits. But my attention fixes entirely on her. She stands transformed beyond recognition from the desperate girl who sliced her palm in darkness weeks ago. The cream silk hugs curves that labor once concealed, silver threads catching light like captured starfire. Her dark hair falls in elaborate waves beneath gossamer veils, framing features enhanced with cosmetics that make her appear ethereal rather than human. Yet beneath the artifice, I recognize the steel in her spine, the quiet defiance that no amount of powder can disguise. She wears wealth and beauty like borrowed armor, but her true strength radiates from within, unbreakable, undimmable. She has become everything I never knew I wanted. The officiant turns toward her with ceremonial flourish, scroll trembling in arthritic hands. And you, Elira Dane, daughter of Edric, do you accept this binding? Silence stretches like a held breath. Her gaze darts across the crowd, searching shadows between buildings, scanning rooftops. Those silver-touched eyes seek me with desperate intensity, but I remain perfectly still, invisible, waiting. Choose, I think. Choose freely. Because some part of me, the part that remembers what it felt like to have autonomy stripped away, needs to know she truly wants what comes next, that she isn't simply trading one form of bondage for another. The officiant clears his throat. Miss Dane, your response? Her throat works as she swallows hard. Bram's grip on her hand visibly tightens, knuckles whitening with possessive pressure. Her voice wavers, then strengthens. Well, Azrathiel, please, I need you. The sound of my name ignites something primal in my chest. Not the binding of contract magic. This burns deeper, hotter, more essential than any infernal law. She needs me. Not my power. Not my interference. Me. The shadows around my form begin to writhe with anticipation as I prepare to descend. I step from shadow into flame. The manifestation tears through reality like molten metal through parchment. Infernal fire erupts from the cobblestones beneath my feet, spiraling upward in columns of white-hot fury that scorch the air itself. The temperature spikes so violently that frost forms on nearby windows from the sudden contrast. My true form unfolds in stages. First shadow, then substance, then something far beyond mortal comprehension. 7 feet of burnished obsidian skin stretched over predatory muscle, ember veins pulsing beneath the surface like captured lightning. The chains across my shoulders and ribs blaze white-hot, marking me as both condemned and consecrated. Wings of living shadow spread wide enough to eclipse the morning sun, casting the entire square into sudden twilight. My eyes burn gold as molten coin, fixed with absolute authority on the trembling assembly. This union is forbidden. My voice rolls across the square like distant thunder, carrying the weight of infernal law behind each syllable. The wooden dais creaks ominously beneath Bram's suddenly unsteady feet. Under covenant magic, the infernal plane marks this union as a violation of the covenant. Any who challenge this decree will burn. The square erupts. Screams tear through the morning air as humans scatter in every direction, trampling decorations and overturning benches in their desperation to flee. Children wail as mothers snatch them up, pressing small faces against shoulders to shield them from my presence. Elder Corwin drops his ceremonial scroll, parchment catching fire before it hits the ground. The dark elf witnesses fare little better. Their supernatural composure cracks like thin ice, violet eyes wide with recognition of what I truly am. One actually stumbles backward off the dais, silk robes tangling around his legs as he hits the cobblestones hard. "Infernal Lord," someone whispers. Prayer or curse, I cannot tell. Bram staggers, his pale skin now ashen with terror. His mouth works soundlessly as he stares up at my towering form, all predatory confidence evaporated like morning mist. The violet eyes that once assessed Illyra like livestock now dart frantically between my burning gaze and the nearest escape route. "You cannot! This is not!" "Cannot!" The word drips with lethal amusement. "Mortal, I am bound by no law you comprehend. I am the law." Velra collapses to her knees somewhere in the panicking crowd, hands pressed to her mouth as she rocks back and forth. Maricel has simply fainted, crumpled in her finery like a discarded doll. Yet through the chaos, through the terror and screaming and desperate flight, one figure remains perfectly still. Illyra gazes up at me with that same gentle smile she wore when I traced every curve of her body with reverent hands. Her dark eyes hold no fear, only recognition, satisfaction, and something deeper that makes the chains across my chest flare brighter. She looks at me like I am salvation rather than damnation, like I am hers.
Chapter 33. Illyra. The world fractures into chaos around me, but I remain rooted to the wooden planks beneath my feet, like I've grown from them. Screams slice through the morning air, sharp enough to draw blood. Bodies collide in desperate flight. Elder Corwin stumbles over his own ceremonial robes. Mrs. Henley clutches her infant so tightly the child wails, and somewhere behind me, Velra's voice rises in a keening wail that sounds suspiciously like prayers to gods who clearly aren't listening. "Demon!" someone shrieks. "Infernal spawn! Run! Everyone run! The children! Where are the children?" The cobblestones thunder with fleeing feet. Silk tears, wood splinters, and the careful decorations Viola spent days arranging become trampled debris in seconds. A garland of white roses lands at my feet, petals already browning from the heat radiating off Azrathiel's form. But I don't move, I don't even flinch. Instead, I reach up with steady hands and lift the gossamer veil from my face, letting it fall in a whisper of fabric to the dais behind me. The silver pins holding it in place scatter like dropped coins, ringing against the wood with tiny musical notes that somehow cut through the pandemonium. The morning breeze catches my unbound hair, lifting dark strands across my shoulders in a way that feels like freedom itself. And then I look at him, really look at him, for the first time in full daylight, without shadow or concealment between us. He towers above the fleeing crowd like a monument to divine wrath, 7 feet of impossible beauty carved from obsidian and starfire. His skin gleams like polished stone, dark as midnight yet somehow radiant, stretched over muscle that speaks of strength beyond mortal comprehension. Veins of molten gold pulse beneath the surface in hypnotic patterns, mapping power across his chest and arms like living artwork. The celestial chains binding his shoulders and ribs burn white-hot against the darkness of his skin, each link forged from light itself. They don't diminish him, they frame him, mark him as something both fallen and consecrated, beautiful in his bondage, magnificent in his rebellion. His wings spread wide enough to eclipse the sun, casting everything beneath them into intimate twilight. They aren't feathered like the angels in temple paintings. They're pure shadow given substance, darkness that moves with liquid grace and whispers of power that makes my teeth ache. But it's his face that steals my breath entirely. Sharp cheekbones cut from volcanic glass, a mouth that promises both salvation and damnation with equal skill. And those eyes, those impossible golden eyes that burn like captured suns, ancient beyond measure, yet focused entirely on me with an intensity that makes my knees weak. He is terrifying. He is magnificent. He is mine. Our gazes lock across the chaos, and everything else, the screaming, the panic, the world itself, simply ceases to exist. Heat floods through my veins like liquid fire, starting where our eyes meet, and racing through every nerve ending until I'm burning from the inside out. My lips part on a sharp gasp as the sensation overwhelms me, part recognition and part something deeper that I don't have words for. His golden stare never wavers, never blinks, holding me captive with the same possessive intensity he showed when his hands mapped every curve of my body in darkness. Mine, his expression says without words. Always mine. This is preposterous. Bram's voice cracks like a whip across the square, cutting through the magical silence that has settled between Azratil and me. His violet eyes blaze with indignation as he steps forward, one pale hand gripping the ceremonial staff he'd been using to officiate. I will not be intimidated by parlour tricks and illusions. The words hang in the air for exactly 3 heartbeats. Then Azratil turns. The movement is fluid, predatory, like a great cat shifting its attention from one prey to another. His golden gaze slides away from mine with the weight of molten metal, and I feel the loss of that connection like a physical blow. But the heat that replaces it when he focuses on Bram is something else entirely. It's the temperature of a forge, of a star-going supernova, of divine judgment rendered in flame and shadow. Bram's bravado crumbles like parchment in a fire. The dark elf stumbles backwards so quickly he nearly trips over his own ceremonial robes, his face draining of what little colour it possessed. The staff tumbles from nerveless fingers, clattering against the wooden dais with hollow echoing strikes that sound remarkably like a death knell. Bram's throat works convulsively, producing nothing but strangled sounds. Azratil doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. The very air around him shimmers with barely leashed violence, and those infernal chains burn so bright they leave after-images against my retinas. His wings spread wider, casting deeper shadows that seem to reach for Bram with grasping fingers. "This is ridiculous!" Velra's voice shatters the moment like glass hitting stone. She pushes through the scattered crowd, her carefully arranged hair dishevelled, and her silk dress torn at the hem. "It's obviously some trick Ilia has conjured. The girl's always been too clever for her own good, probably learned some hedge magic from those travelling merchants." She gestures wildly at Azratil, her hands shaking, but her voice growing stronger with each word. "We all know demons don't actually appear for peasant girls. This is elaborate theatre, nothing more. The ceremony can continue once we've dealt with whatever conjuration this is." The temperature drops 10 degrees in an instant. Azratil takes a single step toward Bram, and the dark elf's remaining composure shatters entirely. His guards, 2 hulking figures who'd been flanking the dais like statues, suddenly discover urgent business elsewhere, backing away with hands hovering over weapon hilts they clearly have no intention of drawing. "You know what?" Bram's voice climbs toward hysteria as he continues his retreat. Nothing, absolutely nothing, is worth remaining in a demon-plagued settlement. The trade agreements are void. The marriage contracts are void. Consider your protection rescinded. He spins on his heel and flees, his fine leather boots slipping on the cobblestones in his haste. His guards follow, their armour clanking in discordant rhythm as they abandon all pretense of dignity. The square empties like water from a broken dam. Bodies stream away in all directions, down side streets, into doorways, behind market stalls, until the only sounds are distant sobs and slamming doors echoing from the surrounding buildings. Within moments, only 4 figures remain standing among the scattered flowers and overturned chairs. Azrathiel in all his terrible glory, myself in wedding white that suddenly feels more like armour than surrender. Velra with her mouth still hanging open in shock, and Maricel cowering behind an overturned table like a child hiding from thunder. The silence seems to suffocate the air, thick with possibility and the lingering scent of brimstone. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 34. Azrathiel. The square settles into an eerie calm, broken only by the distant echo of slamming doors and muffled sobs from the surrounding buildings. Flower petals drift across the cobblestones like fallen snow, and the ceremonial arch sways in the breeze, its white ribbons torn and fluttering like surrender flags. Then Vylra rounds on Illyra with the fury of a woman who has just watched her carefully constructed world crumble to ash. A demon? The words tear from her throat like a physical wound. Her face contorts with rage and disbelief, silver-streaked hair whipping around her shoulders as she gestures wildly. You summoned an actual demon to our home. Illyra arches one dark brow with the kind of cool composure that would make royalty envious. The white wedding gown transforms her into something ethereal and untouchable, like a goddess of winter delivering judgment. And what of it? The casual dismissal hits Velra like a physical blow. Her mouth works soundlessly for a moment before the words come flooding out in a torrent of accusation. You signed a contract, didn't you? You stupid, foolish girl! Ice floods my veins. My wings snap tighter against my back as anxiety spikes through me like a blade between the ribs. The infernal chains that bind me to covenant law seem to rattle, responding to the surge of emotion I can't quite suppress. Does Velra know about infernal contracts? More importantly, does she understand the default price when no specific payment is negotiated? I study the woman's face with the same intensity I once reserved for reading legal documents in the Covenant courts. Her eyes hold knowledge, not just fury. Experience, not mere speculation. This is dangerous territory. Reckless and forbidden! Velra's voice climbs toward hysteria as she advances on Illyra, hands clenched into fists. Don't you know the price of such a thing? Demons don't work for free, you little fool. They always collect, and they feast on the souls of selfish brats like you without remorse. She spins toward me, pointing one trembling finger in my direction, like she's marking me for divine retribution. You think he's helping you? This is just an assignment, a deal. In the end, he'll kill you, and you'll be wishing that you'd listened to me. I feel something cold settle in my chest. Not because she's wrong about infernal contracts, she isn't, but because of how easily she speaks these truths, as if she's seen the aftermath before. Illyra's response cuts through the tension. I will not be pawned for the comfort of your daughter. Her voice carries the kind of quiet authority that makes kingdoms tremble. You're selling me off because I'm the spare, and had you ever once been kind to me, I would have gladly sacrificed my freedom to protect you both. She takes a step forward, and even in bare feet on cold cobblestones, She moves like she owns the entire square. Instead, you treated me like dirt. Like a maid, a punching bag, a meal ticket. Her dark eyes flash with silver fire, and I feel the pull of our bond strengthen in response to her rising power. If Father was here to see this, he would shame both of you. But he's not! Maricel's voice snaps venomously from her hiding place behind the overturned table. She emerges slowly, pale face streaked with tears, but chin raised in defiance. And the only one in shame is you. The townspeople will know you as a demon's woman. The words still the air, and I feel my control slip for just a moment. Shadow ripples outward from my feet, and the temperature drops another 5 degrees. But Illyra doesn't flinch. Instead, she raises her chin with regal grace and delivers the killing blow. I'd rather be a dirty woman to a demon than a sister to you. Vaelra's hand draws back like a coiled viper, rage twisting her features into something ugly and desperate. The slap comes fast, aimed directly at Illyra's cheek with the kind of vicious intent that promises bruising. I move without conscious thought. Shadow erupts from my feet in a violent surge, racing across the cobblestones like spilled ink. The air around me superheats as the chains that span across my skin burn white-hot, casting stark shadows that dance and writhe like living things. My full height unfolds as I step between them, wings spreading wide enough to eclipse half the square. Vaelra's hand freezes mid-swing, her wrist caught in a tendril of pure darkness that wraps around her like a restraint. Her face goes sheet white as she stares up at me, pupils dilating with primal terror. "Touch her," I say, voice carrying the weight of infernal judgment, "and I will ensure your death takes 3 days." The woman recoils so violently she nearly trips over her own feet, stumbling backward with a choked gasp. Her carefully maintained composure shatters completely, leaving her looking like exactly what she is, a frightened mortal who has just glimpsed the abyss. "Mother!" Maricel rushes forward, grabbing Vaelra's arm and dragging her away from the dais. Her own face is pale with shock, gray eyes wide as they dart between Illyra and me. "Mother, come away! Now!" Vaelra allows herself to be pulled toward the edge of the square, but her voice carries back like a final curse. "This isn't over. Contracts always end in death, you stupid girl. He'll come for you in the end and you'll—" "Enough." The word cuts through the air like a blade, and Maricel physically claps a hand over her mother's mouth before dragging her into the shadows between buildings. Silence settles over the square like fresh snow, broken only by the distant sound of doors slamming and shutters being drawn tight. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. I fold my wings and turn toward Illyra, who stands perfectly still in her white gown, dark hair gleaming like polished obsidian against the fabric. Her face is unreadable, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands before she clasps them together. "Is it true?" Her voice is steady, but I hear the thread of vulnerability beneath the surface. "Do all contracts end in death?" I study her face, the way her dark eyes search mine for honesty, the slight lift of her chin that speaks to courage, even in the face of her own mortality. I nod slowly. Yes, most of the time they do. The admission tastes bitter on my tongue, but I won't lie to her. Not now. Not when she deserves the truth. "But if I had known you," I continue, the words coming slowly, carefully, "truly known you before the contract was signed, I would have asked for a different price." Something flickers across her expression. Surprise, perhaps, or the faintest spark of hope. But then her shoulders straighten, and she lets out a long, measured sigh. "It's fine." She turns toward me fully, and the silver sheen in her eyes catches the light like starfire. I knew there was a price, and that it must be a great one. A contract is a contract, and like Vaelra said, a demon always comes to collect. The words land like hammer blows against something fragile in my chest, The casual acceptance in her voice, the resigned grace with which she faces her own fate. It breaks something in me that I didn't know could still be broken.
Chapter 35. Illyra. I reach up and pull the veil from my head, letting the delicate lace drift to the cobblestones like a fallen ghost. The pins holding it in place scatter with tiny metallic sounds that echo in the empty square. Despite everything, Bram's retreat, Vylra's humiliation, the victory written in shadow and flame across this place, I feel hollow, scraped clean like an empty bowl. What is all of this for, if it only ends in my death? I've traded one cage for another, one master for another. The only difference is that I chose this one willingly. The irony tastes bitter on my tongue. Azratil stands motionless, watching me with the careful stillness of a predator who doesn't want to spook his prey. His golden eyes track every micro-expression that crosses my face, cataloguing my thoughts like he's reading a book written in a language only he knows. You stood unafraid before me when everyone ran. His voice carries that familiar weight, each word deliberate and measured. You looked at me like I belonged to you. The observation hangs between us, neither question nor accusation, but something more dangerous: recognition. I meet his gaze directly, feeling the silver fire in my irises respond to his presence. Because I choose you, Azrath, contract or not. I choose you. The words surprise even me with their certainty. They rise from somewhere deeper than logic, somewhere that doesn't care about consequences or prices or the inevitable collection that waits at the end of our bargain. Something shifts in his expression. Surprise, perhaps, or something more fragile. The careful composure cracks just enough to reveal the being beneath the demon lord's mask. Hold on tight to me, he says, voice softer now but edged with command. I don't hesitate. My arms wrap around him, feeling the solid warmth of his chest beneath my palms, the play of muscle and shadow that makes up his inhuman form. His skin radiates heat like a banked fire, and I press closer, breathing in the scent of smoke and distant storms. The world tilts. Reality fractures around us like shattered glass, shadows warping and stretching into impossible shapes. Sound distorts. The distant crying from the houses becomes a low hum. The wind turns into something that sounds like singing, and my own heartbeat thunders in my ears like war drums. I clench my eyes shut and squeeze him with all my strength, anchoring myself to his solidity as everything else dissolves into chaos. The sensation is like falling upward, while the ground rushes past in the wrong direction, like being turned inside out and reassembled in a different configuration entirely. Then, peace. The world settles with an almost audible sigh, and I open my eyes to the sound of birds chirping and wind rustling through grass. We stand atop the hill behind my father's house, the sun glowing peacefully overhead, like nothing extraordinary has just occurred. Illyra. His voice draws my attention back to him, away from the scattered remnants of what was supposed to be my wedding day. The torn veil lies forgotten at our feet, and the elaborate dress suddenly feels like a costume I'm eager to shed. I feel drawn to you in a way no other being has ever compelled me. The admission comes rough, like he's dragging the words from somewhere deep inside himself. I can't resist you. I can't tell you. No. His hands hover near my face, not quite touching, as if he's afraid I might disappear. It doesn't matter that we're bound by some ridiculous contract. I want you. I burn from the inside out for your touch, for your kiss. I silence him by grabbing his face and kissing him deeply, pouring everything I can't say into the press of my lips against his. His surprise melts into hunger as he responds, arms coming around me like he's trying to memorize the shape of me. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against his. I need you too. The words come out as a whisper, but they might as well be a shout for how they affect him. His eyes darken, pupils dilating until only thin rings of gold remain. His hands find the intricate lacings at my back, fingers working with deliberate slowness. Each loosened tie feels ceremonial, reverent, as if he's unwrapping something precious rather than simply removing clothing. "These fastenings are absurd," he murmurs against my ear, voice threaded with amusement and desire. "How many layers does one human require?" I laugh breathlessly. Bram insisted on traditional styling. His hands still for a moment. "Don't say his name. Not here. Not now." The corset falls away, followed by the heavy skirts that pool around my ankles like spilled cream. Cool air kisses my skin, but Azrathiel's touch burns warmer than any fabric. His lips follow the path of his hands, pressing kisses along my collarbone, down to where my pulse flutters frantically. Foolishly, stupidly, I imagine this is our wedding night. That the dress I'm stepping out of was meant for him. That the vows spoken today bound us together instead of nearly tearing us apart. The fantasy is dangerous and sweet, and I let myself drown in it for just a moment.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. We collapse together, a tangle of sweat-slick limbs breathing hard. Something is different. Something feels different. Like it will never return to the way things used to be.
Chapter 36. Azrathiel. The sunset spills across Illyra's skin like molten copper, painting her in shades I've never seen before. Warm amber where the light catches her shoulder, deep bronze along the curve of her hip. She lies beside me on the ruined silk of what should have been Bram's wedding dress, and the irony tastes sweeter than any victory I've claimed in the courts. My fingers trace the delicate line of her collarbone, following the path the light takes across her throat. Her pulse flutters beneath my touch, steady and strong. Alive. Mine. Something fundamental has shifted inside me, not just the obvious physical satisfaction, though that burns through me. This goes deeper. The careful walls I've maintained for centuries feel cracked, letting in sensations I've forgotten how to name. A breeze rolls across the hillside, carrying the scent of evening grass and distant rain. Illyra shivers, gooseflesh rising along her arms, and I pull her closer without conscious thought. She melts against me, her body fitting against mine like we were designed for this exact configuration. She takes a deep breath, her ribs expanding against my chest, then releases it in a long sigh that seems to carry more weight than air should hold. "What are you thinking about, Flower?" The question emerges rougher than I intended, threaded with an anxiety I refuse to examine. The idea of losing her, of having to collect on our contract, of walking away, sits in my chest like a shard of obsidian, sharp and cold. She shifts slightly, turning so she can meet my gaze. Those dark eyes hold depths I'm still learning to navigate, and right now they're shadowed with something that makes my jaw tighten. "My father." Her voice is quiet, thoughtful. "His death. How sudden it was." I keep my expression neutral, though every muscle in my body coils with tension. "What about it?" "You suggested it might have been murder." She traces a pattern on my chest with one finger, not quite meeting my eyes. I keep thinking about that, about whether it's really true. Do you think Velra did it? Killed him so he couldn't stop her from selling me to Bram? The question hangs between us like a blade waiting to fall. I study her face, noting the way her breathing has grown shallow, the tension gathering in her shoulders. What do you think? She closes her eyes. I think she was desperate. I think she saw Bram as the only way to secure Maricel's future, and my father would never have allowed it. Her laugh is bitter. He was stubborn about protecting me, even when it wasn't practical. The careful dance we've been performing around this truth suddenly feels exhausting. I could lie. Should lie, perhaps. Let her maintain whatever illusions about her stepmother she needs to function. But she deserves better than comfortable deceptions. Your father was poisoned. The words fall between us like stones into still water, sending ripples through the careful peace we've built in this stolen afternoon. Her body goes rigid against mine, every muscle tensing as if preparing for a blow. I watch the play of emotions across her face, the careful hope warring with dread, the way her fingers have stilled against my chest. The moment has arrived where comfortable half-truths must give way to harder realities. She sits up abruptly, the wedding silk pooling around her waist, her dark eyes wide with shock. What are you talking about? I prop myself up on one elbow, studying her face as the truth settles over her features like a shadow. The golden light catches the silver threads in her irises, a reminder of the power that flows between us now, the bond that makes deception impossible. After he died, I examined the house. Your father's organs showed the residue of a slow-acting toxin, something designed to mimic natural illness over weeks. I keep my voice steady, clinical. It's a compound I've encountered many times over the centuries, popular among those who prefer their murders to look like misfortune. Her breathing grows shallow, rapid. You knew? All this time you knew someone murdered him? I suspected. The signs were clear enough to someone who's seen such things before. Why didn't you tell me? The question emerges as barely a whisper, but it carries betrayal, of trust shattered. Why didn't you? Because you didn't ask. The honesty tastes bitter on my tongue, but she deserves it. You summoned me to stop a wedding, not to investigate a death. My primary concern was securing your signature on that contract. She stares at me as if seeing me clearly for the first time. Not the protective lover who held her through the night, but the demon who answered her call with his own agenda. The hurt in her eyes cuts deeper than any blade I've faced. If you had commanded me to look into your father's murder, I would have done so. But instead, you wanted the marriage stopped. I reach for her hand, but she pulls away. I gave you exactly what you asked for, nothing more. Nothing more, she repeats, her voice hollow. My father was murdered, and you said nothing because it wasn't part of our deal. The weight of her accusation settles into my chest like molten lead. I stare at her profile, the elegant line of her jaw, the way her dark hair falls across her shoulder, and feel something inside me crack open. No. The word emerges rougher than intended. That's not... No. She doesn't turn back to me, but I see her shoulders tense. I became too enthralled by you. The admission is shameful. I forgot about the investigation altogether because I was too busy watching you, too consumed with the way you say my name in your sleep. My hand clenches against the silk beneath us. I lost sight of everything except keeping you safe and wanting you to choose me. A sound escapes her. Half laugh, half sob. Bitter and broken. So you admit it. You were distracted from your duties by a pretty mortal. She finally turns to face me, and the tears tracking down her cheeks catch the dying sunlight like liquid gold. How very human of you. The barb hits its mark. I've spent centuries priding myself on my control, my precision, my ability to remain detached from the mortals who summon me. And she's right. I failed spectacularly at all of it. I should have told you immediately. Should have prioritized finding his killer over what? Over seducing me? Her voice rises, sharp with hurt. Over making sure I was too dizzy with want to ask the right questions? That's not what happened. Isn't it? She wipes at her cheeks with the back of her hand, smearing the tears across her skin. You gave me gifts and touched me until I couldn't think straight. And all the while you knew someone in my own house had murdered my father. I sit up fully, reaching for her again. This time she doesn't pull away, but her body remains rigid under my touch. I understand now. You were being practical, strategic. Her voice drops to a whisper, hollow and defeated. Just like Valra was when she tried to sell me off to secure her future. Everyone has their priorities, their calculations. I was naive to think you were different. The comparison to her stepmother is bitter and harsh. I've seen how Valra looks at Illyra, like a commodity to be traded, a problem to be solved. The idea that I might appear the same jolts me. Practicality is often the enemy of love. Is that why you've never had anyone choose you willingly? Too practical for sentiment? The observation cuts deeper than it should. Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply never met anyone worth the risk of being chosen. She opens her eyes then, studying my face with an intensity that makes me want to look away. And now I understand why mortals start wars over single kisses. The silence lingers between us like a taut wire, her dark eyes searching mine for something I'm not certain I can provide. The hurt remains, but beneath it I catch glimpses of the woman who stood unflinching before my infernal form just hours ago. I need to confront Velra. The words emerge steady and resolute, cutting through the fragile peace we've built. I study her face, noting the way her jaw has set with familiar determination. I could handle this for you. The offer emerges. One conversation with me, and she'll never trouble you again. No, her response is immediate, sharp. This isn't about fear or intimidation. This is about me reclaiming what's mine, Azrath. The nickname softens the blow, but her point lands. I've been so focused on keeping her safe that I've forgotten she might prefer to fight her own battles. You really didn't know, she says finally, and it's not quite a question. That you would matter this much? I brush a strand of hair from her face, marveling at how such a simple touch can ground me. No, I had no idea. Her mouth curves into the faintest smile. Not forgiveness, exactly, but acknowledgement. We're both learning, then. The tension in her shoulders eases fractionally, and she leans into my touch despite the tears still drying on her cheeks. This close, I can see the silver threads in her irises pulse with each heartbeat, a visible reminder of the bond that's changed us both. Leaning forward, she braces a hand on my chest and presses a gentle kiss to my mouth. Now, she murmurs, fetch me something to wear.
Chapter 37. Illyra. The dress fits like armour, black silk corseted tight against my ribs, deep crimson threading through the bodice like veins of fire. Azrath's fingers work through my hair with surprising gentleness, weaving the strands into an intricate braid that feels more like a crown than simple styling. There. His breath ghosts across my neck as he sweeps the finished braid over my shoulder. The kiss he presses to the curve where my neck meets my collarbone sends heat spiralling down my spine. Perfect. I catch my reflection in the distant window of my father's home, no longer the compliant girl who set plates while Vaelra corrected my posture. The woman staring back wears power like jewellery, silver threading through her dark eyes, chin lifted with purpose that won't bend. I look like his equal. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it fills my chest with something fierce and unbreakable. I stride forward, my steps sure as I descend the hill toward the house that should have been my sanctuary. The place where my father worked stone with patient hands, where he taught me that dignity mattered more than comfort, where someone fed him poison while he slept. The front door bangs against the wall as I push through it. Velra. My voice echoes through the parlour, sharp enough to cut glass. Footsteps scramble from the kitchen, hurried whispers, the scrape of chairs. They emerge together, Vaelra smoothing her skirts with practiced composure while Maricel trails behind like a nervous shadow. Vaelra's gaze sweeps over my dress, my bearing, the way I stand planted in the centre of the room without apology. Her mouth tightens almost imperceptibly. So, you've returned. She clasps her hands before her, the picture of maternal disappointment. I suppose you expect congratulations for your theatrical display today. I expect answers. About what exactly? Your reckless contract? Your public humiliation of this family? Vaelra's voice rises with each word. Do you have any idea what you've cost us? Bram will never... I know you poisoned my father. The accusation drops between us. Vaelra goes perfectly still, her face draining of colour. Behind her, Maricel makes a small, choked sound. That's... Vaelra's voice emerges as barely a whisper. That's impossible. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? Impossible. I step closer, and she actually retreats. He was healthy until you married him, until you began fussing over his health, insisting he needed rest, needed medicine. He was ill. The words burst from her with desperate force. Anyone could see he was failing. The cough, the weakness. The weakness you caused. My voice stays level, controlled. You needed him gone so you could force the marriage. You needed him silenced so he couldn't protect me. No. Vaelra shakes her head frantically. No, I would never. Edric was good to us. He provided... He stood in your way. Stop it. Maricel's voice shoots across the room. Stop saying those things. I turn to face her, taking in the wild brightness in her grey eyes, the way her hands shake where they grip her skirts. Truth tends to upset people who benefit from lies. You're the liar! Maricel steps forward, her face flushed with fury. You and your demon tricks, trying to destroy our family because you're jealous. Jealous of what? Of watching my father waste away while you both counted the days until his funeral. You've lost your mind. Velra's words are low, her composure finally fracturing. Completely and utterly lost your mind. This demon has poisoned your thoughts, made you see enemies where there are none. I finally have the clarity to see you for the evil woman you are. The words hang between us, sharp as broken glass. Vaelra's face goes white, then red, her mouth working soundlessly. Evil? She whispers. I married your father. I gave him a home, companionship. You gave him death. Stop it! Maricel's shriek cuts through the air. She's trembling now, her hands clawing at her skirts. Stop saying those horrible things about Mother. She wouldn't. Wouldn't she? I turn my full attention to Maricel, watching her face crumple under the weight of my stare. Tell me, Marie, when did you first notice Father getting sick? I can't. Her voice breaks into fragments. Was it after the soup you insisted on bringing him? The tea you prepared so carefully each morning? No. The word tears from her throat. You're twisting everything. Mother loved him, Mother loved his security, his protection, his house. Each word lands like a blow. But you hated him for loving me. Maricel's face goes ashen. Behind her, Vaelra reaches out with one trembling hand. Marie, tell her she's wrong. Tell her. He never looked at me. The confession explodes from Maricel like a dam bursting. Never, not once. I was prettier, smarter, better in every possible way, but he only ever saw you. Silence crashes over the room. Marie! Vielra's voice emerges as barely a breath. It was supposed to be quick. Maricel's words tumble over each other now, desperate and broken. Just enough to make him weak, to make him agree to the marriage before he could refuse again. But he kept fighting it, kept protecting you, so I had to keep... She stops, her grey eyes wide with the horror of her own confession. You poisoned him. Vielra's face has gone completely bloodless. You poisoned Edric. The ringing starts then, a high, thin sound that fills my ears until I can barely hear my own heartbeat. My chest feels hollow, carved out, like someone reached inside and scooped away everything vital. Warmth presses against my back. Azrath's presence, solid and reassuring, but even that can't stop the fractures spreading through my heart. My father, my gentle, stubborn, loving father, murdered by a girl who resented his kindness. Rage. White hot, consuming, obliterating everything except the need to make her pay. My hands move before thought catches up, fingers closing around Maricel's throat. You killed him. The words tear from my chest, raw and broken. You murdered my father because he loved me more than you. Maricel's eyes widen, her mouth opening in a soundless gasp. Her hands claw at my wrists, but the fury gives me strength I never knew I possessed. Illyra, stop. Vielra's voice cuts through the roaring in my ears. Stop this. But I can't. Won't. The image of my father's gentle hands trembling, his kind eyes growing dim while poison coursed through his veins. All because this selfish, bitter girl couldn't bear being second in anyone's affections. He protected me from you. My grip tightens. He saw what you were. What you both were. Maricel's struggles grow weaker. Her face shifts from red to purple, those calculating grey eyes bulging with terror and something that might be regret. Please. The word barely escapes her lips. Did he beg? I lean closer, watching the life drain from her features. When you fed him that poison, drop by drop, day after day, did my father beg you to stop? When you pretended to find him and screamed for help? Her body goes limp. The fight leaves her all at once, her arms falling to her sides like broken wings. I hold on for 3 more heartbeats, feeling the pulse beneath my fingers flutter and fade. When I finally release her, she crumples to the floor like discarded cloth. Silence crashes over the room, complete, suffocating silence that presses against my eardrums until they ache. Even the wind outside seems to have stilled, as if the world itself holds its breath. Vielra stares at her daughter's body, her face a mask of shock so complete it looks carved from stone. Slowly she sinks to her knees beside Maricel, one trembling hand reaching out to touch the still face. You drove him to his grave. Vielra flinches as if struck. When she looks up at me, her carefully composed facade has shattered completely. Tears stream down her cheeks, cutting tracks through powder and rouge. I loved him. The confession sounds torn from her throat. I truly loved Edric, and I thought if I could just secure our future, make us safe. She looks down at Maricel again, her shoulders shaking. She rises on unsteady legs, backing toward the door without taking her eyes off Maricel's body. I can't! Her voice gains strength as she reaches the threshold. This house, this family, it's cursed, poisoned from the roots up. Vielra, no. She raises one hand to stop me. I'll take nothing. I deserve nothing. Let the stones remember what we've done here. The front door opens and closes with a soft click. Her footsteps fade down the path, leaving only the sound of my ragged breathing and the terrible pressing weight of what I've done. The reality hits all at once. Maricel's lifeless form sprawled across my father's floor, her neck bearing the marks of my fingers. The rage drains away like water through sand, leaving me hollow and shaking. My knees buckle. Strong arms catch me before I hit the floor, pulling me against a chest that smells of shadow and flame. Azrath's hand cradles the back of my head as sobs tear from my throat, ugly, wrenching sounds that echo off the walls. I killed her. The words come out broken, barely recognizable. I killed her, Azrath. I'm a murderer. Your justice. His voice rumbles against my ear, steady and sure. She poisoned an innocent man. She deserved what she received. I cling to Azrath like he's the only solid thing in a world gone liquid, and let myself break apart in his arms.
Chapter 38. Azrathiel. The kitchen gleams under morning light, every surface scrubbed clean, every trace of yesterday's violence erased. I've been awake since before dawn, methodically restoring order to the house while Illyra slept the exhausted sleep of the grieving. Her footsteps whisper down the stairs, soft and hesitant. I don't turn from where I stand at the stove, giving her space to compose herself before facing me. The eggs I've prepared sit warm in the pan. Simple food, nothing elaborate. Comfort without pretense. Good morning, Flower. She appears in the doorway like a ghost of herself. Dark circles shadow her eyes, and her black hair hangs loose around her shoulders instead of braided. The haunted expression she wears cuts through me more efficiently than any blade. You're still here. Her voice carries no surprise, only a bone-deep weariness that makes my chest tighten. I brought you food during the night. I gesture toward the table where fresh bread, cheese, and preserved fruit wait alongside the eggs. You need to eat. She drifts closer, her movements careful and deliberate, as if she's afraid sudden motion might shatter something fragile inside her. When she settles into the chair, I notice how her fingers tremble slightly before she folds them in her lap. I thought you'd left. She stares at the food without reaching for it. Your job is done, isn't it? The wedding stopped, Bram gone, justice served. I feel it then, the loosening. Contract clauses unraveling one by one as covenant magic recognizes completion. The binding that's held me to this realm, to her service, dissolves like morning mist. My celestial chains shift beneath my skin, no longer pulling tight against infernal law. For the first time in centuries, I'm truly free to choose my path. You're right, I nod. The duty has been fulfilled. She nods once, sharp and final, then takes a small bite of bread. Chews mechanically, swallows with visible effort. I move to the chair beside her, not across the table like a guest, but close enough that our knees nearly touch. Close enough to catch her if she breaks again. I'm here for you, Flower. Not for the contract. Her dark eyes lift to meet mine, searching for deception she won't find. In their depths, I see the question she's too afraid to voice, the same one that's been clawing at my chest since the binding dissolved. Will you stay? Silence pulls taut, fragile as spun glass. Every instinct screams at me to speak, to fill the void with promises and declarations. But this choice, this moment, belongs to her. I wait. But she looks back at the food instead. A slow, hollow feeling forms in my stomach, spreading outward like ice through my veins. The way she avoids my gaze, the careful distance she maintains even while sitting close. It's answer enough. What will you do now? The question emerges quieter than intended, stripped of the commanding tone that usually colors my voice. I watch her shoulders rise and fall with a sigh that seems to carry the weight of the world. She leans her head against my shoulder, and for a moment the hollow ache eases. Her warmth seeps through the fabric of my shirt, grounding me in this fragile moment. I'll pick myself up. Her voice is muffled against my sleeve. Rebuild. Make my way in the settlement the way my father would have wanted for me. The resignation in her tone cuts deeper than any blade. I breathe in that sweet scent that constantly surrounds her. Honey and wildflowers and something uniquely her. Trying to memorize it before it's lost to me forever. Will you be all right? She sits up, breaking the contact, and I immediately miss the weight of her against me. Her dark eyes meet mine briefly before sliding away again. I have to be. She shrugs, the gesture attempting lightness, but falling short. I have no other choice. The words hang between us like a verdict. No other choice. Not even me. I force myself to stand, putting necessary distance between us before my resolve crumbles completely. The chains beneath my skin pulse once, a reminder of what I am, what I'll always be. I will return to collect when the time comes. I don't name the price. Can't bring myself to speak of taking her soul when she's already given me so much more than any contract could demand. The year stretches ahead of us both. Finite, precious, borrowed. Before I can step away, before I can retreat into shadow and spare us both this agony, she rises and moves to me. Her hands frame my face with devastating gentleness. Azrath! The nickname breaks something inside my chest. She kisses me then, soft, lingering, tasting of tears and goodbye. I want to pull her closer, to hold tight and refuse to let go. Instead, I remain perfectly still, letting her lead, letting her choose. When she releases me, her fingers trail down my jaw before falling to her sides. Go. The word is barely a whisper, but it is dismissal, of choice freely given. I disappear into shadow. 3 weeks, 21 days since I left her in that kitchen, sunlight streaming through windows I'll never see again. I count each one like a prisoner marking time on cell walls. The scorching peaks of Veltar stretch endlessly before me, volcanic glass reflecting the blood-red sky. Another contract awaits collection, a fire djinn who thought himself clever enough to outmaneuver infernal law. They always think they're clever. I tear open the rift with more force than necessary, stepping into the djinn's crystalline palace. The heat should be unbearable to most beings, but it barely registers. Nothing registers anymore. Lord Azrathiel. The djinn bows low, flames dancing across his translucent skin. Surely we can reach an arrangement. Your year expired at midnight. My voice carries none of its usual controlled menace. It sounds hollow even to my own ears. Payment is due. The djinn launches into desperate bargaining, offering treasures, territories, the souls of his enemies. Standard procedure. I've heard these pleas 1,000 times before, but now they feel like background noise against the constant ache in my chest. Where is she? What is she doing? Has she thought of me even once since I left? The djinn attempts to flee through a mirror portal. I bind him in shadow without conscious thought, muscle memory taking over where my focus fails. His essence dissolves into the contract. Another debt settled. Another meaningless victory. The silence that follows feels suffocating. I return to the infernal plane and consult my ledger. 2 more contracts expire this week. A sea witch in the bitter straits, and a necromancer hiding in the whispering marshes. Tasks that once brought satisfaction now feel like elaborate distractions from the growing void inside me. The celestial chains beneath my skin pulse weakly, no longer pulled taut by binding magic. They've grown dormant without her presence, like flowers wilting without sunlight. The freedom I thought I wanted tastes like ash. Call for me. I think desperately as I step through shadows toward the marshes. Just once. Say my name. But the connection remains silent. The necromancer proves more entertaining. He actually manages to surprise me with a bone construct that nearly catches my arm. For a moment, the thrill of combat distracts from the constant hollow ache. Then it's over, and the emptiness returns with crushing force. I collect his soul mechanically, filing the contract away with the others. Another mark in the ledger. Another step further from her. This is madness. I stand on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Weeping Falls, watching water cascade into mist far below. She's immortal. A human girl who lasted barely a month in my presence before choosing solitude over what? Over a demon who can offer nothing but violence and eventual death. The Sea Witch's collection takes 3 days. She hides in underwater caverns, protected by kraken spawn and tidal magic. I hunt her with methodical precision, my shadows cutting through water like black lightning. When I finally corner her in the deepest trench, she laughs. "You look terrible, Lord Azrathiel." Her voice bubbles through the crushing depths. "What mortal has gotten under your skin?" I devour her without responding, but her words echo in the darkness long after her essence fades. What mortal indeed? I return to my obsidian tower and pace the empty halls like a caged beast. Every surface reflects my haggard appearance, eyes dimmed to copper instead of gold, skin losing its ember glow, movements lacking their usual predatory grace. The contract ledger sits open on my desk, pages fluttering in an unfelt wind. Illyra's name glows faintly on the parchment. 10 months remaining before collection comes due. 10 months of this agony, and I'll only see her on the day she dies. I close my eyes and reach out through the shadows, searching for any trace of her presence. The thread that once connected us pulses weakly, distant but unbroken. She's alive. Safe. And she hasn't called.
Chapter 39. Illyra. The chill nips at my fingertips as I work the soil, turning earth that's grown stubborn with approaching winter. My herb garden stretches in neat rows behind the house, chamomile and feverfew, willow bark and elderflower. What started as desperate necessity has become something resembling purpose. Clever girl, growing medicine when the old Henrik moved to Podril Ridge. Mrs. Aldrich had said that just yesterday, counting out copper coins for a poultice that eased her husband's joint pain. Your father would be proud. The words warmed me more than the payment. Pride, not pity. Respect earned through work, not charity extended to the demon girl who disrupted a wedding. I pull another weed from around the comfrey roots, marvelling at how the settlement's narrative shifted so neatly. The demon appeared because of dark elf corruption. Everyone agrees on that now. Bram and his guards fled like the cowards they were, taking their tainted influence with them. Good riddance to bad blood, as old Henrik puts it. They don't know I summoned Azrathiel. They see his intervention as divine justice, not infernal contract. The irony tastes bitter some days, sweet others. The wind picks up, rattling the dried stalks I've left standing for seed collection. Winter approaches with teeth bared. I can smell it in the air, sharp and clean. Soon I'll need to harvest the last of the hardy roots, bundle the final herbs for drying. My hands work automatically, muscle memory guiding the harvest while my mind drifts. It always drifts to him as twilight approaches. During daylight hours I can maintain focus, lose myself in the rhythm of work and trade. But when shadows lengthen and the house grows quiet, the echo starts. It's subtle. A warmth that shouldn't exist. A presence that flickers at the edge of perception. Sometimes I catch myself turning toward empty corners, expecting to find gold-flecked eyes watching from the darkness. Sometimes I wake reaching for warmth that isn't there. The contract thread still pulses between us, faint but unbroken. 10 months remaining until collection. 10 months of this strange half-life, neither fully alone nor truly accompanied. I straighten, brushing soil from my skirt, and survey the evening's work. 3 baskets full of late-season herbs, enough to keep the settlement's minor ailments at bay through the cold months ahead. Honest work, necessary work, the kind my father would approve of. Practical girl, I murmur to the gathering dusk, using his voice, always thinking ahead. But even as I gather the baskets, even as I plan tomorrow's preparations, the echo pulses stronger, like a heartbeat that isn't mine, like breath held too long in empty rooms. Somewhere in shadow and flame, he thinks of me. And despite everything, despite the choice I made to let him go, despite the life I'm building without him, I think of him too. That's why I nearly believe it's hallucination when I turn around and see Azrathiel standing in my garden. The twilight plays tricks, shadows stretching long between the herb rows, making shapes that shouldn't exist. But the way he stands perfectly still among my carefully tended plants, the way starlight catches the ember veins beneath his skin, the way those gold-flecked eyes find mine with unerring precision. This is no trick of tired eyes. Illyra. My name falls from his lips like a prayer answered, and the basket slips from nerveless fingers. Lavender and chamomile scatter across the pebbled path, purple blooms and white petals mixing with darker earth. You're here. The words escape as barely more than breath. He steps forward slowly, each movement deliberate as if approaching something fragile. His boots crush the spilled herbs, releasing their scent into the cooling air. Sweet lavender, bitter chamomile, the green smell of broken stems. The connection remains. His voice carries that familiar weight, controlled but strained at the edges. Despite the contract being complete. I should step back, should demand answers, should ask why he's violated the terms of our agreement, why he's returned when the debt was settled and the bond released. Instead, I drink in the sight of him, the way shadows cling to his frame like living things, the faint glow of celestial chains across his shoulders, dimmer than before but still present, the careful distance he maintains, as if afraid I'll bolt. I cannot sever it. The admission costs him something. I hear it in the slight roughening of his tone. I have tried. Maybe I never released you. The truth spills out. In my heart, I mean. He shakes his head, a sharp denial that sends dark hair shifting across his shoulders. There's more than some contract here, Flower. The endearment is sweet and aching. How many nights have I replayed that word in his voice? How many times have I caught myself listening for footsteps that never come? I believe it's fate. The declaration hangs between us, stark and impossible. Fate, such a mortal concept, such a fragile thing to pin hopes upon. Yet the way he says it, with the certainty of one who has presided over infernal courts and witnessed the unbreakable weight of cosmic law. Fate. I taste the word, find it strange on my tongue. You don't seem the type to believe in such things. I didn't. His gaze never wavers from mine, until you. I never wanted you to leave. The confession slips out raw and unguarded, carried on the cooling evening air between us. His stillness sharpens, every line of his imposing frame going taut as bowstring. Then why? He stops himself, jaw working as if the words taste bitter. Why did you never say so? I can't meet those gold-flecked eyes, can't bear the intensity burning there while my own truth sits so exposed between us. Instead, I bend down and begin gathering the scattered herbs with deliberate care. Lavender stems between my fingers, chamomile heads crushed but still fragrant. Why didn't you stop me? The questions keep coming, each one sharper than the last. Why did you never call me to return? A laugh escapes me, short, hollow, lacking any real humour. I already told you that I chose you. I straighten with an armful of salvaged blooms, finally meeting his gaze. I wanted you to choose me this time, but you left anyway. Something flickers across his features, Surprise, perhaps, or recognition. You made your decision clear enough. I turn away, focusing on the remaining herbs scattered across the path. Duty fulfilled, contract complete. Back to your realm of shadow and flame. Illyra, I never called for you because I feared it would be too painful. The words tumble out faster now, carried by momentum I can't stop. For you to see me knowing that one day... The sentence dies unfinished, hanging in the space between us like smoke. I clutch the gathered herbs tighter, their stems leaving green stains across my palms. He moves closer, not touching, but near enough that I feel the warmth radiating from his skin. Near enough to catch the faint scent of sulphur and starlight that clings to him always. Knowing what? His voice drops lower, gentler. What did you think would be too painful? I shake my head, unable to voice the rest. Unable to say that watching him visit out of obligation rather than desire would have broken something inside me I couldn't afford to lose. That calling his name would have felt like begging, and I'd already sacrificed enough of my pride. That watching me would hurt when you'd eventually have to collect your price. The admission hangs between us, stark and final. In the growing darkness, his ember veins pulse brighter, casting faint light across the herb garden we stand in.
Chapter 40. Azrathiel. I step closer, studying her as if seeing her fully for the first time. Not the desperate girl who summoned me in shadow and terror. Not the defiant bride who stood unafraid before my wrath. This woman, earth-stained hands holding crushed herbs, silver threading her dark eyes, spine straight with earned strength. She has grown into herself during our separation. Found her voice, claimed her space, built something lasting from the ashes of what others tried to force upon her. The sight humbles me. I sink to my knees voluntarily, the cold earth pressing through my trousers as I kneel before her in her own garden. The scent of lavender and chamomile rises around us, mingling with the deeper green smell of turned soil and nature. I breathe her in, not just her physical presence, but everything she has become. The quiet confidence radiating from her frame, the way she holds herself like someone who has learned her own worth. The subtle power that hums beneath her skin, no longer hidden or ashamed. She grounds me, centers something that has been adrift since the moment I stepped back into shadow and left her standing alone in that empty house. Every second in your presence is worth any degree of pain, Illyra. The confession escapes rough and honest. No careful control, no measured words, just truth stripped bare as autumn branches. Her breath catches, the sound barely audible above the evening wind moving through the herb stalks around us. Perhaps we are meant to be bound beyond contract. The possibility tastes strange on my tongue. Hope where I have known only duty, choice where there has been only obligation. There are bonds that transcend infernal law, connections that persist across lifetimes. I reach up slowly, giving her time to pull away, and brush my fingertips along her wrist, where her pulse beats steady and strong. Mates, I say the word carefully, testing its weight. Chosen by fate in one lifetime or the next. She shakes her head, and for a moment my chest tightens with anticipated rejection. But then her free hand comes up to cup my face, thumb tracing the sharp line of my cheekbone with infinite gentleness. Fate is cruel, giving us so little time. Her voice trembles with everything she has endured, loss and betrayal, forced choices and stolen agency. But I still choose you anyway. The touch burns sweeter than any infernal flame I have ever wielded. My price to pay when the contract expires is deserved for my sins. Her fingers trail down to rest against the celestial chains marking my throat, and I would gladly spend the rest of my days with you, Azrath. The nickname stops my heart. Hearing it now, spoken with such tender certainty, undoes something fundamental in my chest. I gaze up at her, this remarkable woman who summoned a demon and chose to keep him, who faced down political marriage and infernal contract with equal courage, who built a life from nothing and now offers to share it freely. You have always been my only choice. The truth rings between us, absolute and unshakable. Not the contract that bound us initially, not duty or obligation or the weight of cosmic law. Just her, fierce and gentle, stubborn and yielding. Everything I never knew I needed until she called my name in darkness. She bends down and kisses me deeply, her mouth warm and certain against mine. When she pulls back, her breath whispers against my lips. Take me inside. I frame her hands around my neck and stand without breaking our kiss, cradling her as I ascend the stairs. The familiar path grounds me. Every creaking board, every worn ledge, every memory of pacing these halls in shadow, watching her move through spaces that sought to break her. Now I carry her willingly, openly, in light. Her bedroom smells like dried lavender and ink, with the faintest trace of infernal energy lingering from our first nights. I set her gently on the bed, watching moonlight wash silver across her face. She pulls me down beside her, hands tangling in my hair as she kisses me with determined hunger. Undress me. My fingers find the laces at the back of her simple dress, working the ties loose with deliberate slowness. I push the fabric down her shoulders without letting her rise from my lap, baring her skin inch by inch. The fine blankets she kept, my gift, spread beneath us, soft against my palms. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Collapsed atop her, I trace the bite marks littering her spine. Still defiant? Her laughter shakes against my chest. You'll have to try harder next round. My teeth find her earlobe. Challenge accepted.
Epilogue. Illyra. The garden blooms with violent abundance this morning, roses climbing wild over the stone walls, lavender spilling purple across the pathways, mint threatening to choke out the more delicate herbs I've spent months coaxing from reluctant soil. I kneel between the rows, scissors working methodically through overgrown vines that twist around my wrists like they're trying to hold me here. 365 days. I don't need to count them. My body knows. The contract hums beneath my skin, a constant presence that has grown familiar as breathing. Today it feels different, heavier, final. The air shifts around me, temperature dropping despite the summer heat. Shadows deepen where they shouldn't, pooling beneath leaves that moments ago caught full sunlight. My hands still on the vine I'm trimming. I feel him before I see him. Rising slowly from my crouch, I brush soil from my knees and turn toward the trees that border the garden's eastern edge. Azratil steps from the shade, like darkness given form, his expression carved from stone. No warmth in those gold-flecked eyes. No hint of the man who whispered my name against my throat last night. The year is complete. His words are weighed by cosmic law, each word precise as a blade. The covenant requires collection. I nod once, throat tight. I know. We always knew this day would come, spoke of it in whispers during stolen moments, when his arms wrapped around me and I could pretend the calendar held no meaning. But pretending changes nothing. The contract was sealed in blood, my blood, freely given. I owe you my life. The words taste like ash, but I speak them clearly. The terms were accepted. They were. No softness in his confirmation, no mercy in the set of his shoulders. He extends one hand toward me, palm up. Walk with me. My legs feel unsteady as we move deeper into the garden's heart, where the roses grow thickest and no curious neighbour might glimpse us through the gaps in the stone wall. The scent of blooming jasmine hangs heavy between us, sweetness that makes my chest ache. Here, surrounded by everything I've built from nothing, he stops. My hands shake. I clench them into fists, but the tremor spreads up my arms anyway. Still, I don't step back. Don't run. I made this choice, summoned him in desperation, accepted his terms, lived this borrowed year knowing how it would end. But first, I reach for him, fingers threading through his dark hair as I pull his mouth down to mine. The kiss tastes like goodbye and eternity both, desperate and hungry and completely reckless. For one heartbeat, he remains rigid against me. Then his control shatters. His arms crush me against his chest, kissing me back with equal force. Like he's trying to memorize the shape of my mouth, the way I gasp when his teeth catch my lower lip. The celestial chains across his shoulders flare bright enough to see through his shirt, burning against my palms. Tears spill hot down my cheeks, salt mingling between our lips. I don't apologize for them. Don't pull away. I love you. The confession breaks from my throat, raw and honest. I love you, Azrath. His forehead drops against mine, breath shuddering. And I love you, little flower. He steps back, the warmth of his touch vanishing like smoke. The change in him is immediate, shoulders straightening, jaw setting into the hard lines of infernal authority. When his hand moves, shadows gather around his fingers like obedient servants. The blade materializes from nothing, black steel that seems to devour light altogether. Covenant sigils spiral along its edge in burning script, ancient words that make my teeth ache to look upon. The weapon hums with power that raises the hair on my arms, a sound like distant thunder trapped in metal. My breath catches. This isn't the ceremonial dagger he used for our original contract. This is something else entirely. Something that whispers of finality. Azrath? My voice comes out smaller than I intend. He raises the blade with deliberate precision, bringing it to rest just beneath my jaw. The metal kisses my skin, cold as winter stone, sharp enough to part silk. My pulse hammers against the edge, each heartbeat a reminder of how fragile flesh proves against infernal steel. Shock floods my body like ice water, the careful distance he's placed between us. The formal weight in his posture, the way his golden eyes hold no recognition of the woman who shared his bed mere hours ago. This isn't symbolic, this is collection. I will now collect on this contract. His voice carries across the garden with the authority of cosmic law, each syllable carved from granite. The price of your life is your soul becoming mine. You, my mate, are bound to me now. For every day your heart beats, it is mine. The breath you breathe is mine. Your life, your soul, is mine. On this, I collect. The blade presses deeper against my throat without breaking skin. My lungs seize, refusing to draw air as the weight of his words settles over me like a shroud. Fire erupts. Infernal script blazes to life around us in a perfect circle, flames that burn without heat, but sear themselves into my vision. The ancient words spiral upward, weaving through the air in patterns that hurt to follow. Power crashes through my body, not pain exactly, but force so overwhelming it threatens to tear me apart at the seams. I gasp, back arching as heat floods my chest and spreads outward like molten gold through my veins. The ground trembles beneath my feet. Every flower in the garden bows as if pressed down by invisible hands, petals scattering on winds that taste of sulphur and starlight. For one terrifying heartbeat, I believe this is death. That I'm dissolving, becoming nothing more than ash and memory. Then the surge stabilizes, settling into my bones like it belongs there. The blade dissolves between one breath and the next. The fire fades to ember glow, then nothing. I remain standing, swaying but whole, lungs working frantically to replace the air I forgot to breathe. My palm suddenly burns, a brand of heat that makes me cry out. I look down to see fresh sigils etched into my skin, silver lines that match the ones forming across Azrathiel's chest, where his shirt has burned away. The mark pulses once, twice, then settles into steady warmth. My fingers fly to my throat, pressing against skin that should be torn open, searching for wounds that aren't there. The flesh feels warm, unmarked save for the phantom memory of cold steel. I thought I was supposed to die, I whisper, voice cracking on the words. Azrathiel steps forward, the rigid formality bleeding from his posture like water from cracked stone. His eyes soften, gold flecks catching the dappled sunlight filtering through the garden's canopy. Claiming a life does not require ending it. He reaches toward me, then stops, hands hovering as if he's afraid I might shatter. A soul can be taken into possession and bound, not extinguished. My heart shudders behind my ribcage as understanding dawns. Bound how? Under covenant law, your life now belongs to me. His voice reverberates as if coming from ancient scripture, but his expression remains gentle. Every breath you draw, every beat of your heart, mine to command, mine to protect. The words should terrify me. Instead, warmth spreads through my chest like honey in tea. But the binding is mutual. He steps closer, close enough that I catch his scent, cedar and smoke and something uniquely him. If your heart stops, so does mine. If you fall, I fall with you. My breath catches. What? I wasn't certain it would work. His confession comes out rushed, almost sheepish. Didn't want to get your hopes up, but I knew I had to try. The mate bond. It changes everything, makes new laws possible. The realization strikes me like lightning to the chest. He didn't take my life. He bound his existence to it. Tethered himself to my mortality, my fragility, my utterly human heart that could stop from a dozen different causes on any given day. You could have died. The accusation tumbles from my lips, sharp with sudden fury. If the covenant rejected the binding, then we would have died together. He says it like it's the most reasonable thing in the world. I told you once that I had no companions, no alliances, only contracts. I lift my marked palm, silver sigils still warm against my skin, and press it to his. The moment our hands touch, the marks flare bright as captured starlight. Recognition, acceptance, completion. Then you are mine too. Yes. No hesitation, no doubt. The single word falls between us with the finality of a door closing, a choice made irrevocable. I wait for the world to end, for celestial forces to tear through the garden and rip us apart for defying cosmic law, for the covenant to exact some terrible price for this unprecedented binding. Nothing happens. The roses continue blooming. Bees hum lazily between lavender stalks. A sparrow lands on the garden wall and preens its feathers, utterly unconcerned with the supernatural drama playing out below. Laughter bubbles up from my chest, wild, slightly hysterical, born from relief so intense it threatens to knock me sideways. Tears stream down my face, but for the first time in a year, they taste like joy instead of salt and sorrow. Azrathiel pulls me against him, arms wrapping around my waist like he's afraid I might disappear. I kiss him again. No desperation now, no goodbye lingering bitter on my tongue. Only certainty, only choice, only the absolute knowledge that whatever comes next, we'll face it together.